Chapter 1298. While avoiding deductions, Fang Yuan was not idle. He inspected his immortal aperture. 5 regions and 9 heavens. The layout was extraordinary, it was beyond common sense. Originally, the vast space of 500 million mu was already so large that it was shocking. Basically, no one would believe it if they told others about it. And now, Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture had already surpassed 500 million km2. This was because he had been massacring Gu immortals and annexing their blessed lands in the past period of time. Because of the sovereign immortal body's characteristics, Fang Yuan could completely annex other people's blessed lands and absorb their Dao marks without wasting a single one. With the addition of these blessed lands, the sovereign immortal aperture gained many special territories. Most of these territories were managed by land spirits. It saved Fang Yuan a lot of effort. They were like pearls that were scattered in the 5 regions and 9 heavens. I have a huge amount of space path resources. Ordinary Gu immortals try all ways to expand their immortal apertures, but I have so much space that I have yet to develop. Fang Yuan was quite satisfied with this aspect, but he had a different opinion about time path resources. The sovereign immortal aperture's time flow had already slowed down by many times. Originally, it was 1 to 60, there were so many time path resources. But now, it could not even reach the normal standard. This was something that could not be helped. Fang Yuan changed his cultivation method to delay the calamities and tribulations. He used the time path methods that he obtained from He Fan's true inheritance to delay the immortal aperture's time flow. With less time path resources, Fang Yuan's immortal essence production also fell greatly. Not just that, his other resource gains also fell greatly. After careful consideration, in Mini Central Continent, there was a Blood G forest and a Mirror Willow forest. These two came from Hu immortal blessed land and had a long history. Other than that, there was also a Jade Light Pit. This Jade Light Pit had all sorts of light path mortal Gu. There were many of them. Fang Yuan had used a Jade Light Pit as a reference to Northern Plains Lu tribe's resource production area. He created it in his immortal aperture. Not long ago, Fang Yuan looted Jade Light Pit. He took all of the light path mortal Gu inside and looted everything. A portion of the light path Gu worms were placed into the 9 heavens Aurora Light by Fang Yuan. There was still a large portion left, and it was not easy to get rid of it. Fang Yuan could only create a Jade Light Pit to temporarily store these light path mortal Gu. Of course, this Jade Light Pit couldn't be compared to the real Jade Light Pit. The latter was a true source of resources. It was rich in light path Dao marks. Any insect group could be subtly influenced by it and become Gu. But the former was created by Fang Yuan to store light path mortal Gu. There was no production at all. The Mini Central Continent was the least developed place in the 5 regions. Above it was Kokitahara. In Kokitahara, the landscape was flat, and most of the area was covered with ice and snow, forming a snowfield. But ice and snow were not the only colors. At the end of the East Sea, there was a shallow pool of green water. Stones were piled up to form a special pool. There were abundant aquatic plants, and spirit snakes were resting there. This shallow pool of green water was the blessed land of the original transformation path Gu Immortal, Han Dong. After being annexed by Fang Yuan, even the blessed land's land spirit, the pink spirit snake, came along, helping Fang Yuan to manage this area. And at the end of Western Desert, there was a bone burial ground. There were mountains of bones of all kinds here. There were scapula bones, leg bones, skulls, there were birds and beasts. There were many immortal materials. They had huge value. This bone graveyard was the bone graveyard that Fang Yuan had seized from Lu tribe. After he killed Lu tribe's Gu immortal Lu Yong, he moved this bone burial ground into his immortal aperture. Thus, he had this resource point that produced bone path Gu worms. But compared to the original bone burial ground, even though this one has a vast number of bones, the bone path Dao marks cannot compare to the original one. In the original bone burial ground, even the surrounding land contains bone path Dao marks. Lu tribe can completely reconstruct a bone burial ground in that land. Fang Yuan was well aware of this. Of course, this bone burial ground was a huge cake. Fang Yuan had already taken 80% of it. The real bulk was these bones. The remaining 20% was the environment. It was not hard for Lu tribe to reconstruct the bone burial ground, but to restore it to its original state, they would need to pay a huge price. And at the end of Central Continent, this was a sparse grassland. There were all sorts of wildflowers and grass. The main ones were blood sickle grass and red axe flowers. These also came from Hu immortal blessed land. This grassland was huge. It was not something that Han Dong blessed land could compare to. There were some pink flower rabbits, fox groups, water wolves, earth skin pigs, poison beard wolves, and others. There was also a desolate beast shark fin wolf and a desolate beast giant horned sheep. They often searched for food in this grassland. Mini Western Desert had the highest temperature, because most of the fire path Dao marks were gathered in this area. The land was mostly sandy. There were 3 main resource points here. The first was the eerie fire dragon python pit. There were many of them gathered together. The second was a sand gull soil beach. This place produced sand gull soil. Sand gull soil was a type of goo material. It was also the ingredient of Immortal Goo Connect Luck. But now that Fang Yuan did not have Connect Luck Immortal Goo, sand gull soil was already a resource that could help Fang Yuan obtain Immortal Yuan Stone. At the center of the sand gull soil beach was the dead egg of the worldly sand gull. The eggshell was full of cracks, and at the same time, there were several small holes. Transparent egg white was constantly flowing out of the cracks. Using the life essence in this egg, ordinary sand could be turned into sand gull soil. The third was the rotting black swamp. This was formed after Fang Yuan's tribulation. It was filled with dark path Dao marks. It had already been modified by Fang Yuan. It was a resource point for getting rid of dark path goo worms. But because it had just started, the production was very low. Other than these 3 resource points, there were 2 blessed lands. One was an earth path blessed land with a mud swamp terrain. There were 5 desolate beast mud monsters and all sorts of earth path mortal goo. It was managed by the land spirit mud minimen. The other was Lu Yong's enslavement path blessed land. There were over 20 dog desolate beasts. Most of these desolate beasts were bought by Fang Yuan from Jewel Yellow Skies. Back then, Lu Yong's blessed land's ownership requirement was 20 dog desolate beasts. Among them were Lu Yong's 6 desolate beast bone armor hounds. The entire blessed land was managed by a land spirit that looked like a black dog. Mini Eastern Seas management was similar to mini Western Deserts. Wu Yihai's blessed land was here. This was a vast ocean that was managed by Wu Yihai. There were 3 ancient desolate beast horned divine tortoises, a large group of ancient desolate plant silent corals, and 6 desolate beast white letter blue feather gull. They were managed by the sea turtle land spirit. Other than that, there were also the dragonfish group, 2 desolate beast dragonfish, air bubblefish, and a group of rare literature carps. There were also some oil left. There were large numbers of green jade crucian carps, blood jade crucian carps, and an ancient desolate beast hidden room oyster, obtained in the turbulent flow sea area. There was also a small blood lake. There were large amounts of desolate beast blood and goo immortal blood. Back then, Fang Yuan had placed blood asset immortal goo here to recuperate. Right now, blood asset immortal goo had fully recovered, but this blood lake was left behind. In the entire Mini 5 regions, Mini Southern Border was the richest. 5 Light Mountain, Immortal Succession Mountain, Heaven Ceiling Mountain, and more than 10 other mountains. Stalactite caves, regretful spiders, a few rockmen, a large number of primitive forests, musical trees could be seen everywhere, tea streams were crystal clear, and chi death birds were singing in the forest. There was also a becoming dragon mound. Fang Yuan used pulling mountain immortal goo to move it from northern plains into his immortal aperture. And in the Mini 9 heavens, a small area of aurora light existed in Mini Orange Heaven. There were many flowing light fruits floating in the aurora light. Because of the large number of light path goo worms obtained from Jade Light Pit, the number of aurora lights and flowing light fruits had increased greatly. And in Mini Yellow Heaven, there was a small section of the Gold Fragment River. In Mini Azure Heaven, there was a large amount of Pill Azure incense. This was the food to feed change soul immortal goo. There was also a heavenly crystal storage pool, obtained from Hei Fan Grotto Heaven. It was temporarily useless. There was a walking meat tree in mini black heaven. In mini white heaven, there were large numbers of multicolored overlord flowers, as well as 3 remnant ancient heavenly hounds, 1 ancient eagle hound, and 7 desolate beast eagle hounds. In mini purple heaven, the upper extreme heavenly eagle was flying. Currently, it only had desolate beast battle strength. More than 80 eagle nests were quietly floating here. These were the spoils of battle that Feng Yuan obtained from attacking Iron Eagle Blessed Land. As for the original heavenly crystal eagle nest, it had already been eaten by the upper extreme heavenly eagle. Nothing was left. In mini blue heaven, there was a large amount of cloud soil. There was a large number of arrow bamboo forests on the cloud soil, as well as star fragment grass fields, and an infant falling star hound. The 2 earlier desolate beast spine-fin star dragonfish were sold by Feng Yuan during the battle in Heifan Grotto Heaven. There was also a meteorite pit. It produced star fire goo and meteor heavenly meteor goo. After killing Yi Lui Kun Xing, he obtained Kun Xing Blessed Land. It was also placed here by Feng Yuan. It was a floating continent. It was covered in star fragments. The star core land spirit was in charge of it. There were also some blessed lands scattered around, as well as other desolate beasts and plants. There was no need to elaborate. Dang Hun Mountain and Luopa Valley were left in Langya Blessed Land. Reverse Flow River was temporarily placed in Mini Eastern Sea by Feng Yuan. In terms of goo worms, rank 9 Wisdom goo was still left in Langya Blessed Land. Sovereign Immortal Fetus goo had already been used by Feng Yuan. It was not recorded here. Rank 8 Immortal goo were Attitude, Wisdom Sword, Years Flow Like Water, Sealed. Rank 7 Immortal goo were Change Soul, Sword Eyebrows, Wave Sword, Flying Sword, Sword Escape, Calamity Beckoning, Lentitude, Year goo, After, Dragon Breath, Affection and Perseverance. Rank 6 Immortal goo were Unravel Mystery, Woman's Heart, Blood Asset, Dark Limit, Luck, Change Form, Strength, Self-Strength, Flying Bear Strength, Pulling Mountain, Pulling Water, Landscape as Before, Man as Before, Star Eyes, Spring Autumn Cicada, Stored in the Immortal Zombie Body with Providence Storage, Bone Spike, and Comprehensible Tao. There were many types of mortal goo. There was no need to elaborate on them. Heifan's Dark Arrow Immortal goo had self-detonated long ago. Feng Yuan did not obtain it. The captives were Gue Fangjing, left in Langya Blessed Land, Heifan, intact body, Ma Hongyun's soul, Lu Yang's soul, and Yi Lui Kun Xing's soul. As for Shinu's soul, Feng Yuan did not obtain it. Shadow Sect's soul path attainment was something that Feng Yuan could only look up to. Even though he killed Shinu, he could not stop his soul from dissipating. As for the others, like Dongfang Naganori's soul, the Featherman Gu Immortal Zhengling's soul, and the Eastern Sea Immortal souls, they had already been sold by Feng Yuan to the land spirit of Langya in exchange for a large number of sect contribution points. Right now, they had probably all been digested by Dang Hun Mountain and turned into Guts Gu. There was also a Featherman Gu Immortal slave, Zhou Zhong, who had already been sent to Western Desert by Feng Yuan to execute another plan. Huge family business. This term could completely describe Feng Yuan's current capital, and it was even slightly shallow. In terms of total value, even though he only had rank 7 cultivation level, he was on par with ordinary rank 8 Gu Immortals. Just a few secluded domains of heaven and earth had extraordinary value. Moreover, there was a huge pile of Gu worms. The number was shocking. Thinking about Gu Immortal Heifan, a rank 8 Gu Immortal, how many Immortal Gu did he have? But there were too many Immortal Gu. Feeding them was a huge problem. Feng Yuan was still here, working hard to feed the Immortal Gu. The other rank 6 and 7 Immortal Gu had already been dealt with. The difficulty was Attitude Gu and Wisdom Sword Gu, these 2 rank 8 Immortal Gu. The newly obtained Perseverance Gu fed on Reverse Flow River water. Feng Yuan could completely satisfy it. Affection Gu fed on Hope and Fear like Love Gu. Feng Yuan could easily deal with it. He could just buy a large number of Hope Gu and Fear Gu from Jewel Yellow Skies. For Feng Yuan, managing his immortal aperture was no longer his focus. As long as he continued to slaughter Gu Immortals and annex their immortal apertures, His immortal aperture's foundation would grow rapidly. The problem he was facing now was insufficient immortal essence. Chasing Ying Wu Xie and the rest, going through the battle of Reverse Flow River, and escaping from Mao Liqiu's pursuit, Fang Yuan had expended a huge amount of immortal essence. His red date immortal essence storage had fallen to a very dangerous level. Originally, with time path resources, time flowed very quickly, my immortal aperture could produce a lot of red date immortal essence. But after using time path methods, my immortal aperture's time flow is very close to the outside world's 5 regions. I can only replenish my red date immortal essence through transactions. Reverse Flow Protection Seal expended a lot of mental energy and immortal essence of a Gu Immortal. Thankfully, Fang Yuan had become a rank 7 Gu Immortal. If he only had his green grape immortal essence, it would have dried up already. Without red date immortal essence, Fang Yuan did not have much confidence. While he was resting, he decided to sell the desolate beast corpses he had on hand in Treasure Yellow Heaven. These desolate beast corpses were all immortal materials, and there was a lot of them. They were the desolate beast groups that Fang Yuan killed when he chased Ying Wu Xie and the rest in Earth Trench. Among them was a group of nightmare demonic cults. If such a dream path immortal material was sold in Jewel Yellow Skies, it would cause a huge commotion. Gu Immortals would fight over it. But when Fang Yuan saw that these nightmare demonic cult corpses were in his hands, he had a bigger use for them. During this period of rest, several transactions were completed. After deducting the transaction fees to Jewel Yellow Skies, Fang Yuan obtained a lot of immortal Yuan stones. 1 immortal Yuan stone was equivalent to 1 green grape immortal essence bead. Fang Yuan was a rank 7 Gu Immortal. He could only condense 1 red date immortal essence bead after using 100 immortal Yuan stones. Just as he was increasing his red date immortal essence storage, he received a message. It is a letter from Sixth Hair. Fang Yuan felt strange. After reading it, he was even more surprised. Shadow Sect actually wants to negotiate a truce with me and even cooperate. Chapter 1299. Fang Yuan's gaze flickered with uncertainty. Shadow Sect's news was out of his expectations. But thinking about it, it was very reasonable. After the Battle of Reverse Flow River, even though Fang Yuan did not gain much in terms of cultivation resources, his battle strength grew greatly. He became the number 1 person below rank 8, on par with Feng Jioge. The increase in battle strength led to an increase in status. Actually, before this news, there were other letters. For example, Chu Du's letter. In the letter, Chu Du was very polite. He first congratulated Fang Yuan on his victory and wished he could be there. Next, he took the initiative to describe his situation. The Chu sect had been renamed to the Chu family, and the original Grand Elders were now acting as the Chu family's external Grand Elders. Chu Du's disciples were all adopted as his sons. Finally, Chu Du described his difficulties. Because he established his clan and became part of the righteous path, he had no choice but to expel Fang Yuan from Chu sect. This was not his own will, he was forced by the situation. There was also a letter from the 3 crazed demon eccentrics. In the letter, other than congratulating Fang Yuan, the 3 eccentrics also invited Fang Yuan to explore Crazed Demon Cave. They also said, even if Northern Plains did not accept Fang Yuan, Crazed Demon Cave would forever be Fang Yuan's home. These words were slightly mushy. They displayed the unprecedented attitude of the 3 crazed demon eccentrics. Longevity Heaven placed emphasis on Fang Yuan. After all, Fang Yuan was the culprit who killed Ma Hongyun. However, Lu tribe and Yi Lui tribe, who had wanted to capture Fang Yuan and wanted to capture him, had instead given up. Fang Yuan's battle strength completely shocked them. They recalled all the people who were searching for Fang Yuan. Instead, they were worried that Fang Yuan would take revenge on them. After all, Fang Yuan was already famous in Northern Plains. Even Chu Du could not compare to him. Now, Shadow Sect has also sent a letter. They want to cooperate with me. Shadow Sect already has a rank 8 Gu Immortal, but he seems to have a huge weakness. He goes insane at times. Fang Yuan pondered. He had fought Zishan Makoto in the upflowing river, so he had some understanding of Zishan Makoto's condition. Actually, If Fang Yuan did not refine Perseverance Goo and did not comprehend the Immortal Killer move Reverse Flow Protection Seal, he would have been doomed in the Battle of Reverse Flow River. He would have fallen into Ying Wu Xie's trap. The remaining forces of the Shadow Sect had always been Fang Yuan's greatest threat. On the contrary, Providence's scheme used Fang Yuan as a pawn to seize sovereign Immortal Fetus Goo. Fang Yuan and Shadow Sect were mortal enemies with deep hatred. Shadow Sect wanted to recoup their losses and refine sovereign Immortal Fetus Goo again. They were likely to imitate old ancestor Shui Hu in refining fortune rivaling heaven Immortal Goo. Old ancestor Shui Hu used Ma Hong Yun as the main material for the Goo refinement. If Fang Yuan ended up in Shadow Sect's hands, he would not be able to escape the same fate. He would be the main immortal material for the Immortal Goo refinement. His life would be worse than death. But now, Fang Yuan's battle strength had grown to a level where even rank 8 Goo immortals could not do anything to him. Thus, Shadow Sect took the initiative to seek cooperation with Fang Yuan. This change in attitude made Fang Yuan sigh deeply. With Reverse Flow Protection Seal, it was like a weakened version of the Immortal Goo House. Even rank 8s could not do anything to it. This gave Fang Yuan a lot of confidence. But cooperating with Shadow Sect is like asking a tiger for its skin. Sixth Hair's letter was true, the reasons given were sufficient, cooperation was beneficial to both sides, it was beneficial to both Shadow Sect and Fang Yuan. Ignoring everything else, the soul path trap on Fang Yuan's immortal zombie body, as well as the secret of the sovereign immortal fetus, could be resolved in this cooperation. But Fang Yuan could not trust Shadow Sect. It was the same problem. Fang Yuan and Shadow Sect could not trust each other. Originally, they were mortal enemies who could not live under the same sky. How could they suddenly become friends? Even though both sides were rational people who prioritized benefits, the basis of cooperation between Goo immortals was not personal trust, but information path methods. And Fang Yuan was not good at information path. This was his weakness. But Shadow Sect's information path methods were too powerful. Spectral Soul's main body was a great grandmaster of all paths. Zombie Alliance and Central Continent's Defy were proof of Shadow Sect's powerful information path methods. This was because any organization was built on the basis of the Information Path Alliance. Fang Yuan could not trust Shadow Sect. He did not dare to trust them. If he was schemed against by Information Path during the cooperation, he would be a fool. However, Fang Yuan did not reject him. He replied with a letter to probe Shadow Sect's sincerity. In the letter, he made a request. If he wanted to cooperate, he had to give Attitude Goo to him. Speaking of which, even though the rank 8 Attitude Immortal Goo was in Fang Yuan's hands, it was not Fang Yuan's. He Lulan had lent it to him. Back then, when they discussed the rental of the Immortal Goo, both sides had an agreement and agreed on a time limit. Once the time limit passed, Fang Yuan would not be able to use Attitude Immortal Goo. Because the will in Attitude Immortal Goo was not Fang Yuan's will, but He Lulan's will. Right now, there was not much time left before the deadline. Attitude Goo was a legendary Goo worm. It could be used by expending mental energy. It had low usage requirements and had outstanding effects. Ever since Fang Yuan obtained it, he had used it to avert danger many times. It was a huge help to him. Even though Attitude Immortal Goo did not have a direct defensive effect, it had a mystical effect when used as support. Once he lost Attitude Goo, the impact on Fang Yuan would be huge. Ignoring everything else, the Immortal Killer move Familiar Face could not be used. Even though Fang Yuan could use his Transformation Path Grandmaster attainment level to redesign this Immortal Killer move, without the rank 8 core, the entire Immortal Killer move would fall by a lot. When disguised as Wu Yihai or someone else, the chances of being discovered would increase greatly. It would be very dangerous. If I can use this chance to resolve the problem of Attitude Goo, that would be for the best. Fang Yuan felt a trace of anticipation. Time was almost up. Fang Yuan activated Dark Limit Immortal Goo, increasing the effect of Dark Limit on himself again. Next, he stored away his Immortal Aperture and set off again. He headed towards the southwest direction. Central Continent, Celestial Court. In the hall, Fairy Myrtle was sitting cross-legged with a frown, activating Immortal Killer moves. Her whole body was emitting light purple smoke from her pores. She was using wisdom path methods to make deductions. However, after a while, Fairy Myrtle slowly opened her eyes with a head full of sweat. I have already used 7 killer moves, but I still cannot deduce the location of our Goo Immortals. Fairy Myrtle sighed. Central Continent's Goo Immortals attacked Northern Plains, but after the Battle of Reverse Flow River, Fang Yuan retreated, while Central Continent's Goo Immortals fought against Old Ancestor Shui Hu and Longevity Heaven. Central Continent wanted to save them, they sent reinforcements. But the first wave of Central Continent Goo Immortals went missing in Black Heaven. Fairy Myrtle could not deduce their location. How could she save them? She did not even know where to send reinforcements to. Duke Long, who was at the side, slowly opened his eyes. He was still very weak, as thin as a match, and extremely old. It seems that Giant Sun Immortal has made many arrangements in Northern Plains. Have you deduced Lu Guanyi's location? Duke Long asked. Fairy Myrtle shook her head. He seems to have defensive strength that can resist the deductions of Wisdom Path Goo Immortals, but it is not strong. However, we still don't have enough clues about him. If we have 1 or 2 crucial clues, we can definitely expose him to us. Duke Long heard this and nodded. He was silent for a while before speaking again. Forget it. Continue to deduce our Goo Immortals and Lu Guanyi's location. Also, send me to Hidden Dragon Cave. Eastern Sea. Fang Yuan sighed helplessly. He had no choice but to place his immortal aperture again. Lu Guanyi was famous throughout the 5 regions. This caused Fang Yuan's Dark Limits effect to be consumed rapidly. To keep it a secret, Fang Yuan could only move and stop occasionally. The immortal aperture's entrance opened, large amounts of heaven and earth chi were absorbed. The sovereign immortal body could absorb heaven and earth chi in any region to nourish itself. It was not like ordinary Goo Immortals who could only absorb heaven and earth chi in their own regions. If they were in other regions, they could forcefully absorb heaven and earth chi, but because of the difference in heaven and earth chi, the immortal aperture would shake and large amounts of resources would dry up. Right now, the sovereign immortal aperture had too many resources. There were large numbers of desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts. Thus, every time it absorbed heaven and earth chi, the scale was huge, like a whale swallowing. Chapter 1300. It was fine if Reverse Flow River was outside, but if it was kept in the immortal aperture for a long time, it would expend a lot of heaven and earth chi. Once heaven and earth chi was lacking, the immortal aperture would become unstable. Thus, Fang Yuan had to place his immortal aperture to absorb heaven and earth chi from the outside world to replenish himself. After absorbing for a while, Fang Yuan closed his immortal aperture's entrance. Arriving at Reverse Flow River, he was holding an immortal zombie. It was his original body. He threw the immortal zombie body into Reverse Flow River. The immortal zombie body immediately went down smoothly. Using Perseverance Immortal Goo and Reverse Flow River, Fang Yuan experimented with all kinds of methods he could think of. But it was useless. So it was like this. The soul path Dao marks on the immortal zombie body cannot be destroyed or suppressed by Reverse Flow River. After all, they are only soul path Dao marks, not immortal goo. Rank 1 to 8 immortal goo cannot be used in Reverse Flow River. But Dao marks can be used. Like before I conquered Reverse Flow River, the Dao marks on the Goo Immortals could still protect them. Rank 8 Goo Immortals are still the strongest in the river. Fang Yuan analyzed, trying to find the reason for his failure. He wanted to use Reverse Flow River to resolve the soul path trap on the immortal zombie body, but it was impossible. Fang Yuan was not dejected. In fact, he had guessed it before experimenting. He placed the immortal zombie body back on Heaven Seal Mountain, using the Goo formation there to seal it again. Next, he started to refine Goo. A nightmare demonic cult's corpse was placed in front of him. Fang Yuan waved his finger like a blade. A golden light flashed in the air. The golden light entered the nightmare demonic cult's body, vanishing in an instant. The nightmare demonic cult's front right leg was immediately cut off. There was no blood. After these nightmare demonic cults died, Fang Yuan asked the land spirits in his immortal aperture to deal with these immortal materials. The blood of the nightmare colt had already been extracted and mixed in a certain place. Fang Yuan lifted it, separating the nightmare demonic colt's front right leg from its body. Then he spat out flames and began to deal with the right foreleg. After 3 days, the right foreleg finally melted into a purplish-black liquid. Fang Yuan continued to throw in many goo worms to refine goo. The dozen or so steps only took a quarter of an hour. The purple-black liquid exploded, 100 dream path mortal goo flew around in the air. However, with a single thought from Fang Yuan, they obediently returned to Fang Yuan's side. 100 dream path mortal goo. This was only the right front leg of a nightmare colt. He spent the most time dealing with this immortal material. This step took Fang Yuan 3 days. The rest of the steps only added up to a quarter of an hour. This efficiency was extremely high. It was a stark contrast to Fang Yuan's goo refinement in the dream realm. In the dream realm, Fang Yuan first needed to collect dream path goo materials before refining goo. There was a risk in entering the dream realm. He needed to use the immortal killer move Unravel Dream to get out of the dream realm. Refining dream path mortal goo required an immortal killer move. The cost was quite high. But now, Fang Yuan had this batch of nightmare demonic colts. The refinement of dream path mortal goo was no longer the same as before. Like earlier when I used the spring dream fruit to refine dream path mortal goo, the efficiency was very high. Actually, my goo refinement method can still be improved. For example, the cutting method earlier used metal path methods. It was not a good combination and would expend some dream path Dao marks. I can also experiment with other methods to deal with the immortal material to see if there is a more efficient method. During the goo refinement process, Sixth Hair sent another message. Using Langya Blessed Land, Sixth Hair had already become the middleman for Fang Yuan and Zishan Makoto to communicate with each other. In the letter, Zishan Makoto did not give in. He told Fang Yuan directly, if he wanted to truly control attitude goo, he needed to work together. As long as both sides cooperated, attitude goo would be given to him first. This time, Shadow Sect even mentioned the Sovereign Immortal Aperture's weakness, but they did not say what it was. Rank 8 goo immortals are indeed not easy to deal with. Weakness? Is Shadow Sect just trying to scare me, or is this true? This letter had a huge impact on Fang Yuan. But soon his mental state calmed down. He had seen his fair share of storms and waves. What could this little scheme and threat amount to? It seems that I have to work hard myself. Fang Yuan sent a letter back to bargain. He continued to feign civility with Shadow Sect. But he had already realized that Shadow Sect would not give attitude goo to him before they cooperated. Fang Yuan began to design a new immortal killer move. He intended to use this immortal killer move to refine attitude goo. He soon encountered a problem. The reason was that even though he had many immortal goo, they were not suitable for this aspect. It was not like when he was deducing reverse flow protection seal. Fang Yuan had pulling water immortal goo and perseverance immortal goo. He could use them as the core of his immortal killer move. And now, Fang Yuan only had other immortal goo. He did not have an immortal goo that could refine attitude goo. He could only use a vast number of mortal goo to assist him. It would be great if there was a chance to exchange goo. This thought appeared in Fang Yuan's mind and could not be stopped. Exchange immortal goo. Fang Yuan had a shocking number of immortal goo now. But in fact, a portion of them were not suitable for Fang Yuan, or rather, they did not have much value in the short term. Wisdom Sword and Years flow like water. Even though they could not be used now, they were rank 8. Fang Yuan would not exchange them. Fang Yuan did not have many sword path Dao marks. His sword path attainment level was also ordinary, but sword eyebrows, wave sword, sword escape, and other sword path immortal goo were the foundation of his battle strength. They could not be shaken temporarily. Perhaps he could exchange for change soul immortal goo. Woman's Heart was a poison path immortal goo. It was rarely used. Flying Bear Strength immortal goo was a strength path immortal goo, but when Fang Yuan transformed into an ancient sword dragon, this immortal goo was not suitable. And Bone Spike immortal goo, in Fang Yuan's current cultivation system, was something that he could not use at all. Perceivable Dao immortal goo could inspect Dao marks. It had a mystical effect, but to Fang Yuan, it was not very useful. This immortal gu needed to be tested. All in all, woman's heart, flying bear strength, and bone spike, these three immortal gu had little use for Fang Yuan. If he could exchange them for something else suitable for Fang Yuan, that would be for the best. But how could it be easy to exchange gu? During the 5 regions chaotic war, it was very popular. With the current situation, it was hard to have such a high-level gu immortal trading convention. Just like this, Fang Yuan moved and stopped. It was not that he did not want to move quickly, it was just that every step was difficult. Along the way, after placing his immortal aperture, he was either refining Dream Path Mortal Gu or deducing immortal killer moves, attempting to make Attitude Gu his own. Chapter 1301. We finally got through the regional wall. Ing Wu Xie let out a breath of air. Looking at the vast sea, he had an extremely tired expression. He Lulan and Bai Ningbing, who were beside him, were also not in a better state. After leaving Northern Plains, Shadow Sect's group went to Eastern Sea. They did not have the sovereign immortal body. Every time they passed a regional wall, it was a difficult test. Thankfully, they had great strength. They were elites among Gu immortals. Even though their immortal apertures were damaged, they did not lose any members. They were not in a hurry to leave. After entering Eastern Sea, they randomly chose an island. On this nameless island, Ing Wu Xie instructed Bai Ningbing and He Lulan to set up a refinement path Gu formation. After the Gu formation was set up, Ing Wu Xie walked to the center of the Gu formation and took out a purple gold rock, starting to process this immortal material. As for Bai Ningbing and He Lulan, they were outside the Gu formation, guarding against any unexpected enemies. Not long after, the purple gold rock melted again. Mini-Man Gu immortal Zishan Makoto woke up from it. He was a rank 8 Gu immortal. Normally speaking, to cross the 5 regions, he had to go to Black Heaven or White Heaven. But above Northern Plains, Black Heaven and White Heaven were already controlled by Lux Suppression Heavenly Palace. Longevity Heaven was in control. Shadow Sect's group naturally could not walk right into the trap. The outcome of Central Continent's Gu immortals was right in front of them. Shadow Sect had a deep foundation. Zishan Makoto fell into deep sleep again. A thin layer of purple gold rock formed on his body. He had no aura, his life force was concealed to the extreme. He was no different from a dead being. Using such a mystical method, Zishan Makoto was led by Ing Wu Xie to pass through the regional wall and arrive in Eastern Sea. The purple gold rock was thin. Ing Wu Xie, who had a specialized method, could easily refine it. It was much easier than when Lady Wanshou processed the purple gold rock. Eastern Sea. Zishan Makoto woke up, looking at the vast sea outside the island. He sighed inwardly. Under his lead, Shadow Sect's group first stored the Gu formation, erasing all traces. Next, the 4 Gu immortals activated the ancient battle formation omnidirectional travel. A moment later, they arrived at the turbulent sea region. With Zishan Makoto in the lead, wherever they went, none of the ocean currents could obstruct them. Soon, the people from the Shadow Sect arrived at the center of the turbulent waters. Where are the tributaries of the River of Time in this area? Ing Wu Xie felt that it was rather strange that his search was fruitless. Could it be that the tributary of the River of Time has gone somewhere else? He Lulan speculated. It's not in the center, but in the middle of the reverse flow river. Continuing to investigate, Zishan Makoto soon found some key clues. That tributary of the River of Time has already been taken away by someone else. His tone was heavy. How could this be? Who did it? Could it be Fang Yuan? Ing Wu Xie's first thought was Fang Yuan. However, Zishan Makoto shook his head. This technique shouldn't be his. It was someone else. Forget it. Since we cannot use this tributary of the River of Time, we will go to the next place. There is another tributary of the River of Time there. The group of 4 from the Shadow Sect quickly left the turbulent flow sea region. At the other end of Eastern Sea, the sky was clear and blue. It was a scene of life and death. On the surface of the sea, a life and death battle was taking place. Leave quickly. I was hit by his lightning soul needle. He can sense me at all times. I can't leave now. I can't implicate you. Immortal Hua Dai was lying in the arms of a male Gu immortal. she said weakly. She was wearing a palace dress, her sleeves were fluttering in the wind, her skin was soft and tender. Her beautiful eyes were filled with weakness at this moment. Blood was flowing out of her lips, her injuries were severe. Especially on the surface of her skin, there were small and sharp sparks of lightning. This was the sign of being hit by the immortal killer move Lightning Soul Needle. No. The male Gu immortal did not even think, he rejected without hesitation. He had a broad back and a thin waist, he wore a set of battle armor, even though he was covered in injuries, it could not conceal his fierceness. How can I leave you behind? If I escape now, how will I explain it to Lord Miao Mingshen? Although he said so, deep in his gaze towards immortal Hua Dai, there was affection hidden in his eyes. He was Feng Jiang. Feng Jiang, immortal Hua Dai, and Gui Qiyi, these three Gu immortals were subordinates of the Eastern Sea Space Path expert Miao Mingshen. Miao Mingshen wanted to find the tributary of the River of Time in the turbulent flow sea area, thus, these three Gu immortals would take turns to guard the turbulent flow sea area. When they met any Gu immortal who went to explore the turbulent flow sea area, they would talk to them, hoping that they would help. Then you can die together. There was only one person chasing after them, but he had rank 7 cultivation level. His name was Gu Wen, he wore a blue robe, his skin was dry and tough like tree bark. His eyes shined with red light, he had sharp teeth and a ruthless expression. This person was quite senior, he was quite famous in Eastern Sea. He was a lightning path grandmaster, but once, when he used an immortal killer move, he failed and suffered a backlash, he had to turn into an immortal zombie. Even so, he had outstanding battle strength, he had 2 immortal Gu, he was able to force the rank 6 immortal Hua Dai and Feng Jiang to flee. Hand over the year cycle powder, you two are quite daring, you actually dared to snatch my immortal material. If you hand it over obediently, I might leave your corpses intact. Gu Wen laughed sinisterly, his fierce aura surged as he got closer and closer. Immortal Hua Dai said angrily, we found this year cycle powder first. How can it be yours? I waited here for half a month, but because I was careless, you guys got it before me. Gu Wen shouted angrily. Immortal Hua Dai was furious. Lord Miao Mingshen found this year cycle powder 3 years ago. He set up a Gu formation around it. Every few months, I would come to the Gu formation to nurture it. No matter how much nonsense you spout, you cannot change this fact. Immortal Hua Dai pointed out the truth. Gu Wen did not retort, his expression turned grim. You have a sharp tongue, after I catch up to you, I will kill you first. Demonic path scoundrel, don't be arrogant. At this time, a loud voice resounded in the 3 immortals' ears. Who is it? Gu Wen's expression changed as he shouted. Just as he said that, the sea surface suddenly protruded like a small hill. Next thing, it was smashed by the beast inside. Wind howled and water splashed everywhere. A huge blue-scaled sea dragon appeared in front of the 3 immortals. The sea dragon spoke, "Demon, die." The 3 immortals saw this and understood immediately, this blue-scaled sea dragon was a Gu immortal that had transformed into it. Immortal Hua Dai and Feng Jiang were surprised and joyful. Gu Wen became even more furious. Who asked you to be a busybody? Take this killer move. Saying so, he breathed in deeply and spat at his right palm. What he spat out was not saliva, but a lightning bolt that was the size of an egg. The lightning was attached to Gu Wen's right palm. With a boom, a huge pillar of lightning violently shot out from his right palm. The blue-scaled sea dragon didn't dodge. Instead, it opened its mouth wide in response to the incoming lightning pillar. Dragon breath spit. Gu Wen saw this and laughed internally. This move of mine can last for a few minutes, but the dragon breath is shot out continuously, how can it block it? But the blue-scaled sea dragon's dragon breath did not stop. The dragon breath was like a pillar of water, it collided with the lightning bolt. Next, the powerful dragon breath destroyed the lightning bolt. In a few breaths of time, it arrived in front of Gu Wen. How can this be? What kind of dragon breath is this? Gu Wen showed an expression of disbelief. He hurriedly dodged to the side. The blue-scaled sea dragon turned its head slightly, its dragon breath was like a pillar as it swept over again. Gu Wen frowned, snorting angrily. Consider yourselves lucky, I will let you off this time. Next, he directly retreated, turning into a bolt of lightning as he moved extremely quickly. The blue-scaled sea dragon did not chase, it watched as Gu Wen left. He is going back to the Gu formation, there is still a large amount of year cycle powder left there. Immortal Hua Dai's words exposed Gu Wen's thoughts. Feng Jiang placed Immortal Hua Dai down as he cupped his fists at the blue-scaled sea dragon. You are a righteous person, you repelled the enemy and saved my life, I will never forget this favor. May I know your name? The blue-scaled sea dragon suddenly transformed into an ordinary-looking Gu immortal. He smiled. I am Chuing. Fairy Hua Dai, how have you been? Immortal Hua Dai was overjoyed. To think that you are Chuing. Seeing that Feng Jiang was looking at her, Immortal Hua Dai explained. Thanks to this Chuing, we were able to find that tributary of the River of Time in the turbulent flow sea area. Only Lord Miao Mingshen could obtain the tributary of the River of Time. Chapter 1302. So there is such a connection. Hearing Immortal Hua Dai's introduction, Feng Jiang's expression relaxed. He was overjoyed, most of his wariness was gone. The so-called Chu Ying was naturally Feng Yuan in disguise. He stored his immortal aperture and found that there were traces of Gu immortals fighting in the surrounding sea area. Out of curiosity, he followed the traces to see if he could take advantage of them. But he found that Immortal Hua Dai and another Gu immortal, Feng Jiang, were being chased. And the pursuer was only a rank 7 immortal zombie. For Feng Yuan, such a person was not enough. Long ago, Feng Yuan had helped Immortal Hua Dai to contact the Space Path Gu immortal expert behind Immortal Hua Dai, Miao Mingshen. This person had a method to find out about the blue dragon whale. And this blue dragon whale had an extraordinary origin. It had once received guidance from Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. It had an immortal aperture that was filled with treasures. It was like Northern Plains dogtail life extending ferret, Mao Lichio. But the blue dragon whale's intelligence was not awakened. It only followed its instincts and swam in the sea. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable not only opened an immortal aperture for it, he even used an immortal killer move on its body. As such, this blue dragon whale had no natural enemies and was not dangerous. The azure dragon whale had a gentle temperament and was harmless. However, its defensive abilities also rendered any malicious existence helpless. This was Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's personality and style. According to the secret rumors of his previous life, the blue dragon whale had a true inheritance left behind by Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. Feng Yuan remembered that Miao Mingshen had explored the blue dragon whale's inner world many times. But because of the aperture, even though he had gains each time, he did not obtain the true inheritance. Feng Yuan naturally wanted this. Thus, when he saw Immortal Hua Dai being chased, he realized that this was a rare chance to show goodwill to Miao Mingshen again. Thus, he interfered and sent the Lightning Path Immortal Zombie Gu Wen away. He did not transform into an ancient sword dragon. Ancient sword dragons could not be seen in the light anymore. Because Lu Guanyi had once used the ancient sword dragon transformation to kill Yelu Kun Xing in Northern Plains. Right now, Lu Guanyi's identity was Reverse Flow River Lord. Many of the rank 8s here were helpless against him. His name shook the world. Almost everyone in the Gu immortal world knew of him. Who knew how many people were interested in Lu Guanyi, trying to figure out his background. The fact that Lu Guanyi had mastered the ancient sword serpent transformation was already widely known. Thus, if Feng Yuan used ancient sword dragon transformation now, other Gu immortals would immediately think of Lu Guanyi. This was the burden of fame. Even though Feng Yuan could not use ancient sword dragon transformation, he had changed form immortal Gu. He could transform into all living beings in this world at will. Therefore, this time, he transformed into a blue-scaled sea dragon that was unique to the East Sea. This was also an ancient desolate beast. It was just that its might could not be compared to the ancient sword dragon. But Feng Yuan could still use Dragon Breath Immortal Gu. What was worth mentioning was that the blue-scaled sea dragon's dragon breath was also breathed out. The reason why he could win against the Lightning Path Immortal Zombie Guwen was because Feng Yuan used Perseverance Immortal Gu at the same time. Rank 7 Perseverance Immortal Gu. After Feng Yuan obtained it, he naturally had a lot of understanding and analysis of it. Gu Immortals nurture, use, and refine. These three aspects required a lot of effort. After coming to Eastern Sea for a few days, Feng Yuan already understood some of the usage methods of Perseverance Immortal Gu. Other than conquering Reverse Flow River, Perseverance Immortal Gu could make other Immortal Gu or Immortal Killer moves last longer. For example, the blue-scaled Sea Dragon's Dragon Breath. If Feng Yuan only used Dragon Breath Immortal Gu, Dragon Breath could not deviate from the Sea Dragon's logic, it could only be breathed out, it would only be slightly stronger. But if he used Perseverance Immortal Gu when he breathed out Dragon Breath, the Dragon Breath could be breathed out for a long time, it would be endless. Of course, the breathing time could not be too long. Dragon's Breath was a heavy burden on the throat. Even a true blue-scaled sea dragon had to spit out a mouthful of Dragon's Breath. This was a form of self-protection in the evolution of living beings. Thankfully, even though that Guwen had some reputation after fighting for a while, he understood that Feng Yuan was a strong enemy. He wisely retreated. After all, demonic path Gu immortals always prioritized benefits. I wonder who you are? Feng Yuan looked at Immortal Hua Dai. I am Lord Miao Mingshin's subordinate, Feng Jiang. Lord Chu, you are my benefactor. I do not know how to thank you. Feng Jiang introduced himself. He was very enthusiastic. He was filled with gratitude towards Feng Yuan. No need to thank me, it was just a small matter. I happened to see him by chance, so I helped him. Even though I am a secluded cultivator in Eastern Sea, I have only come out recently, but I do not like the demonic path's actions. This is my nature, and because Fairy Hua Dai is my friend, it was only natural for me to help. Feng Yuan was very humble. Immortal Hua Dai and Feng Jiang heard this. Their impression of Feng Yuan grew even more favorable. The three immortals talked for a while before Immortal Hua Dai sighed. It is a pity. So many year ring powder, most of them ended up in Gu Wen's hands. Our hard work over these years was all wasted on him. We should set up that Gu formation in a more secretive manner. Feng Jiang quickly consoled, all right, Xiao Dai, don't blame yourself. Eastern Sea is so huge, but Gu Wen found this Gu formation. We are not skilled in formation path. The Gu formation that we set up was already the best we could. If we want it to be more secretive, we will need to add in Immortal Gu. Feng Yuan smiled. Listen to me, even though the year ring powder is lost, you two are still alive, that is hope. Don't be too pessimistic, there are gains and losses. Isn't life supposed to be filled with gains and losses? Feng Jiang laughed heartily. Lord Chu's words are profound, I need to think deeply about them. Immortal Hua Dai was still frowning, she had a worried expression. That is the only logic I have. It is just that these year ring powder are usually lost, so be it. But this time, Lord Miao Mingshin is attending the trading convention. One of his Gu immortal friends needs this. Lord Miao Mingshin agreed to this person's request. There are only a few days left until the convention, but the year ring powder was taken away. What do we do now? Hearing this, Feng Jiang's expression turned grim. That's right, we returned empty-handed. Even if Lord Miao Mingshin does not blame us, we will feel very guilty. This is our fault. Most importantly, we let Lord Miao Mingshin go back on his word. This is our fault. Trading convention? Feng Yuan's heart jumped. Not long ago, he was still thinking about exchanging some of the immortal Gu that he did not have. He didn't expect that he would run into a trade fair in the East China Sea when he was dozing off. Eastern Sea was the region with the richest resources in the 5 regions. Even Central Continent could not compare to it. Eastern Sea's Gu immortals were also very wealthy. Thus, Eastern Sea's trading convention was very famous in the 5 regions. It was very high-end. Gu immortals would often exchange their immortal Gu. Of course, it was not that the other 4 regions did not have such trading conventions. It was just that there were too few of them. Feng Yuan could not participate in them. Only Eastern Sea's trading convention was a good opportunity for him. I have an immortal Gu that I want to exchange. I want to participate in this trading convention. I wonder if it is possible? Fang Yuan did not conceal his intentions, he asked directly. Immortal Hua Dai and Feng Jiang looked at each other. The former said, "This trading convention has high standards, we do not have the qualifications to participate, we do not have the ability to recommend anyone. But Lord Chu Ying is different, we are indebted to him. How about this? Lord Chu Ying will come with us first, after we meet him, we will see what he has to say." Fang Yuan immediately nodded. "Can we go now?" He was very decisive. Because time was limited, the power of dark limit on his body would be depleted as other Gu immortals deduced it. Immortal Hua Dai and Feng Jiang had hesitant expressions. Their mission to collect the year cycle powder had failed. They actually wanted Fang Yuan to help them take back the year cycle powder. But they could not bring themselves to do so. Actually, Fang Yuan had already seen through their intentions. In the process of the conversation, he firmly grasped the initiative and did not give them a chance to speak. Right now, Fang Yuan could even make rank 8 Gu immortals helpless against him. But there was a flaw, he could not see the light of day. Be it ancient sword dragon transformation or reverse flow protection seal, they could not be used easily. Once they were used, they had to consider how to keep it a secret. Once Fang Yuan exposed too many clues, his other identity or secrets would be deduced. By then, Wu Yihai's identity would be exposed. Fang Yuan finally entered the Super Gu formation with much difficulty. He came into contact with that huge dream realm. If he were to miss this great opportunity, it would have an extremely disastrous effect on the development of his cultivation. Feng Jiang and Immortal Hua Dai had no choice but to bring Fang Yuan away from this place. They could not bring themselves to speak. He saved their lives, but they still had to urge their benefactor to fight against a strong enemy. They could not be thick-skinned enough to speak about this. The three immortals traveled quickly. They did not stop along the way. However, they conversed and conversed along the way. In fact, even though Immortal Hua Dai had met Fang Yuan twice and had a deep impression of him, she did not know about Chu Ying's background. Fang Yuan knew Immortal Hua Dai's intention of probing him, thus he gave a half-truth and half-falsehood about his origin. In the 500 years of his previous life, he had lived in Eastern Sea for a period of time. His words were not fake. Especially the small details and experiences in his life, they were very real. Immortal Hua Dai and Feng Jiang resonated with him. How could Fang Yuan expose himself here? When they met Miao Mingxin, Immortal Hua Dai and Feng Jiang had a very good impression of the amiable, rank 7 secluded cultivator Chu Ying. But they did not know that Fang Yuan was the true demon. Compared to him, Immortal Zombie Ge Wen's life cycle powder was nothing. Chapter 1303. Eastern Sea. Sush. In an ordinary sea area, there was a nameless island. It was barren and barren. There were only strange rocks. Several Gu immortals floated down from the sky. They were Fang Yuan, Immortal Hua Dai, Feng Jiang, and the rest. To think that such a trading convention would be held on such a barren island. Fang Yuan stepped on this island as he sighed internally. Brother Chu, you might not know, but for such a large trading convention, the location is usually decided a few days ago, to prevent people from plotting against us. A Gu immortal beside Fang Yuan replied. This male Gu immortal was neither tall nor short, he was neither fat nor thin, his appearance was above average, his facial features were ordinary, only his wide nose left a deep impression. This person was the famous rank 7 space path Gu immortal expert in Eastern Sea, Miao Mingxin. In terms of appearance, this person was not outstanding. But after Fang Yuan interacted with him, even though they did not interact for long, he could feel that this person was outstanding in many aspects. He could not be underestimated. Fang Yuan used Chu Ying's identity to save Immortal Hua Dai and Feng Jiang. He learned about the trading convention. Next, Fang Yuan followed Immortal Hua Dai and Feng Jiang to meet Miao Mingxin. Miao Mingxin did not hesitate. He agreed to Fang Yuan's request to join the trading convention. You helped me twice. You saved Xiao Dai and Xiao Feng's lives. Why would I reject a mere trading convention? Please come. He was a rank 7 Gu immortal expert. While Chu Ying was a secluded cultivator, he was not famous. But Miao Mingxin did not put on any airs, he was very friendly. His words were polite and heartwarming. Thus, Fang Yuan and Miao Mingxin came to this place to join the trading convention. The four of them had just stepped on the island when a Gu immortal came out of a strange rock. "So it's Miao Mingxin you're here?" A Gu immortal with a large head and small body that looked like a dwarf greeted. "Ha, Tu, long time no see." Miao Mingxin was very enthusiastic. He laughed loudly as he welcomed him. "Come, let me introduce you. This is East Sea's secluded cultivator Chuing. This is our East Sea's rare earth path grandmaster Tu, Miao Mingxin said. "Greetings, immortal friend Tuesday." Fang Yuan was also very polite, but his expression was wooden. He pretended to be a solitary cultivator who wasn't good at socializing. There was no flaw in his disguise. Tu looked at Fang Yuan and grinned, showing his yellow teeth as he laughed. "It seems that you have received Miao Mingxin's recommendation and this is the first time you are participating in such a trade fair?" Back then, I was also recommended by Miao Mingxin to participate." Tu was also very polite. He thought, Miao Mingxin's foresight is not bad, those who can be recommended by him are all outstanding people. This Chu Ying looks ordinary and is not famous, but to be valued by Miao Mingxin, he is not simple. As he thought of this, Tu said, "Follow me down. I am the first to arrive. Since I have nothing to do, I will first open up a space under the island." "Thank you, Brother Tuesday. Actually, this time, I am leading the trade fair." Miao Mingxin immediately said respectfully. "It is just an underground cave, it will not take much effort. Let's go." Tu saw Miao Mingxin and felt like he was seeing an old friend. He grabbed Miao Mingxin's arm and led him underground. Wherever his footsteps went, the originally solid ground melted and flowed like water, forming a wide tunnel that led straight to the bottom of the island. Tu and Miao Mingxin walked in front while Fang Yuan, Feng Jiang, and Immortal Huadai walked behind them. Tu and Miao Mingxin conversed along the way. Miao Mingxin's communication skills were outstanding. Tu laughed continuously as his laughter reverberated underground. Furthermore, Miao Mingxin did not ignore Fang Yuan. He turned to speak to Fang Yuan from time to time. His words seemed ordinary, but they were natural, and did not make Fang Yuan feel like he was alone, or that he was being neglected. The underground cave was indeed ordinary, but it was spacious. On a tall platform, there were several stone chairs. They were all wide. The stone chairs had carvings on them, they looked like flowing water, they were very smooth. This showed Tuo's deep sense of aesthetics, as well as his meticulous mind. Fang Yuan counted carefully, there were only 6 stone chairs. It seems that this trade fair was originally planned to have only 6 participants, but it seems like this trade fair only has 6 participants. Immortal Huadai and Feng Jiang are not included. Once the trading fair starts, they will leave this place and guard it. Fang Yuan guessed. "Since there is a newcomer, I will add another chair." Tu stomped his foot as a mound of soil rose up from the ground. It flowed like water. In the blink of an eye, it turned into another stone chair. It looked like it was crafted by a skilled craftsman. Fang Yuan and the rest sat down, waiting for the other Gu immortals to arrive. A moment later, 2 Gu immortals arrived. The former was a female immortal with the appearance of a child. She had 2 ponytails, her eyes were round and round, but she looked very mature. She was Tonghua. Northern Eastern Sea, a famous light path Gu immortal with rank 7 cultivation level. The latter was a male immortal. He had an aquiline nose and a dark gaze. He wore a messy black robe. He was Wu Ma Yang, a dark path Gu immortal. He had outstanding battle strength among rank 7 Gu immortals. His immortal killer move Dark Arrow Veil had once defeated 3 rank 7 Gu immortals. This battle made him famous in Eastern Sea's Gu immortal world. Tonghua chattered on and on, while Wu Ma Yang was very quiet. Both sides continued to talk. Under Miao Mingxin's intentional guidance, the atmosphere became harmonious. 15 minutes later, a 3rd Gu immortal entered this underground space. He was Gong Liang Bai, a wisdom path Gu immortal who cultivated some wood path methods. Of course, Wisdom Path was his main focus. Wisdom Path Gu immortals were few in number, especially people like Feng Yuan who had inherited a complete Wisdom Path true inheritance. And Gong Liang Bai not only had a complete Wisdom Path true inheritance, he had also cultivated it. Even though he could not compare to the three most famous Wisdom Path Gu immortals, he had a huge network among lone immortals. He was willing to make deductions for others in exchange for remuneration. Bipolar Pan Armor Pill, Huan Hidden in Nangong, and Dragon Turtle, Traveling in Adversity Sea. This poem was talking about the three most powerful Wisdom Path Gu immortals in the current Eastern Sea Gu immortal world. Song Jia Dan and Hua An were righteous path members. They rarely worked for lone immortals. As for Dragon Turtle Immortal, he stayed in Adversity Sea for a long time. His footsteps were vague and hard to trace. Gong Liang Bai, after this trading convention, let's have a good chat. I have some things that I want you to deduce. Miao Mingshin said as they talked. Don't tell me it's that Lu Guanyi? Recently, I've received many requests from fellow immortals, and they're all here for this person. Gong Liangbai smiled. Of course not. Miao Mingshin denied with a smile. Gong Liangbai nodded. That's good. Speaking of which, I have made deductions 5 times and failed each time. The main reason is that there are too few clues, and that Lu Guanyi also has methods to defend against deductions. Feng Yuan listened quietly from the side. His expression did not change, but he felt awkward internally. This topic attracted the interest of the other Gu immortals. Tu Tua shouted, "This Lu Guanyi is really famous now. He is completely famous. No matter who it is, as long as they can use rank 7 cultivation level to make a rank 8 Gu immortal helpless against them, they will be famous in history." Tong Hua sighed. To be able to resist rank 8 with rank 7 cultivation level, I really want to see that. Miao Mingshin shook his head and smiled bitterly. It is a pity that I am not fated to meet such a person. Feng Yuan was sitting on the chair beside him. Hearing this, he said expressionlessly, I heard that rank 7 can resist rank 8s mainly because that Lu Guanyi became the reverse flow river lord. This reverse flow river is a secluded domain of heaven and earth, but what great expert can make a rank 8 powerhouse helpless against it? Thus, the immortals topic shifted from Lu Guanyi to reverse flow river. Feng Yuan steered the topic without batting an eyelid. This time, the Gu immortals talked until evening. But night fell over Eastern Sea. The moon had just risen when the trading convention started. The other 2 Gu immortals also arrived. The trading convention officially started. According to the rules, Tong Hua walked onto the stage. This is a desolate plant. I was exploring a deep sea when I found it. That time, in the dark sea, I saw a bright light ahead of me. I moved towards the light. After moving for several minutes, I arrived at the place where the light was. That place was simply a light path paradise. The light was dazzling. It illuminated the surroundings. At first, I thought that this was the light from the corals. But soon, I found that the corals had a layer of green fungi on them. These green fungi are desolate plants. They can be seen everywhere. I named them light shine fungi. They contain light path Dao marks and can emit intense light. Tong Hua slowly introduced her discovery and the process of naming the light shine fungi. Feng Yuan was a little surprised. He did not expect that the trading convention had just started and he already found what he wanted. Chapter 1304. Feng Yuan needed light. The first was aurora light. He had brought in large numbers of dazzling light Gu to increase the aurora light in his immortal aperture. The denser the aurora light, the more flowing light fruits he could condense. And rank 8 immortal Gu, attitude, used them as food. The light that a desolate plant like the illumination fungus could provide was naturally not the colorful aurora. However, this was not the final conclusion. Humans were intelligent and knew how to adapt to circumstances. In this world, there were methods to modify and graft plants. Would Path Gu immortals specialized in this? Every path had their specialty, and Wood Path Gu immortals were very skilled in managing their immortal apertures. Thus, if Feng Yuan brought in light shine fungi, he might be able to use Wood Path methods to modify them and create new aurora shine fungi. It was not impossible. Other than attitude goo, there was Wisdom Sword Immortal Goo. Wisdom Sword Immortal Goo's food was multicolored overlord flowers. To grow multicolored overlord flowers on a large scale, there were 3 conditions. One was light, the second was sweet air, and the third was pearl soil. The latter 2 were easy to achieve, but light was difficult. Fang Yuan's immortal aperture had light path Dao marks, and he had annexed a light path blessed land some time ago, but it was still far from Fang Yuan's standards. If he used light shine fungi, he could solve the problem of growing multicolored overlord flowers on a large scale. However, there was still a bit of doubt in this regard. That was, the environment that light shine fungi grew in was deep sea. If it was in another environment, could it maintain its vitality? That should not be a problem. After all, light shine fungi are desolate plants. Forget about Aurora Light. I looted Lu Tribe's Jade Light Pit. I had a lot of replenishment. Even though it is a bit off from the standard, it is not far from it. But multicolored overlord flowers are different. They are far from the standard. After all, I do not have a lot of light path Dao marks, and I cannot use all of them on multicolored overlord flowers. Other life forms also need light. Oh, right, I have transformation path Dao marks. At the crucial moment, I can turn them into light path Dao marks to replenish them. While Fang Yuan was thinking, Tong Hua continued, I'm willing to use this batch of luminous fungi to exchange for 3 Zhonglo water elephants. Once she said that, one of the Gu immortals replied, Heavy building water elephant. I have one with me. I wonder how many heavy building water elephants Tong Hua wants? The Chonglu water elephant was a beast unique to the East Sea. It was of different sizes and had white teeth and blue skin. The water elephant of the first floor was shaped like a small boat, and there was a layer of blue jade skeleton on its back, forming the shape of a tower. The 2-story building water elephant was slightly larger in size and had 2 layers of blue jade bones on its back. So on and so forth. The 6-story building water elephant had a wide back like a ship. It was a level 1 dire beast. 7-story floor water elephant, ancient desolate beast. The 8-story pagoda water elephant was a primordial desolate beast that was extremely rare. The 9-story building water elephant did not exist. Be it beasts, plants, or even variant humans, none of them had ever reached the 9th transformation. Other than humans, there were 10 rank 9 Gu venerables among them. They were unique among all living beings. Tong Hua displayed the size of the light shine fungi in her hands, informing the Gu immortals that she was willing to exchange for 3 6-story building water elephants. This price was not expensive, it was very fair. That Gu immortal frowned, but I only have 1 6-story building water elephant. The light shine fungi can be disassembled. Are you willing to exchange for it? Tong Hua hesitated. He might not be telling the truth. After thinking about it, Tong Hua nodded. Then let's exchange. Thus, the first transaction was completed. Both sides made the transaction quickly. I want some light shine fungi, but I do not have any heavy building water elephants. I wonder if you can accept immortal Yuan stone? Fang Yuan asked. Tong Hua shook her head, but she did not reject Fang Yuan. I do not have any heavy building water elephants, so forget it. However, my light shine fungi will be sold in Treasure Yellow Heaven in the future. Fellow immortal, you can buy them yourself at that time. In fact, Eastern Sea was mostly water path Gu immortals. And light shine fungi were very suitable for Eastern Sea Gu immortals. Like Wu Yihai, his entire immortal aperture was an ocean. Tong Hua was only using this new thing to test the waters, to see if there was a chance to gain more benefits. As for selling immortal Yuan stone, Tong Hua did not want to do that for now. Because she did not know the market price. This was the first time such a new thing was put on the market. Tong Hua did not know how much it was worth. However, she was looking forward to it. Thus, she rejected Fang Yuan without hesitation. If this light shine fungi became popular in jewel yellow skies, wouldn't she be making a loss by selling it at this price? But if the price was too high, the other party would not trade. It would be better to sell it to jewel yellow skies directly. Since Tong Hua did not want to sell it, Fang Yuan was helpless. But he could understand. A brand new desolate plant could be sold at a high price. Even though this world's economy was not developed, Gu immortals were smart, they knew how to drive up prices. Especially this light-shine fungus, Tong Hua was the only one in the world. If it were Feng Yuan, he would also take advantage of the golden period at the start to raise the price and make a huge profit. After all, light-shine fungi were only rank 6 desolate plants. As time passed, someone would find them or research them. Tong Hua's monopoly would be broken. After all, Eastern Sea was huge, light-shine fungi would not only grow in one place. Gu immortals could use the light-shine fungi to research a method to search for them. That way, the number of light-shine fungi would increase greatly. Seeing that no one wanted to trade with her, Tong Hua walked down. Immediately, a second Gu immortal took her place, walking up the stage. This was the rule of the trading convention. In each round, the Gu immortals would go up in a certain order. Each time, they could only trade the same type of resources. That way it would be fair. As for Feng Yuan, this newcomer who had just joined, he also had the chance to participate in the transactions and take the initiative to trade, but he could only be in last place. This is a marrow absorption rock, a rank 7 immortal material. I want to trade for 1,000-year drifting wood. The Gu immortal on the stage spoke concisely, expressing his intentions. As soon as he finished speaking, he displayed his goods in front of everyone. This marrow-sucking stone was completely black, and it looked no different from an ordinary reef by the sea. But in truth, any living being with bones that got close to it would have their bone marrow sucked into the rock. Thus, marrow absorption rocks were also known as demonic stones. The name demon stone came from the mermaids. Mermen were a type of variant humans. Most of the mermen in the world lived in Eastern Sea. Mermen lived at the bottom of the sea. They could breathe freely. They had suffered from marrow absorption rocks. They feared them and called them demonic stones. In Eastern Sea's history, some merman tribes even worshipped demonic stones like gods. But to Gu immortals, this marrow absorption rock was just an immortal material. This transaction was also successful. Even though 1,000-year drifting wood was rare in the market, the Gu immortals who participated in this trading convention were all wealthy, otherwise, they would not have gathered here. Birds of a feather flocked together. The Gu immortals who could get along with Miao Mingshun were naturally extraordinary. One could say, this small-scale trading convention was a rare gathering of experts in Eastern Sea's Gu immortal world. After the second Gu immortal got off the stage, Tu Tua walked up. I have an ancient desolate beast queen mother toad. It can command rank 6 and below giant toads. If nurtured properly, it can even produce enslavement path immortal Gu. Are you interested? The queen mother toad had a lot of enslavement path Dao marks. But Tu Tuo's transaction ended in failure. The fourth Gu immortal went up. I want to find clues about Qi Si. Who knows how to find Qi Si and enter it? I am willing to pay a high price for relevant information. Information was part of the transaction, but the Gu immortals present did not speak. This transaction also ended in failure. The Sea of Qi was a very special and mysterious part of the East Sea. Maybe none of the Gu immortals present knew about it, or maybe some did, but did not want to trade it. The Gu immortals took turns to go up. The first round was about to end. Feng Yuan was last, he was last. And Miao Mingshun was second last. He walked up the stage. I have a rank 7 divination tortoise shell immortal Gu. Who is willing to make this transaction? Feng Yuan heard this and his eyes brightened. Chapter 1305. The trading convention was still ongoing. As the organizer of this trading convention, Miao Mingshun was supposed to be the last person to go up on the stage. But because of the newcomer Feng Yuan became the last person. This caused Miao Mingshun to be the second last person to go up on the stage. From Feng Yuan's point of view, he could see Miao Mingshun's interpersonal skills. The trading convention naturally benefited the Gu immortals who were at the top. Miao Mingshun took the initiative to be the last person to express his goodwill to all the Gu immortals. But he did not arrange for Feng Yuan to be in front of him. This was because of the rules. The newcomer had to be the last. If this rule was violated, people would feel disgusted. This time, Miao Mingshun was the organizer, but what about next time? The so-called interpersonal skills were nothing much, it was just having a sense of propriety when interacting with people. Miao Ming-shen had a good grasp of this. He made people who interacted with him have a good impression of him. However, right now, Fang Yuan's mind was not on Miao Ming-shen. He was looking at the immortal goo in Miao Ming-shen's hand with a bright gaze. Rank 7, Divination Tortoise Shell Goo. Fang Yuan's heart thumped. Because Fang Yuan had many methods that could not be exposed easily. For example, Ancient Sword Dragon Transformation, or Reverse Flow Protection Seal. Once these methods were used, unless Fang Yuan killed them in time, more information would be exposed, Goo Immortals might even find out more of his secrets, he would be left with no way out. Speaking of which, it was quite awkward. Fang Yuan's strength continued to grow, but the trouble he caused was also getting bigger. Shadow Sect, Celestial Court, Longevity Heaven. Looking at his opponents and enemies, which one of them was not a giant force? Recently, he had even offended old ancestor Xuehu. That was the number 1 rank 8 in Northern Plains. Thus, Fang Yuan faced huge pressure. He had not reached rank 9 yet. Only by cultivating to the 9th revolution could Fang Yuan openly announce his identity, and no one in the world would be able to stop him. Before reaching rank 9, even if Fang Yuan cultivated to rank 8, Celestial Court, Longevity Heaven, and others could find trouble with Fang Yuan. Currently, Fang Yuan, who had rank 7 cultivation level, needed to keep a low profile and disguise himself, cultivating and accumulating strength. When I disguise as Wu Yihai, I have a weakness. Or rather, a flaw. Fang Yuan could not fight while disguised as Wu Yihai. Because he was not the real Wu Yihai. After soul-searching Wu Yihai, Fang Yuan knew that Wu Yihai had 3 transformation killer moves. One was in the form of a coral, one was in the form of a seagull, and the third was in the form of a turtle. Previously, when they fought in the regional wall, Wu Yihai had turned into a turtle to defend. Fang Yuan remembered clearly that it was a horned god turtle. Ancient desolate beasts had tough shells. They were among the top 10 ancient desolate beasts in Eastern Sea. Actually, this could be seen from Wu Yihai's immortal aperture blessed land. Wu Yihai's immortal aperture blessed land was an ocean. There were 3 types of life forms in it. First were corals, which had a large number of ancient desolate plant silent corals. Second were seagulls, which had the desolate beast white letter blue feather seagull. Third were turtles, which had the ancient desolate beast horned divine turtle. As transformation path Goo Immortals, they would often raise some transformation-related life forms. Firstly, these life forms could be considered resources. They could be used to cultivate transformation path. For example, Wu Yihai's horned divine turtles cultivated this transformation. If he needed any immortal goo in the future, he could kill these horned divine turtles and refine them. Secondly, for transformation path Goo Immortals to raise their battle strength, they needed to have a clear and deep understanding of these life forms. By raising them in their immortal aperture, they could observe them and simulate them. After the transformation, they would be able to pass off as real, their battle strength would increase. As for Fang Yuan, he was an exception. Fang Yuan's transformation path attainment level rose rapidly through dream realms and tribulations. Once attainment level rose, it would affect all aspects of cultivation, including this aspect. Thus, Fang Yuan could save himself from the tedious and time-consuming process of observation and practice. If I could have such an immortal goo, it would be very useful to me. The more Fang Yuan thought about it, the more he was moved. This divination tortoise was a wisdom path ancient desolate beast. It had an ability to defend against deductions. Many Goo Immortals wanted to capture this ancient desolate beast, but it was very difficult to use wisdom path to deduce its location. If Fang Yuan could transform into a divination tortoise, it would be very helpful to him when he traveled. To sum it up, this immortal goo could only be described as practical to Fang Yuan. To add a few more words, it would be too practical. To others, rank 7 divination tortoise immortal goo might be of little value. After all, it was only used to protect one's back. If it had an additional advantage of being able to defend against deductions, it would not be very effective. It would be inferior to other methods. Thus, it was not widely used. Moreover, would ordinary goo immortals make deductions for no reason? Do you think everyone is like Lu Guanyi? Feng Yuan was different. Feng Yuan attracted the most attention, his infamy spread throughout the 5 regions, even his disguise was the same. Furthermore, Feng Yuan could transform into a complete divination tortoise, using transformation path Dao marks. That would be an immortal killer move. The ability to defend against deductions was much stronger than a single divination tortoise immortal goo. Feng Yuan looked at the surrounding immortals. What reassured him was that these people did not seem to be very interested in this immortal goo. Transactions of immortal goo had always been trading goo for goo. This was because immortal goo were unique, their value was hard to determine. The value of immortal goo depended on the situation. Some people would rather give up on the same immortal goo, they felt it was a burden. After all, feeding immortal goo required a huge price. Others, however, tried all sorts of methods to pursue it. They would not give up. Once they succeeded, it would be like obtaining a priceless treasure. Immortal goo. To think that there would be an exchange of immortal goo in the first round. The goo immortals sighed, they discussed softly, but they sat in their seats without moving. Miao Mingshen smiled. In fact, he had already expected this situation. Among the goo immortals here, there were few transformation paths, only Chu Ying seemed to be. But even if there were, Chu Ying might not like this immortal goo. Transformation path goo immortals often cultivated 2 or 3 transformations, they would not bite off more than they could chew. Unless they obtained one of the essences of transformation path, change form immortal goo, they could not change their form at will. But Miao Mingshen had his reasons for doing this. This trading convention was organized by him after all. If news of an immortal goo exchange in the first round got out, it would make the trading convention even more interesting. More goo immortals with deeper foundations would be attracted to participate. I am willing to exchange for this immortal goo. Feng Yuan slowly stood up from his seat. At once, the immortals turned around and looked at Feng Yuan with slight surprise. Miao Mingshen was slightly dazed before reacting. He smiled brightly. I wonder what friend Miao Mingshen wants to exchange for? Feng Yuan asked. Miao Mingshen chuckled. Chu Ying, this is the first time you are attending the trading convention, and I am indebted to you. How about this? Actually, I do not need this immortal goo, I can exchange for anything. This time, it was Feng Yuan's turn to be dazed. He did not expect Miao Mingshen's conditions to be so lenient. But even so, immortal goo transactions could only be exchanged for immortal goo, other things could not be used. Feng Yuan thought about it. I have flying bear strength immortal goo, yes. Before Feng Yuan finished speaking, Miao Mingshen said without hesitation. Feng Yuan assessed Miao Mingshen again. He thought, no wonder this person was doing so well in Eastern Sea's goo immortal world. He was a lone cultivator, but he had several goo immortals around him who were loyal to him. But there were some things that Feng Yuan had to make clear. A wry smile appeared on his face. I admire fellow immortals' heart. But I have not finished. My flying bear strength immortal goo is only rank 6. Miao Mingshen's expression changed. The immortals on the seats also had grim expressions. Some of them looked at Feng Yuan with dark gazes. Flying bear strength was a strength path immortal goo. Divination tortoise shell immortal goo was a transformation path immortal goo. Strength path was declining, but transformation path was flourishing. Between the two, flying bear strength was weaker than divination tortoise shell immortal goo. But now, flying bear strength was only rank 6. How could a rank 6 immortal goo compare to a rank 7 immortal goo? Chapter 1306. The difficulty of refining a rank 6 immortal goo was completely different from refining a rank 7 immortal goo. Feng Yuan wanted to use a mere rank 6 immortal goo, flying bear strength, to exchange for the rank 7 divination tortoise shell immortal goo. To put it nicely, it was wishful thinking, but to put it bluntly, he was greedy and trying to take advantage of others. This taking advantage had a hint of disdain in it. What did they think Miao Mingshen was? Did they think he was easy to bully? Or did they think everyone else was stupid? Thus, it was understandable that the goo immortals had dark expressions. Fang Yuan, however, smiled. He could see the immortals' attitudes and expressions. He was well aware of the changes in their mentality. But he still asked, I wonder if friend Miao Mingxin is willing to trade? Miao Mingxin smiled. It was a forced smile, but he still nodded. Yes. I am indebted to you. You helped me twice. These are enough. The other Gu immortals heard this and looked at Miao Mingxin in a new light. They even expressed disgust towards Fang Yuan. One of them even snorted coldly, expressing deep dissatisfaction towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan laughed loudly. He continued, Everyone says that Lord Miao Mingxin is so and so. I had my suspicions, but after trying it out today, my suspicions disappeared. How can I take advantage of you like this? I will use something else to make up for the difference. It will definitely satisfy you. Saying so, Fang Yuan transmitted to Miao Mingxin secretly. After Miao Mingxin heard this, his expression changed. He said excitedly, Chu Ying, is this true? Ha, won't you know if it is true or not after we complete this transaction? Fang Yuan smiled again. Sorry, we need to complete this transaction alone. Miao Mingxin said as Fang Yuan followed him out of the cave. After going outside and completing the transaction, the two of them returned with smiles on their faces. Fang Yuan was relaxed, while Miao Mingxin's smile showed satisfaction. Everyone could tell that the relationship between the two of them had advanced by leaps and bounds when the two of them held hands and swam together. Before sitting down, Miao Mingxin bowed to Fang Yuan and said, I did not want to owe you a third favor. Fellow immortals' demeanor is truly admirable. This is just a transaction, not a favor. Fang Yuan was very polite. This conversation made the other Gu immortals even more puzzled. For a moment, everyone was secretly guessing. What kind of bargaining chip did this Chu Ying offer to make up for the difference in price so easily and make fellow immortal Miao Ming make such a statement? Miao Mingxin sat down, but Fang Yuan did not. After this transaction was completed, it was Fang Yuan's turn, so he directly walked up to the platform. The gazes of the immortals below silently changed as they looked at him. They became solemn, and there was even a hint of curiosity and probing. At the same time, they were quite interested in what exactly Fang Yuan wanted to exchange for. This was because they did not know much about Fang Yuan. He was a complete stranger. According to the contents of Fang Yuan's transaction, the Gu immortals could deduce some information about him. For example, there were a lot of immortal materials that were produced in the Gu immortals' blessed land. This way, they could deduce some information, like how developed Fang Yuan's immortal aperture was, or which types of Dao marks were denser in the immortal aperture. If there were 1 or 2 corpses of ancient desolate beasts, they would be the Gu immortals' spoils of battle. After all, if the ancient desolate beasts in the immortal aperture died, their corpses would not be so damaged. From these corpses, the immortals could deduce Fang Yuan's battle strength. Gu immortals had a lot of importance in collecting information. In this aspect, information path Gu immortals had the greatest advantage. But what Fang Yuan took out shocked the immortals. Everyone, please take a look. This is a rank 6 bone path immortal Gu. It is called Bone Spike. I obtained it by accident. Unfortunately, I am not a bone path Gu immortal. I will trade it now. Which Gu immortal is interested in this Gu? As for what to trade for, I am the same as Lord Miao Mingxin. I do not have many ideas. Fang Yuan smiled. It is another immortal Gu. This is only the first round, but there are already 2 transactions of immortal Gu. This Chu Ying is quite wealthy. He is a transformation path Gu immortal but has 2 other immortal Gu. The first transaction is done. However, this time, it was uncertain. Are there any bone path Gu immortals here? The Gu immortals discussed among themselves. They were familiar with each other. Fang Yuan waited for a while, but no Gu immortal spoke. But he was not disappointed. Just the rank 7 immortal Gu divination tortoise shell that he obtained was enough for him to participate in this transaction convention. Right when Fang Yuan was about to leave, a voice resounded, Wait, I think. I can trade this immortal Gu. The immortals quickly looked towards the source of the voice. It was Wu Ma Yang. Strange, he is a dark path Gu immortal. Why does he want to trade for a bone path immortal Gu? This question lingered in the minds of the immortals. Bone Spike Immortal Goo naturally had little to do with Dark Path. But if Wu Ma Yang had some immortal killer move that needed Bone Spike Immortal Goo as a supplement, it was not impossible for him to buy this immortal goo. Everyone had their own secrets. Even though the goo immortals were curious, they restrained their thoughts and watched quietly. There is actually a goo immortal who wants Bone Spike Immortal Goo? Fang Yuan was curious too. He asked, I wonder what you want to trade for? Wu Ma Yang frowned. He hesitated for a while before gritting his teeth. I will use this immortal goo. He displayed his immortal goo. This was also a rank 6 immortal goo. It was the same rank as Bone Spike Immortal Goo. The immortals looked at it. Someone immediately shouted, This is Immortal Goo Day. Indeed, this was rank 6 Time Path Goo. Fang Yuan was stunned. To think that I was right to come to this trading convention. Fang Yuan cheered internally, but he did not show it on the surface. He seemed to be in deep thought. There was no need to think. The moment Fang Yuan saw this immortal goo, he wanted to trade for it. But because he inherited He Fan's true inheritance, he had rank 7 year goo, after immortal goo, years flow like water, and a large number of time path immortal killer moves. He remembered that in the true inheritance, He Fan was constantly thinking about immortal level day goo and month goo. He kept talking about it. He also remembered the 4 immortal killer moves that were similar to days pass like years. If the inheritor can obtain immortal level day goo or immortal level moon goo, then these 4 killer moves would not need to use so many mortal level day goo and moon goo, and the effect of the killer moves would also increase by a lot. These were the words in He Fan's true inheritance. Fang Yuan had seen this before, but did not think much about it. He was not greedy, he was already satisfied with year goo. But this was the wondrous thing about fate. When Fang Yuan did not have any hopes of finding immortal level day goo and month goo, day goo appeared in front of him. Then let's trade. Even though I do not know much about time path, feeding Bone Spike Immortal Goo is indeed a burden. Fang Yuan said, My day goo can draw water from the river of time, there is no need to worry about feeding it. But I cannot use this immortal goo. Why don't I trade this Bone Spike Immortal Goo? It can be used in my other killer moves. Wu Ma Yang said. The two exchanged on the spot. The wills in the 2 immortal goo retreated slowly, allowing the other party's immortal essence to infiltrate them. Immortal essence contained the goo immortal's will. This was the key to goo refinement. To goo worms, using an analogy from Earth, willpower was like a preset program. Wills could think. Wild goo worms had their own wills. Refining wild immortal goo was to use the goo immortal's will and immortal essence to get rid of the wild wills. Wild wills focused on survival, they did not know how to self-destruct. Thus, even though it was difficult for goo immortals to refine wild immortal goo, the risk was not high. Other people's immortal goo were different. A goo immortal's will was very different from wild wills. If one tried to refine other people's immortal goo directly, the immortal goo would self-destruct. It was like when Fang Yuan planted the special will in his immortal goo, he only needed to summon it and it would return to him. Almost all goo immortals would not allow their immortal goo to be refined by others. Once that happened, the immortal goo's will would forcefully self-destruct. Unless wisdom path methods were used to suppress the immortal goo's will. But often, it was hard to suppress them all at once. If anything went wrong, the immortal goo would self-destruct. Precisely because of this, even though Fang Yuan captured He Cheng, he did not obtain his immortal goo dark arrow. Chapter 1307. This time's trade fair is very different. That's right, it can be said to be different. In the past trading conventions, even though immortal goo were traded, they rarely appeared in the first round. Immortal goo were hard to trade, each member had limited opportunities in the trading convention. Thus, they would often move some transactions that were unlikely to succeed to the end. Thus, even if they wanted to trade their immortal goo, the goo immortals would choose to do it in the last few rounds. This was the norm in trading conventions. However, this time's trade fair was clearly different. Not only did immortal goo trade occur in the first round, it happened twice. And most importantly, They succeeded both times. In these two transactions, Fang Yuan played an important role. Even though this was his first time participating in the trading convention, the Gu immortals present could not underestimate this newcomer, Chu Ying. Next, we will begin the second round, Fairy Tonghua. Miao Mingxin said. He was very happy. The trading convention had just started and there was already an immortal Gu trade. This result would be a great help to him when he roamed Eastern Sea's Gu immortal world in the future. Tonghua walked onto the stage. She wanted to trade for another desolate beast. It seems that she wants to develop her blessed land on a large scale. Fang Yuan said to Miao Mingxin, who was sitting beside him. Miao Mingxin smiled. Brother Chu, you might not know, but Fairy Tonghua has just passed a tribulation recently. So that's it. Fang Yuan understood immediately. After a Gu immortal passes a tribulation, a lot of resources would be lost in the immortal aperture, but the Dao marks would also increase by a lot. These new Dao marks would change the environment of the immortal aperture, making it more abundant and able to contain different species. Thus, the female immortal Tonghua would trade for all sorts of resources in this trading convention. She wanted to raise them in her immortal aperture. This female immortal Tonghua has a lot of wealth. Not only is her immortal aperture developed, she even has a private sea area, called Rainbow Aurora Sea. Every day at dawn or dusk, the sea would shine with rainbow light. It would be a beautiful sight to behold. This sea area is nearby. It is not far away. After this trade fair ended, Tonghua would definitely invite everyone present to her place to have a seat. Brother Chu, you can come with me then. Miao Mingxin transmitted, giving out some information about Tonghua. Fang Yuan had a deeper understanding of her. Thank you for your recommendation, fellow Taoist Miao Ming. To tell you the truth, I'm quite interested in the light-shine fungus in her hands, Fang Yuan said bluntly. No problem, I can be the middleman for you, Brother Chu. Miao Mingxin immediately understood what Chu Li was trying to say and took on the responsibility. Ever since he transacted the immortal Gu with Fang Yuan, their relationship had improved greatly. Fang Yuan was well aware of the change in Miao Mingxin's attitude. The reason was none other than Lifespan Gu. To be able to move Miao Mingxin, Lifespan Gu was truly worthy of its name. Fang Yuan only had a rank 6 immortal Gu. He exchanged for Miao Mingxin's rank 7 immortal Gu, and the former was a weakened strength path immortal Gu. Miao Mingxin was very satisfied after the transaction. This was because Fang Yuan used 100 years of Lifespan Gu to make up for the difference. Although Lifespan Gu was a mortal Gu, it was very rare. Many Gu immortals would keep it in their hands after obtaining it. They would not trade it unless they had no other choice. They would keep it as a trump card, planning to use it when their lifespan ran out. Even though Miao Mingxin's lifespan was not at its end, he did not have much left. Precisely so, he tried all sorts of ways to find a tributary of the River of Time and use some secret method to extend his lifespan. In the 500 years of Fang Yuan's previous life, Miao Mingxin had entered the Blue Dragon Whale many times to search for the Lifespan Gu. Fang Yuan sent Lifespan Gu to him. How could Miao Mingxin not be happy? Especially when Fang Yuan took out 100 years of Lifespan Gu as a bargaining chip? What did this mean? Miao Mingxin was not stupid. He immediately thought. This meant that Chu Ying definitely had other Lifespan Gu in his hands. Otherwise, why would he not cherish them? Thus, Miao Mingxin wanted to build a good relationship with Fang Yuan. But he did not know that this was what Fang Yuan wanted to see. Fang Yuan's scheme was much bigger. Blue Dragon Whale. With his previous life's information, Fang Yuan was much more familiar with this immortal opportunity than the current Miao Mingxin. The transactions continued. In the second round, Gu immortals appeared one by one. Most of the transactions were successful. Soon, it was Fang Yuan's turn. Woman's Heart Immortal Gu. Fang Yuan was about to display this rank 6 immortal Gu and sell it, but his expression suddenly changed. Sorry, there was an unexpected situation. Everyone, I will be leaving first. Fang Yuan said directly. The Gu immortals were slightly surprised. This trading convention was a rare opportunity. To think that Fang Yuan would give it up like this. But the trading convention was free to enter and leave. It was fine if Fang Yuan wanted to leave. The immortals could not stop him. What's going on? Do you need my help? Miao Mingshen took the initiative to send Fang Yuan off. It is not a big matter, but it is urgent. It is a pity that I missed the trading convention. Fang Yuan sighed. Miao Mingshen quickly consoled, don't worry, if there are such trading conventions in the future, I will inform Brother Chu. Thank you, Brother Miao, goodbye. We will meet again. Fang Yuan flew away, his figure flew into the clouds and vanished. Miao Mingshen sighed, seeing that Fang Yuan had vanished, he turned around and went to the underground cave. Flying in the clouds, Fang Yuan's expression was not so good. The reason why he left was because a wisdom path great expert came to deduce his location. His dark limits effect was almost depleted. This caused him to expend even more energy. Fang Yuan had no choice but to stop participating in this trading convention and leave. Damn it, I wonder which Gu immortal is trying to deduce me? I wonder if he is deducing Fang Yuan or Lu Guanyi. Fang Yuan felt regret. If he had more time, he might even be able to trade woman's heart immortal Gu. Such an opportunity was hard to come by. After a transaction, many Gu immortals would lay low for several years before they would trade again. After getting to a safe distance, Fang Yuan activated the divination tortoise shell immortal Gu that he had just obtained. Of course, he also used change form immortal Gu. Immortal killer move, divination tortoise transformation. Transformation path killer moves had always been this simple and crude. Because he lacked some mortal Gu worms, this killer move's effect was not outstanding. However, because he had change form immortal Gu, and because Fang Yuan did not need divination tortoise transformation to provide him with battle strength, he could barely use it. Divination tortoise transformation bought more time for Fang Yuan. A moment later, he chose a safe environment and placed his immortal aperture. For the next few days, he stayed in his immortal aperture. He started to think about how to refine attitude Gu. Although he had exchanged for 2 immortal Gu, they did not seem to have much use in refining attitude Gu. Fang Yuan was helpless about this. Maybe the third woman's heart could be exchanged for a suitable immortal Gu. But Fang Yuan had already lost this chance. He had to wait in his immortal aperture for a long time to use dark limit immortal Gu again. Looking at the time, he had definitely missed the trading convention. In this case, I can only borrow immortal Gu from Langya Blessed Land. Fang Yuan had a backup plan. But this was only a secondary plan. The best situation was for Fang Yuan to complete it alone. Borrowing immortal Gu was not a problem. If Fang Yuan relied on his own immortal Gu to create an immortal killer move and refine attitude Gu, it would be of great help to him in the future. He could even fuse this immortal killer move into reverse flow protection seal. Imagine, by then, reverse flow river would surround Fang Yuan. Any immortal Gu that flew into the river would be refined by Fang Yuan. How tempting would that be? Fang Yuan had a long-term vision in this aspect. Unfortunately, even though he participated in the trading convention, he did not make any progress in this aspect. But thankfully, Langya Blessed Land had no lack of refinement path immortal Gu. Fang Yuan used jewel yellow skies to transport them, expending Langya sect contribution points to rent several immortal Gu. This time, there was an unavoidable commotion in jewel yellow skies. But Fang Yuan had no choice but to do this. Using these refinement path immortal Gu, Fang Yuan could barely come up with an immortal killer move that could be used with reverse flow river to refine attitude Gu. Fang Yuan purposely delayed his journey and finally succeeded in refining attitude Gu after half a month. At this point, he finally had this legendary rank 8 immortal Gu in his hands. BZ, I've been in a slump recently. Chapter 1308. Central Continent, Hidden Dragon Cave. We pay respects to the upper immortals of Celestial Court. 2 Gu immortals knelt on the ground. They were an old man and a young man, grandfather and grandson. They were Gu immortals of Wind Cloud Manor. The young Gu immortal was Feng Chanzi, while the old man was Old Man Beifeng. He had rank 8 cultivation level. He was famous among the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent. If nothing unexpected happened, he would have already become a member of Celestial Court. After all, it was not easy to become a member of Celestial Court. It was not normal. Rank 8 cultivation level was far from enough. One had to be an elite among rank 8s. This standard had never been lowered since the establishment of Celestial Court. Celestial Court did not waver. They would rather have nothing than a shoddy product. But now, this old man Beifeng was almost prostrating himself on the ground to express his respect. The only person worthy of his respect was an extremely weak and shaky old man who looked like he could be blown away by a gust of wind. But this old man was not ordinary. He had a huge origin. He had a huge influence in the history of Celestial Court. He was Duke Long. "Get up, bring me to the cave," Duke Long said plainly. "Yes," Old Man Beifeng replied. A moment later, Duke Long arrived at the deepest part of Hidden Dragon Cave. This was a huge and deep earth trench. It was bigger than the earth trench controlled by Northern Plains Zombie Alliance. Hundreds or thousands of cities could easily fit inside. It was more than enough. Duke Long and Old Man Beifeng were tiny compared to this earth trench. From their point of view, the entire earth trench was shrouded in a deep layer of darkness. This darkness was so deep that it was impossible to see what was actually going on inside. Rumble. Suddenly, the entire earth trench experienced an intense earthquake. On the walls of the earth trench, countless rocks fell down. The huge sound waves created by the earthquake were deafening. People could not help but feel fear. Old Man Beifeng's expression changed. He quickly activated the immortal goo in his immortal aperture. Immediately, there was a bright light everywhere. Countless lights and flowing water interweaved together. It turned out that there was a huge super goo formation here. Compared to this goo formation, the Southern Border Goo Immortals Dream Realm Goo formation was like a kitten beside an elephant. Old Man Beifeng controlled the goo formation. His expression soon changed. Cold sweat covered his forehead. The commotion this time is so huge. He was a Grand Rank 8 Goo Immortal, but he was having a hard time now. The Super Goo formation was suppressing a terrifying life form. Even Old Man Beifeng could barely deal with it. It seems that after so many years, you are still so energetic. Di Zongxing, Duke Long said calmly. Roar! In the next moment, a dragon's roar resounded through the sky and shook the entire trench. The multicolored light of the Super Goo formation dissipated. Water splashed everywhere. Old Man Beifeng's forehead was dripping with cold sweat. He thought. This is even with the isolation of the Super Goo formation, it is still so loud. If we were to face this evil dragon directly, it would be. Duke Long did not mind. He commented plainly. It seems that your temper has not changed. You are still so violent. Damn old man. This time, a human voice came from the goo formation. The voice was also deafening. At the next moment, a huge dragon head appeared from the multicolored light. It was Evil Dragon Di Zongxing. This immemorial desolate beast had a huge origin. It was Central Continent's earth veins that were formed from countless emotions of hatred, anger, curses, and grudges, forming a legend. It was born from heaven and earth, because it was formed from the negative emotions of humans. Ever since it was formed, it had intelligence that was not inferior to humans. Initially, it could only roar like a dragon, but after learning, it used Hope Goo to awaken its aperture and learn human language. For a period of time, it even turned into a human and learned Goo Immortal techniques. For a period of time, it wreaked havoc in Central Continent, causing the people to have no way to live. The world was turned upside down. But eventually, it was suppressed by Duke Long. This suppression lasted for countless years. But the Celestial Court could not kill it, because it was formed from the negative emotions of humans. As long as the human race was prosperous, the evil dragon would continue to grow stronger. Even if this body was completely destroyed, not even a speck of ash would be left. But soon, it would form on other earth veins and continue to cause chaos. Thus, the Celestial Court set up a Super Goo formation to suppress this evil dragon. The Watchman changed. This time, Feng Chanzi sold immortal materials for personal gains. He was sent to Hidden Dragon Cave as a watchman. His grandfather knew that Feng Chanzi did not have the ability, So he gave up on the chance to enter the celestial court and came here to watch over the evil dragon. After the evil dragon saw Duke Long, it acted out of character and became extremely furious. When enemies met, their eyes were filled with hatred. What are you shouting for? No matter how loud you shout, you cannot escape from this prison. Duke Long had a plain expression. Di Zongxing heard this and stopped shouting. He laughed. Haha, I almost forgot. Damn old man, you are really going to die. You are at the end of your lifespan, you only have one last chance to live. Even lifespan goo cannot be used. Ha, this is hilarious. Even though you suppressed me, so what? I am still alive, you won't be able to live for long. Duke Long nodded lightly. You are right. Sometimes, I really envy a life like yours. You're born with longevity, so you have to live forever. This time, I'm afraid it's the last time we see each other. Let me borrow 10 more years of lifespan from you. As he said that, Duke Long breathed in lightly. Old man Bei Feng was shocked to find that as one of the guards, he had lost control of the Gu formation at this moment. Di Zongxing was suppressed by Duke Long. This super Gu formation was also created by Duke Long. Duke Long was the true owner of this Gu formation. Roar! Di Zongxing screamed in pain. Duke Long was still breathing. Old man Bei Feng could not tell what Duke Long was breathing in. It was as if an invisible life essence was forcefully extracted from Di Zongxing's body before being absorbed into Duke Long's body. So this super Gu formation is not just suppressing Di Zongxing, it has such an effect. Old man Bei Feng realized. In the process of absorbing, Duke Long's body, which was originally thin like a stick of wood, inflated like a balloon. His originally sallow and haggard complexion quickly dissipated, turning into a healthy and bright color. Her pale hair had turned black and shiny. His hunched back and frail bones let out creaking sounds as he straightened his back and held his head high. The most obvious change was the pair of coral dragon horns on his forehead. They were originally dispirited like two lumps of flesh, but now they were purple gold in color, piercing the sky. The aura of rank 8 peak stage was like a formless wall that spread out. Old man Bei Feng could not help but take a step back, looking at Duke Long's majestic figure. Shock flashed in his eyes. In stark contrast to Duke Long was evil dragon Di Zongxing. It spoke in a hoarse voice. Damn old man, you only have 10 years of lifespan left. Just treat it as me taking a dump on you, ha? It was still laughing, but its laughter was very weak. Duke Long clenched his fists, saying nonchalantly, Evil dragon, you might not understand, but why would I, the great Duke Long, be afraid of death? I woke up this time to make up for my past sins. And these 10 years of lifespan are enough. Enough for what? What do you want? Evil dragon asked. What else? The great era is coming. Duke Long said with deep meaning. Great era? Great era. Don't tell me the earth veins are fusing, the regional walls will vanish, the 5 regions will become one. Damn old man, don't leave, explain it to me. Di Zongxing shouted. But Duke Long smiled coldly. Why would he care about the shouts of a prisoner? He turned around and left, swaggering off, leaving the hidden dragon cave without any reluctance to leave. Southern border. In a nameless place. River water was flowing. There was a tributary of the river of time here. Ing Wu Xie and the rest had been waiting by the river for a long time. A figure appeared in the tributary of the river of time, staggering. Quick, let's move together and welcome Lord. Ing Wu Xie saw this and shouted. He Lulan and Bai Ningbing beside him moved at the same time, activating the Gu formation. Under the effect of the Gu formation, Zishan Makoto got out of the tributary of the river of time. He was like a drowning person. He crawled to the shore with much difficulty, breathing heavily, his body was soaked in water, he was in a pathetic state. This Zishan Makoto actually entered the river of time and returned safely. Bai Ningbing was expressionless, but her heart was shaken. Lord, did you succeed? Seeing that Zishan Makoto's breathing had calmed down, Ing Wu Xie quickly asked. Purple Mountain True Monarch nodded. When I entered the Red Lotus, I already communicated with that intent. The benefits I gained far exceeded my expectations. Is that so? Ing Wu Xie was overjoyed. But Zishan Makoto had a grim expression. I used Red Lotus True Inheritance to observe the past and the future. Before Fang Yuan's rebirth, our shadow sect had already succeeded. We delayed the Great Era for 500 years. We exterminated Great Dream Immortal Venerable who had yet to mature. We even wanted to completely control Celestial Court. Unfortunately, Fang Yuan's rebirth changed everything. Shadow Sect no longer has the ability. The Great Era is about to descend. Ing Wu Xie's expression was naturally shaken. Bai Ningbing and He Lulan looked at each other in bewilderment. The former asked coldly, "What is the Great Era?" Ing Wu Xie breathed in deeply, answering, "The earth veins fuse, the regional walls vanish, the 5 regions become one, and Great Dream Immortal Venerable. This is the Great Era." Bai Ningbing and He Lulan were also stunned. At the same time, Fang Yuan entered southern border using Wu Yihai's appearance. Wu clan's headquarters were already in sight. I'm finally back. This time, I must absorb the dream realms and raise my attainment levels with all my strength. There is still time. Chapter 1309. Southern Border, Wu Clan. Fang Yuan used the appearance of Wu Yihai. After stepping into southern border, he returned to Wu Clan's headquarters. Knowing of his arrival, Wu Clan's current first supreme elder, Wu Yong, immediately summoned him. "Brother, these are the immortal goo that I borrowed from the clan. I am returning them." Fang Yuan handed the immortal goo over with both hands. Wu Yong received it. Sitting at the main seat, he smiled. "Brother, did you have a smooth trip to Eastern Sea?" Every goo immortal had their own secrets, especially for someone like Wu Yihai. Wu Yong could not pry too much into Fang Yuan. Most of the questions were just pleasantries. My gains were not small. Fang Yuan showed a trace of joy on his face. He even sighed a little. His expression was very genuine. "That's good." Wu Yong nodded. He would never have thought that Fang Yuan's gains would be so bountiful. After leaving southern border, Fang Yuan chased after Shadow Sect's remnant forces. Even though he did not achieve his goal, his gains were huge. Fang Yuan not only obtained Perseverance Immortal Goo and became the Reverse Flow River Lord, his battle strength soared to the point that even rank 8 Goo Immortals could not deal with him. Lu Guanyi's name shook the 5 regions. Furthermore, on the way back, he even participated in a high-level trading convention in Eastern Sea. He exchanged for Divination Tortoise Shell Immortal Goo and rank 6 Day Goo. "Thank you for your concern, brother. When will I return to the Goo formation to continue cultivating? Please arrange it for me." Fang Yuan said again. His tone and attitude were very humble. Wu Yong was very satisfied with Fang Yuan's performance. These last days, he had been in charge of Wu Clan. Because Fang Yuan took the initiative to step down, Wu Clan's internal obstacles were greatly reduced. He managed to control everything and gain authority. At this moment, Wu Yong had already undergone a subtle change compared to when he had just ascended to the throne. He was more composed and dignified. He gave off a feeling of authority and inviolability. Naturally, Wu Yong was gratified that Fang Yuan knew how to adapt to circumstances. The system of a clan was different from that of a sect. It focused more on bloodlines. Wu Yihai's identity made him special among Wu Clan Goo Immortals. Purely in terms of bloodline, Fang Yuan was second only to one person and above tens of thousands. Since Wu Yihai wanted to cultivate in seclusion, Wu Yong had to help him. Immediately, Wu Yong agreed. "Younger brother, you should return to your residence and rest for the time being. I'll make the arrangements right away. I'll definitely have something in the next few days." "Thank you, elder brother. Little brother will take his leave." Fang Yuan saw that his goal had been achieved and immediately withdrew. He also had a residence in the Wu clan. When he just joined the Wu clan, he was allocated a mountain peak for Fang Yuan to reside in alone. This Wu Yong has already taken initial control of the Wu clan. Wu Yihai's identity is very sensitive. If he colludes with an ambitious clan like Qiao clan and causes trouble, it will be a huge headache for Wu Yong. Thus, for the sake of safety, Wu Yong will not let Wu Yihai roam around and build up his reputation. Other Wu clan Goo Immortals could do it, but Wu Yihai could not. At least not for the time being. After all, Wu Duxiu had just died. Even though Wu Yong was in control of Wu clan, it was not stable yet. Fang Yuan was very clear about Wu clan's situation. He was not worried that he would not be able to return to the Super Gu formation. In the days on the mountain, he continued to cultivate. But he could not leave his immortal aperture. Not to mention opening his immortal aperture's entrance to absorb heaven and earth qi. My sovereign immortal aperture's foundation is too strong. Every time it absorbs heaven and earth qi from the outside world, there is a huge change. It creates gales and clouds. The commotion is too huge. But reverse flow river expends a lot of heaven and earth qi. It seems that even if I return to Etian Mountain, I will need to absorb heaven and earth qi from the outside world to replenish it, to maintain the sovereign immortal aperture's foundation. This was a burden. But it was a sweet one. Even though Wu Yong told him to rest, Fang Yuan did not rest. He continued to cultivate. It was a race against time. During this period, many Clan Gu immortals came to visit Wu Yihai, who had a special identity, but Fang Yuan rejected them all. This attitude and style made Wu Yong very satisfied. He felt that Wu Yihai did not want to get involved in the clan's internal affairs. Thus, he personally gave Fang Yuan many immortal materials. Not only was it a show of goodwill and rewards, he even gained the reputation of caring for his brother. At the peak of the mountain, in a spacious hall, Fang Yuan had already turned into a giant tortoise. This tortoise was as large as a house. Its body was dark and eerie, its back was thick and hard, there were tens of thousands of markings on its shell. It was a dazzling sight, but also orderly. It was a divination tortoise. This ancient desolate beast was a wisdom path beast. After transforming, all of Fang Yuan's transformation path Dao marks turned into wisdom path. Adding on his previous wisdom path Dao mark accumulation, it reached a huge quantitative change. With such a foundation, when Fang Yuan used wisdom path methods to make deductions, his efficiency rose sharply. He was several times faster than before, sometimes even more than 10 times faster. It was a simple divination tortoise shell immortal Gu. In terms of Gu worms, it could not compare to attitude Gu and wisdom sword Gu. Even sword escape, flying sword, dragon breath, and other Gu paled in comparison. However, for Fang Yuan, it was extremely useful. Suddenly, a bright light flashed in the eyes of the divination tortoise. After tens of days of hard work, I finally succeeded in deducing divination tortoise transformation. Fang Yuan willed and returned to human form. Next, he tried to activate the complete divination tortoise transformation killer move. Once, twice, thrice. After a dozen or so attempts, he continued to make subtle adjustments and finally succeeded. A brand new divination tortoise transformation. He added a large number of transformation path mortal Gu, like tortoise head Gu, tortoise tail Gu, tortoise feet Gu, and others. There were also some wisdom path Gu worms that increased the innate ability of divination tortoise's defense against deductions to the limit of Fang Yuan's abilities. There were also many defensive Gu worms. Of course, there were only 2 cores. One was rank 7 divination tortoise shell immortal Gu, the other was change form immortal Gu. The brand new divination tortoise was much larger than before. It was extremely lifelike, as if it was an ancient desolate beast divination tortoise. Especially the tortoise back mountain, there were over 100,000 Dao marks crisscrossing together. Not bad, I have reached the limit of my current abilities. Fang Yuan experimented and was very satisfied. This was thanks to his Grandmaster attainment level in Wisdom Path and Transformation Path. Deducing these killer moves was as natural as eating and drinking. Similar to the ancient Sword Dragon transformation, Transformation Path was fused with Sword Path. This divination tortoise transformation was a combination of Transformation Path and Wisdom Path. At this point, Fang Yuan had a new method. The previous incomplete and hasty version could not be brought to the table. But this one could be used. Most importantly, when Ancient Sword Dragon, Reverse Flow Protection Seal, and myriad self-killer moves could not be used casually, this divination tortoise transformation was very timely and solved Fang Yuan's urgent problem. Fang Yuan stopped the transformation and rested for a while, recovering his mind. He closed his eyes and pondered, his consciousness entering the sovereign immortal aperture. Landscape as before. The rank 6 immortal Gu was activated, aiming at reverse flow river in his immortal aperture. Red date immortal essence was expended intensely, under the effect of landscape as before immortal Gu, reverse flow river slowly gained water. The efficiency is too low. Fang Yuan sighed. This was not his first experiment, the result was very disappointing. Landscape as before immortal Gu had an effect on reverse flow river, but the effect was not obvious. This was a clear contrast to Dang Hun Mountain and Luopa Valley. Why did I use landscape as before to restore Dang Hun Mountain and Luopa Valley? But why is it so useless on reverse flow river? Fang Yuan was puzzled. Was reverse flow river more special than the 2 secluded domains of heaven and earth? Or was there another reason? If he could repair reverse flow river immediately, that would be wonderful. Reverse flow river's water could be used endlessly. But the truth was far from Fang Yuan's expectations. Wait, Dang Hun Mountain and Luopa Valley were once in the hands of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. And Spectral Soul Demon Venerable created sovereign immortal fetus Gu. Maybe, these 2 secluded domains of heaven and earth have already been modified by Shadow Sect, just like how He Lulan and the others could use immortal Gu of other paths without being restricted by Dao marks. Fang Yuan suddenly had a flash of inspiration. His guess was very accurate. Shadow Sect not only had recipes for Gu immortals, they could let Gu immortals cultivate other paths without conflicting Dao marks. They even had recipes for modifying secluded domains of heaven and earth, allowing them to be extremely effective against immortal Gu of other paths. They would not be restricted by Dao marks. For Dang Hun Mountain and Luopa Valley, if they used Time Path Immortal Gu, they would not be restricted by the countless Soul Path Dao marks in the valley. This was because landscape as before and man as before belonged to Shadow Sect to begin with. Later, Zishan Makoto gave them to Tai Bai Yunxing. As for reverse flow river, Shadow Sect did not obtain it, they were not interested in this river. Thus, reverse flow river did not receive any modifications. When Fang Yuan used landscape as before immortal Gu on the river, he was weakened by the vast number of Dao marks in the river, the effect was very low. And this was after Fang Yuan became the reverse flow river lord. Otherwise, landscape as before Gu's effect would be reflected by the river. Reverse flow river's water has been weakened by a lot because of the rank 8 existence. But thankfully it is repairing itself, just that the speed is very slow. Can I use reverse flow protection seal to resist the immemorial year beasts? Fang Yuan quickly shook his head. Using reverse flow river, he could only protect himself. If the immemorial year beasts wanted to destroy his immortal aperture, he could do nothing about it. The reason why Fang Yuan thought of this was because of that sealed rank 8 immortal Gu years flow like water. Unfortunately, even though his battle strength rose rapidly, Fang Yuan had not found the time to unseal years flow like water. Like this, Fang Yuan cultivated quietly, waiting for Wu Yong's arrangements to let him return to the giant dream realm. Chapter 1310. Southern Border, Wu Clan. In the hall, not only were there Fang Yuan and Wu Yong, there was also another Gu immortal. He was tall, he wore a black and white cloak, his beard was smooth and extended to his chest. His eyes were long and narrow, they were shining with divine light, his body was covered in water vapor. Wu Clan's Gu immortal Wu Yubo was arrogant, he had rank 7 cultivation level and peak battle strength, he was only slightly weaker than old Treeman Bada. Gu immortal Yen Huang challenged Uncle Yu, but the truth is that Xia clan wants Moon Bowl. This place produces moon path Gu worms, it is one of the most important production areas of my clan, we cannot lose it. Wu Yong said. With me here, First Supreme Elder does not need to worry. I defeated Yen Huang twice, I can defeat him a third time. Wu Yubo said coldly. Moon Bowl was not a bowl, it was a valley. But this valley had a peculiar shape, it looked like a huge bowl, it produced a large number of moon path Gu worms, people called it Moon Bowl. There used to be a fort in the moon worshipping bowl. When the Wu family expanded, They eradicated this mountain village in order to take over the moon-worshipping bowl. In the village, there was a Gu immortal called Immortal Yen Huang. Wu clan sent Wu Yubo to defeat him. Immortal Yen Huang was inferior, he could only run away with tears in his eyes, abandoning his former home. As a Righteous Path member, Wu clan had a reason to take over Moon Bowl, but they could not kill Immortal Yen Huang directly. This was the rule of the Righteous Path. Immortal Yen Huang left with hatred. In order to take revenge, he concealed his identity and cultivated his killer move, but he still lost to Wu Yubo the second time. Wu clan knew of his whereabouts. They knew that he was an enemy of their clan. They gathered Gu immortals and secretly chased after Immortal Yen Huang. At the crucial moment, Immortal Yen Huang was saved by an unknown force. Wu clan wanted to pursue the matter, but at that time, Wu Du Xiu died, Wu clan was in chaos. Wu Yong became the leader, the political situation was in chaos. This gave Immortal Yen Huang a chance to catch his breath. But now, a few days ago, Immortal Yen Huang sent a challenge letter. He wanted to use Moon Bowl as a bargaining chip to challenge Wu Yubo. The Lunar Greeting Bowl would belong to whoever emerged victorious. The Wu clan was the #1 superpower in the southern border, how could they not accept it? However, what worried Wu Yong was that this time around, Immortal Yen Huang did not come alone like the previous 2 times. Instead, he had sought refuge with a superpower, the Xia family. Because of this, the mysterious force that helped Immortal Yen Huang before was obvious. It must be the Xia clan. On the surface, this was Immortal Yen Huang challenging Wu Yubo. However, on the inside, it was of great significance. It concerned the struggle between the 2 superpowers. This news had already spread. It immediately attracted the attention of Southern Border's large forces and Gu immortal experts. After Wu Du Xiu's death, although the Wu clan still had the reputation of being the #1 faction, its power was greatly reduced. The Xia clan was undoubtedly the first to challenge the Wu clan's authority. If the Wu clan was defeated in this battle, it would definitely allow the other clans to see through the Wu clan's weakness. By then, the hearts of the people would waver, and there would definitely be more and more operations against the Wu clan. This was what Wu Yong was worried about. This time, Immortal Yen Huang publicly challenged them. It was the first obstacle that Wu Yong faced after gaining authority. Yubo, don't be careless, you should know that this matter has great significance to our clan. Wu Yong sighed. That Yen Huang joined Xia clan, he has the support of a super force, and now that he is challenging us, he definitely has ill intentions, he is well prepared. First Supreme Elder, just listen to my good news. Wu Yubo still had an indifferent expression. He glanced at Fang Yuan and said, in my opinion, there is no need for anyone else to hold the fort. It is just Yen Huang, a defeated opponent, he will definitely be captured. It is better to play it safe. My brother is proficient in 3 transformations, he is a rank 7 expert. With him holding the fort, I can be assured. Wu Yong replied. Wu clan's influence was too huge, even though they had many Gu immortals, they were scattered everywhere, there were not enough of them. Originally, Wu Yong had planned to send Fang Yuan to the Super Gu formation. But now that this happened, Wu Yong sent Fang Yuan to hold the fort for Wu Yubo. After all, Immortal Yen Huang was not alone this time, Xia clan's Gu immortal Xia Qingtsong was with him. Fang Yuan joined Wu clan, even though he could avoid it, it was not a big deal if he participated, Fang Yuan agreed. This was a good job, he only needed to hold the fort, after the matter was over, the clan would record his contributions. Even though Wu Yubo did not care, since Wu Yong insisted, he could not object. This matter was decided. Several days later, Wu Yubo and Fang Yuan arrived at the meeting place. Xia Qingtsong and Immortal Yen Huang were already waiting there. Immortal Yen Huang was a middle-aged Gu immortal. He had an ordinary appearance and had an old face. After seeing Wu Yubo, his expression changed. His eyes opened wide like they were about to spew fire. Xia Qingtsong, on the other hand, had an extraordinary aura. His body was tall and straight like a mountain. His face was simple and Fangjing, his hair and beard were all white. Especially his beard, it was hard like needles, his eyes shined brightly, it was hard to look at him directly. Wu Yubo, you destroyed my village and killed my descendants, I will return all the humiliation I suffered to you today. Immortal Yan Huang shouted. Wu Yubo smiled coldly. You are slandering me. The reason I did this was to investigate the traces of blood path, to uphold justice and get rid of evil for the people. You are not a righteous person, yet you accuse an innocent person. You deserve death. The two fought without saying a word. Fang Yuan and Xia Qingcang stood at two ends of the battlefield, holding the fort for their respective Gu immortals. There was nothing much to say, everyone knew the true reason. But when the righteous path did things, they had to put on a facade. Immortal Yan Huang cultivated fire and earth, his hand was covered in fire, it was like a dragon that burned intensely. His other hand was earth path, rocks were rolling, it was a grand sight. And Wu Yubo cultivated water path, his movements were like falling leaves, his cloak fluttered in the wind, he had a sense of carefree beauty. Around him, there was a dense water aura, it was drizzling like a cow's hair. However, it was able to cause immortal Yan Huang's flames and rolling stones to melt and collapse. Evidently Wu Yubo had the upper hand. But the battle had just begun, both sides were probing each other. Immortal Gu and Immortal Killer moves had not been used yet. Fang Yuan observed the battle while inspecting the surroundings. He was wary of Xia Qingcang, preventing him from making any sneak attacks. But Xia Qingcang was very relaxed. He looked at Fang Yuan from time to time. When Fang Yuan looked at him as well, he would nod and smile. This scene gave Fang Yuan a faint feeling of unease. Xia Qingcang was a wisdom path Gu immortal. He was famous in southern border. He was an important person. The battle continued. Both sides continued to use immortal Gu and immortal killer moves. Immortal Yan Huang was at a disadvantage. He was suppressed by Wu Yubo. The latter's advantage was becoming more and more obvious. Victory was about to be decided. Fang Yuan did not dare to be careless. If he failed his duty, he would be punished when he returned to the clan. Yan Huang, go and die. It is your honor to die under my signature killer move. Wu Yubo's killing intent was intense, a cold light flashed in his eyes. He activated his immortal killer move, rain poured down, dark clouds covered the sky, cold winds howled, the three gathered and formed a spherical cage that trapped immortal Yan Huang. Immortal Yan Huang was trapped inside. He could not escape, he was in a desperate situation, he was about to die. Fang Yuan's gaze was fixed on Xia Qingcang, guarding against him. But Xia Qingcang had a smile on his face. He watched from the side, he had no intention of helping. Right at this time, immortal Yan Huang suddenly laughed loudly, the aura of countless Gu worms burst out from his body, a blazing light spread out from his body. At once, the spherical cage that trapped him was dissolved. How can this be? Wu Yubo was shocked, he was caught off guard. His signature killer move was broken, he was heavily injured. The lava under immortal Yan Huang's feet interweaved, it quickly turned into a battlefield. This was an immortal battlefield killer move. Wu Yubo's face was pale, he was trapped in the battlefield. The situation changed, Wu Yubo was in danger. The situation changed, Fang Yuan was about to make a move, but Xia Qingcang flew close and warned, Wu Yihai, don't bring shame to Wu clan. Fang Yuan chuckled, how can an outsider like you care if my Wu clan is shamed or not? Saying so, he turned into a divination tortoise and charged towards the lava battlefield. Xia Qingcang praised Fang Yuan's decisiveness, he did not slow down. In that case, have a taste of my killer move mind scattering. Wisdom Path Immortal Killer Move. Xia Qingcang immediately used his signature killer move, it was a powerful method. Gu immortals hit by this move would have their minds in chaos, they would have all sorts of thoughts, their battle strength would be greatly affected, they might even fall into chaos and be unable to extricate themselves. Fang Yuan laughed heartily, he ignored it and charged towards the battlefield killer move. Fool! Xia Qingcang said coldly. At the next moment, his mind scattering hit Fang Yuan, but the result was that it dissipated while Fang Yuan was unscathed. Xia Qingcang's cold smile froze on his face. How can this be? This is divination tortoise? Xia Qingcang finally recognized the origin of Fang Yuan's transformation. He had a bitter expression. The divination tortoise was a wisdom path ancient desolate beast. It could defend against the deductions of wisdom path Gu immortals. His wisdom path killer move was based on the concept of deductions, but it was countered by the divination tortoise. There was a deafening rumble. A hole was created in the battlefield killer move by Fang Yuan. The divination tortoise entered and saved Wu Yubo, who was in danger. Chapter 1311. Wu Clan's rank 7 Gu immortal Wu Yubo lost to immortal Yan Huang. This matter was intentionally spread by Xia Clan. The whole of southern borders Gu immortal world soon learned of it. Everyone's hearts wavered. Wu Yubo is a rank 7 expert, Wu Clan's famous battle strength. He actually lost to immortal Yan Huang? Immortal Yan Huang had high battle strength to begin with. Now that he obtained Xia Clan's help, it is not impossible for him to defeat Wu Yubo. Wu Yubo is a prideful person. It is strange that he lost to a loser this time. Most importantly, immortal Yan Huang actually broke Wu Yubo's signature killer move. That is amazing. It was probably Xia Clan's Xia Lu Pei who deduced it. Xia Clan had a wisdom path Gu immortal. He was one of the top deduction experts in southern borders Gu immortal world. It was Xia Lu Pei. This time, Wu Clan has lost too much face. Wu Yubo not only lost to immortal Yan Huang, he almost lost his life. If not for Wu Yihai breaking the battlefield killer move, Wu Yubo might have lost his life. That can't be. It's true. All sorts of Gu worms have already spread. They show the scene from back then. Wu Clan actually lost Moon Bowl because of this. Hee hee, what a joke. If we trace back to the source, Moon Bowl was snatched by Wu Clan. This time, it is the Wu Clan who deserves it. Haha, with Wu Du Xiu gone, Wu Clan can no longer maintain their reputation as the #1 clan. Losing the Lunar Reverence Bowl wasn't considered a huge blow to the Wu Clan, which had a huge business and a solid foundation. However, Fang Yuan took the initiative to break the battlefield killer move and save Wu Yubo. Wu Clan fell into a passive situation. This was the difference between the righteous path and demonic path. Fang Yuan took action and saved Wu Yubo. He went against the rules of the competition. This competition was unfair. Wu Clan lost face. And most importantly, there was evidence for this. They could not deny it. The one who helped immortal Yan Huang was Xia Clan's wisdom path Gu immortal, Xia Qingcang. He did everything flawlessly. He had already used information path immortal Gu to record the entire scene. Since they were targeting the Wu Clan, the Xia Clan had naturally made ample preparations. Wu Clan had to admit this. After Fang Yuan brought Wu Yubo back, Wu Yong ordered for Fang Yuan to be punished. Because he broke the promise and interfered in the battle, he was punished to face the wall and receive a number of Xian Yuan stones. Fang Yuan had saved Wu Yubo. He had done a great deed. To Wu Clan, they had lost face, but they had saved a rank 7 Gu immortal. Comparing the two, the latter was naturally more important. Fang Yuan had contributed, but he was punished by Wu Yong instead. However, he didn't have any resentment in his heart. Instead, he pinched his nose and accepted the punishment. After returning to the Wu Clan's headquarters, he hid in his residence on the mountain peak and didn't take a single step out. The Moon Bowl incident was still brewing, and its influence was still growing. Wu Yubo was a prideful person. After losing to immortal Yan Huang, he was furious and embarrassed. Not long after he returned, he announced that he would go into closed cultivation to fight again in the future and regain his face. Even though Wu Clan lost Moon Bowl Valley, and Wu Yong also punished Fang Yuan for breaking the rules, Wu Clan's reputation fell because of this. And most importantly, Xia Clan's actions brought inspiration to the other super forces. Righteous path was different from demonic path. The righteous path had its own rules. Xia Clan made full use of this rule. Even though Wu Clan lost Moon Bowl, they had nothing to say. Xia Clan was quite special in southern border, and even in the 5 regions. Because this super force mainly cultivated light path and wisdom path. Following the destruction of Imperial Court Blessed Land and 88-point Xinjiang Tower, the all-living beings' luck true inheritance was destroyed as well. But back then, Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun had obtained the protection of all living beings' luck true inheritance. They each obtained a portion of the true inheritance's contents. Along the way, after Fang Yuan's soul search succeeded, this portion of all living beings' luck true inheritance ended up in Fang Yuan's hands. Thankfully, old ancestor Shui, who wanted to refine fortune rivaling heaven immortal Gu, he wanted a healthy Ma Hongyun, so he did not do anything to his soul. When Ma Hongyun left Imperial Court Blessed Land, he was captured by Shadow Sect's Qin Baisheng. The contents of the all-living beings' luck true inheritance that he knew should also be known by Shadow Sect. Fang Yuan analyzed, in this portion of the true inheritance, the most valuable part was the recipe of fortune rivaling heaven immortal Gu. Ma Hongyun happened to remember this portion of the true inheritance. This was the most important part of all living beings' luck true inheritance. But it was not strange. Precisely because Ma Hongyun knew this immortal Gu recipe, after old ancestor Shui who bought him, he also learned about this immortal Gu recipe, thus old ancestor Shui who had the thought of refining fortune rivaling heaven immortal Gu. Fortune rivaling heaven immortal Gu. Fang Yuan smiled bitterly. According to the contents of this immortal Gu recipe, even if he used all his wealth, he would not be able to gather even a tenth of the immortal Gu recipe. Unless there was a living Gu material like Ma Hongyun, who could save many precious Gu refinement materials, Fang Yuan could barely see a trace of hope. How could Fang Yuan dare to refine fortune rivaling heaven immortal Gu? This was a rank 8 immortal Gu. What would happen if he rashly refined a rank 8 immortal Gu? Old ancestor Shui whose outcome was clear. This rank 8 Gu immortal with the strongest battle strength in Northern Plains was definitely not having a good time now. Not only did he fail to refine fortune rivaling heaven immortal Gu, he even lost Reverse Flow River and Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. Even his beloved wife Lady Wanshou was injured. Even though I have a lot of assets now and the Sovereign Immortal Aperture's foundation is deep enough to compare to ordinary rank 8 Gu immortals. But I have little immortal Yuan Stone and Red Date immortal essence. Most importantly, I have little surplus resources. This time, Fang Yuan chased after Ing Wuxier and the rest, from southern border to eastern sea, and then to northern plains. He expended a lot of immortal essence. Not to mention comprehending immortal killer moves in Reverse Flow River. Reverse Flow Protection Seal was the one that consumed the most immortal essence among all the immortal killer moves. The Sovereign Immortal Aperture originally had a lot of production, but because time was delayed and calamities and tribulations were delayed, the efficiency of resource production was greatly reduced. Even though I am still making profits, the expenditure is not small. Especially in the aspect of feeding immortal Gu, Wisdom Sword immortal Gu and Attitude immortal Gu are not resolved yet. I still need to invest in them. Fang Yuan had to solve the feeding problem and also store up immortal essence in case of emergencies. This caused his current situation to be quite awkward. Not long ago, because he broke the rules and saved Wu Yubo, he was fined an immortal Yuan Stone. It was like adding fuel to the fire. Delaying time caused the immortal aperture's time path resources to fall sharply. In this case, I can only expand production and win through quantity. However, I need to think carefully about what kind of resources to expand production. Some resources are already saturated in the market. If I expand production, I will only be shooting myself in the foot. Just as Fang Yuan was thinking about these problems, Wu Yubo's will flew to his residence with an immortal Gu. I will never forget the debt of saving my life. I will give this rank 6 Vajra Thought immortal Gu to Lord Wu Yihai as a token of my gratitude. Wu Yubo's will had actually given an immortal Gu to Fang Yuan. Vajra Thought immortal Gu. Evidently, this was a Wisdom Path immortal Gu. Fang Yuan had also benefited from the incident of Moon Bowl. He obtained an immortal Gu. Even though it was rank 6, immortal Gu were unique and priceless. Of course, for an immortal Gu like Vajra Thought, even if it was raised to rank 7 or 8, the Vajra Thoughts produced would not have a qualitative change, but a quantitative change. Theoretically speaking, The Vajra thought produced by Immortal Gu was no different from the Vajra thought produced by Immortal Gu. The difference was in quantity. Rank 5 Mortal Gu Vajra thought could produce 100 Vajra thoughts at once. But Immortal Gu Vajra thought could produce thousands or even tens of thousands of thoughts in an instant. Then how powerful was one Vajra thought? Fang Yuan aimed at a floor tile and shot out his Vajra thought. With a soft sound, the Vajra thought drew a dazzling golden light in the air. It pierced through the floor tile and went deep into the ground. Fang Yuan nodded. The power was not bad. The hall he was in was a Mortal Gu house. Its defense was nothing in the eyes of Gu immortals, but it was not made of paper. Vajra thought's power made Fang Yuan think of the bullets on Earth. However, it was much bigger than a bullet. Activating Vajra thought Immortal Gu once can produce thousands of Vajra thoughts. If so many thoughts are shot out at once, it would be a grand sight. Wait a moment. A flash of inspiration appeared in Fang Yuan's mind. He thought of two Gu immortals. One was Dongfang Naganori, the other was Yi Lui Kun Xing. The former had an immortal killer move called Hataru. The latter also had an immortal killer move that used stardust as the main body. The more he fought, the stronger he would become. I have Vajra thought Immortal Gu now. Why don't I imitate Hataru and create an immortal killer move? Fang Yuan had a thought. His Wisdom Path Grandmaster attainment told him that this should not be difficult. Thus, Fang Yuan stopped activating Vajra thought Immortal Gu. He calmed down and started to deduce this immortal killer move. The main thing was to imitate Hatu, using Vajra thought Immortal Gu as the core. Sure enough, it went smoothly. The difficulty was low, just like Fang Yuan's intuition. Less than an hour later, this immortal killer move was already in its embryonic form. For a day and a night, Fang Yuan did not rest. He transformed into a divination tortoise and deduced, obtaining the complete immortal killer move. Fang Yuan did not name this new immortal killer move, because he had a new inspiration. This immortal killer move only uses rank 6 Vajra thought Immortal Gu as the core. It does not have much power. Maybe I can combine it with divination tortoise transformation and modify this immortal killer move, increasing its power. Fang Yuan felt that this modification was not simple. Even though he had Grandmaster Wisdom Path and Transformation Path attainment, combining the two was not something that could be done in one go. The speed of modification was extremely slow. But Fang Yuan was not in a hurry. Right now, the external environment was still peaceful. Even though Shadow Sect had not been exterminated, Celestial Court and Longevity Heaven were after him. But with the help of Dream Realms, Fang Yuan believed that his foundation would rise rapidly. Undeniably, with Reverse Flow Protection Seal, he was much more confident. 3 days later, there was not much progress in modifying the killer move. It was less than 30% complete. Wu Yong called someone over. He wanted to meet Wu Yihai. In the hall, after the two brothers chatted for a while, Wu Yong told Fang Yuan, if he was not satisfied with Vajra thought Immortal Gu, he could choose any rank 6 Immortal Gu from the clan's treasury and exchange them. It turned out that after Fang Yuan accepted Vajra thought Immortal Gu, Wu Yong did not make a move. He thought that Wu Yihai was a lone cultivator and did not understand the righteous path. He might have thought that this was Wu Yubo's token of gratitude. That would not do. Wu Yong called for Fang Yuan and reminded him that he could obtain Vajra thought Immortal Gu because of this elder brother of his. At the same time, he used the excuse of exchanging Gu to express his goodwill towards Wu Yihai. But he did not know that Fang Yuan already knew this. He was just pretending to be ignorant. It seems that Wu clan has been in a difficult situation recently. Their Gu immortals are lacking in strength. Wu Yong wants to make use of my strength. Fang Yuan immediately realized Wu Yong's intention. Fang Yuan naturally did not want to interfere in Wu clan's matters. But recently, many super forces had tacitly allied together to make trouble for Wu clan. Facing the storm, Wu Yong was somewhat tired from dealing with them. The giant dream realm was the same. Ba clan led some Gu immortals and made things difficult for Wu clan. Originally, Wu Yong wanted to swap Fang Yuan over there, but with Ba clan's actions, the Super Gu formation was facing huge pressure as well. To be safe, Wu Yong did not dare to change people at the last moment. causing Fang Yuan to be unable to move into the Super Gu formation. Thank you for your concern, elder brother. I also want to go to the treasury to gain some experience. Even though Fang Yuan had designed an immortal killer move for Vajra Thought Immortal Gu, he did not want to exchange it, but it was good to take a look at the immortal Gu in the treasury. Last time, he chose immortal Gu from the clan's treasury. It was just the outer treasury. The immortal Gu in the inner treasury were naturally of higher quality and value. Wu clan was the #1 force in southern border. Fang Yuan was looking forward to seeing what they had in the treasury. Chapter 1313. Among them, there was an immortal Gu named Rain. It was a rare information path rank 7 immortal Gu. Fang Yuan was quite moved. After all, he was weak in the information path aspect. It restricted his development to a large extent. Name Rain Immortal Gu also had a special effect. After activating it, it could turn into a rain that could bind any desolate beast, desolate plant, or even ancient desolate beast or desolate plant. That's right, even though it was an information path Immortal Gu, it had an enslavement path effect. It was very special and mystical. What moved Fang Yuan the most was that this name Rain Immortal Gu's power varied according to the Gu Immortal's reputation. This was very suitable for Fang Yuan. Be it Fang Yuan's real name or Lu Guanyi's fake identity, they were both famous across the 5 regions and spread far and wide. Who was the most famous during this period of time? Other than Fang Yuan, who else could it be? But my information path attainment level is very ordinary. Even if I exchange for this name Rain Immortal Gu, what use would it be? Enslaving ancient desolate beasts and desolate plants is not very useful to me. Unless I enslave immemorial desolate beasts. But with just a rank 7 name Rain Immortal Gu, it is impossible to enslave an immemorial desolate beast. The only possibility is to use it as the core to create an immortal killer move. If that is the case, it will be even more far-fetched. After all, my enslavement path and information path attainment levels are not at Grandmaster. As for immemorial desolate beasts and desolate plants, Grandmaster attainment level is not enough. Fang Yuan thought about it. He did not exchange for it. He kept Vajra Thought Immortal Gu. This choice surprised Wu Yong. I made some gains after returning to Eastern Sea. From now on, Divination Tortoise Transformation will reflect Wisdom Path. It will be my main cultivation path. Fang Yuan explained. This was also a foreshadowing for him to continue using Divination Tortoise Transformation in the future. Wu Yong nodded. I called brother here. Other than this, I have another task. Fang Yuan had a calm expression. Please speak, brother. Wu Yong smiled bitterly. My tribe's Frosty Peak is being targeted by Xia clan. There were some historical reasons here. They were all in this information path Mortal Gu. I hope that brother can protect the Frosty Peak for our clan. I am willing to resolve brother's problems. Fang Yuan agreed and received this information path Mortal Gu, inspecting it carefully. Fang Yuan's attitude made Wu Yong very satisfied. Fang Yuan looked through the information path Gu Worm's contents and immediately understood this matter. So after Immortal Yen Huang defeated Wu Yubo, Xia clan obtained Moon Bowl Valley and became the biggest beneficiary. Following this, some superpowers also sought trouble with the Wu family. After the Xia clan tasted the sweetness and saw that the situation was like this, they wanted to continue to make a move and scheme against the Wu clan to obtain benefits for their own clan. This time, they targeted the Frosty Peak. Frosty Peak was not Wu clan's property. It belonged to a lone cultivator Gu Immortal. A long time ago, this itinerant immortal had sought help from the Wu clan. The Wu clan had taken a fancy to his territory, but the itinerant immortal wasn't willing to give it up. After a difficult negotiation, the itinerant immortal lent this place to Wu clan for hundreds of years. 100 years later, this itinerant immortal died from his tribulation. This Frosty Peak became Wu clan's property. It was produced in large amounts every year. The reason why Xia clan could cause trouble was because they found this itinerant immortal's descendant. The itinerant immortal's descendant wanted Wu clan to return Frosty Peak. This was completely reasonable. There was also evidence of this. The Xia clan was supporting them from behind, waving flags and shouting war cries. Their intentions were clear, they were plotting against the Moon Peak. The itinerant immortal's descendant is a Gu master, he actually dares to challenge Wu clan. Xia clan has many wisdom path Gu immortals, they are indeed good at scheming. But this time I have to protect Frosty Peak. This is a good chance for me to display my strength. The reason why Wu Yong is not willing to send me to the Super Gu formation is because he is worried that I am not strong enough to suppress the situation there. Fang Yuan accepted the mission but was not in a hurry to leave. He thought to himself, even though he was strong, he had many methods that could not be exposed. Divination tortoise transformation was good for defense but lacking in offense. Thankfully, he had Vajra thought immortal Gu, he needed to modify that immortal killer move first. Thus, for the next 10 days or so, Fang Yuan stayed in his mountain, deducing and modifying the immortal killer move. This half a month was not peaceful. Xia clan saw that Wu clan did not make a move, they urged and spread the news. Wu clan was facing huge pressure. Wu Yong also came to urge Fang Yuan but was stopped by Fang Yuan. No rush. If I do not show up, Xia clan cannot openly annex Frosty Peak. Xia clan is clamoring everywhere? It's nothing. No matter how much he changes, I will remain unmoved. Be steady. This is the principle of life that I comprehended when I was a secluded cultivator in Eastern Sea. Be slow. Slow work produces fine results. Fang Yuan gave a lot of reasons, he rejected them clearly. Eventually, even Wu Yong became anxious. Wu Yihai did not have much pressure, but as the leader of Wu clan, his pressure was increasing day by day. The clan's matters are my matters. Since you've entrusted this matter to me, I will definitely do it well. I won't disappoint the trust and expectations that you have placed on me. Fang Yuan was still stubborn. Wu Yong could do nothing about this, he had no Gu immortals to send. Only when Fang Yuan completely modified the immortal killer move and tested it a few times, after he was sure of success, did he set off for Frosty Peak. Wu Yong let out a sigh of relief. Xia clan had been paying close attention to Wu clan. The moment Fang Yuan left, they received news. On Frosty Peak. Wu clan sent Wu Yihai this time. Rank 6 Wisdom Path Gu Immortal Xia Zhuemo said. This Frosty Peak is comparable to Moon Bowl. Wu clan did not send Wu Yubo or Wu Zhen. This is a stupid move. Rank 7 Gu Immortal Xia Fei Kuai could not believe it. Xia Zhuemo pondered. Wu clan has no one to send. Wu Yubo is a prideful person, he lost to immortal Yan Huang. Unless he can kill immortal Yan Huang and avenge himself, he will not leave. As for Wu Zhen, he is guarding Phoenix Peak. How can he leave so easily? During this period of time, all sorts of phoenix birds go to Phoenix Peak to breed and lay eggs. Ha! Chapter 13-14. The sky was gloomy, it was drizzling. Fang Yuan was flying in the sky, he was surrounded by clouds and mist. I'm here. He willed as he descended, the clouds and mist faded away, revealing a vast land. Southern border had many mountains, the land below Fang Yuan was also covered in mountains, they were lush and green. In this deep green sea, Frosty Peak was unique, it was pure white and stood out from the rest. It was a stark contrast to the surroundings. At the peak of Frosty Peak, there was a mortal Gu house. At the entrance of the Gu house, Xia clan's 2 Gu immortals, Xia Fei Kuai and Xia Zhuemo, had already sensed Fang Yuan's traces. Fang Yuan was here to negotiate, he naturally would not conceal himself. It was normal for Xia clan's 2 Gu immortals to find him immediately. He is finally here. This Wu Yihai is really something. A journey that should have taken 2 to 3 days has taken him half a month. Xia Fei Kuai frowned. It's good that he is here, let's welcome him. Xia Zhuemo smiled. The two sides met in the air. Both sides had smiles on their faces, they had elegant demeanors, after all, they were representing 2 super forces. Xia clan's 2 Gu immortals assessed Wu Yihai, thinking, he really looks like Wu Du Xiu. Fang Yuan was also assessing these 2 Gu immortals. Xia Fei Kuai was rank 7, He was evidently the leader of Xia clan's side. According to Wu clan's information, Xia Fei Kuai was like his name. He was impatient, decisive and had strong battle strength. Xia Zhuemo was a wisdom path Gu immortal. He had many thoughts and liked to think. Xia Zhuemo's nature was related to his childhood experiences. Whenever he encountered an important matter, he would subconsciously think about opportunities and think about them repeatedly. Meanwhile, Xia Fei Kuai's nature was the aftereffect of cultivating a certain immortal killer move. This was the first time the two sides were meeting. As they conversed, Xia clan's Gu immortals led Fang Yuan to the peak of Frosty Peak. "Please come in, please have some tea." These two Gu immortals acted like they were the masters. They seemed to be announcing the ownership of Frosty Peak. The battle had already begun, but Fang Yuan did not react. It was like he did not sense anything. He smiled as he sat down, sipping his tea. "The tea is not bad," he praised after taking a sip. Xia Zhuemo smiled. "This is my Xia clan's 4 Seasons tea, personally made by my clan's grand elder." When he took a sip, there were 4 different tastes, making him feel as if he had arrived at the 4 seasons of spring, summer, autumn, and winter. That's why we call it 4 Seasons tea. Xia clan's first supreme elder was a time path great expert. The 4 Seasons tea she refined showed her deep attainments in time path. Xia clan's Gu immortals used this tea to establish their might, but after Fang Yuan drank it, he smiled brightly. "What a great tea! I wonder if the 2 immortal friends from the Xia clan have any left over? I'll be thick-skinned and ask for a few portions. How about that?" Fang Yuan said with a smile. The 2 Xia clan Gu immortals looked at each other. Xia Zhuemo thought, "This Wu Yihai really knows how to speak." But even though they were enemies this time, the righteous path's demeanor was still important. Furthermore, the political situation was ever-changing. Today, everyone was making things difficult for the Wu clan, and it was possible that the Xia clan would cooperate with the Wu clan after tomorrow. Xia Zhuemo made up his mind and was about to speak when Xia Fei Kuai replied, "Sai. This is nothing, we have a lot of 4 Seasons tea. Since Wu Yihai wants it, take it." Saying so, he gave out more than 10 portions of 4 Seasons tea. "Then I shall accept it." Fang Yuan laughed heartily, receiving the tea leaves. Xia Fei Kuai continued, "Let's talk about Frosty Peak." Fang Yuan said, "Thank you for explaining, but you spoke too quickly. I only heard the gist of it, I did not hear the rest. Please repeat yourself, fellow immortal." "Repeat yourself?" Xia Zhuemo, who was at the side, frowned. Xia Fei Kuai sighed, but did not repeat himself. He said, "Wu Yihai, what part of it did not sound good? Let me explain." Chapter 13-15. Fang Yuan acted as if he didn't notice, smiling as he said, "First of all, I didn't hear the first sentence clearly." Xia Fei Kuai repeated it again. Fang Yuan nodded. "Then the second sentence?" Xia Fei Kuai raised his eyebrows. Fang Yuan continued, "I didn't hear it clearly either." Xia Fei Kuai repeated it again, his tone very unhappy. "Is there anything else that you didn't hear clearly?" "The third sentence," Fang Yuan said. Xia Fei Kuai's eyes instantly widened. He directly said, "Forgive me for being blunt, but you didn't hear the third sentence clearly? Are you trying to make fun of me?" "You've really misunderstood." Fang Yuan hurriedly waved his hand. "The third sentence, I did hear it clearly." Xia Zhuemo's expression darkened. Xia Fei Kuai raised his eyebrows high, his eyes widened, his face showing anger. "Then what else do you have to say, Celestial?" Fang Yuan said again, "Really, the fourth sentence?" Xia Fei Kuai waved his hand. "Then I'll say it again, listen carefully, listen clearly." So he really repeated it. This time he spoke very slowly, word by word, very clearly. Fang Yuan stood up and bowed to Xia Fei Kuai. Xia Fei Kuai was confused. He had a bad feeling, so he hurriedly bowed back. His tone softened. "Celestial friend should be clear about this, right?" "Clear. I'll have to trouble Celestial friend to repeat it. I can't be clearer." "Oh, so it's like this." Fang Yuan patted his forehead, then sat down again. "So, It's a reasonable request for your side to return Moon Peak. My Xia clan also came to uphold justice. This Zhang Kaizui is the bloodline descendant of Zhang Sanfeng. Without a doubt, please verify it. Xia Fei Kuai made another request. But Fang Yuan only glanced at Zhang Kaizui, smiling as he waved his hand. No hurry, no hurry. Is there something that celestial friend doesn't understand? Xia Fei Kuai's expression darkened, his tone unfriendly. I've troubled fellow immortal to explain so much, but is the actual situation like this? I'm not sure yet, Fang Yuan said. Xia Fei was so angry that he almost laughed. Everything I said is true. Fellow immortal, feel free to verify it. Ha! Fang Yuan also smiled and clapped his hands. Fellow immortal, you are a straightforward person. Then I will first seek confirmation from my clan. Saying so, he closed his eyes. His consciousness seemed to sink into his immortal aperture, using information path methods. The other three waited for a long time, but Fang Yuan did not open his eyes. Xia Fei Kuai could not help but urge, Immortal friend Wu Yihai, have you verified it yet? Fang Yuan opened his eyes and smiled embarrassedly. My elder brother is very busy and doesn't have time. Let's wait for a while. Regarding a rank 8 Gu immortal, Xia Fei Kuai could not say anything. Xia Zhuemo interrupted. Lord Wu Yong has been very busy recently. He has no choice but to be busy. Wu Yihai, you can seek confirmation from other Wu clan Gu immortals. Fang Yuan laughed heartily, giving Xia Zhuemo a thumbs up. As expected of a wisdom path Gu immortal, good idea. This praise made Xia Zhuemo's expression freeze. Next, Fang Yuan said, but I am not familiar with other Gu immortals. Does fellow immortal have any recommendations? Recommend your sister. Xia Fei Kuai, who was at the side, heard this and was instantly enraged as he blurted out. My sister? I only have an elder brother, but no younger sister. You must have remembered wrongly, right? Fang Yuan smiled with squinted eyes. Xia Fei Kuai was speechless. He and Xia Zhuemo looked at each other. They communicated secretly. They could tell that Fang Yuan was joking. To think that Wu clan sent such a person here. This is simply shameful. Xia Fei Kuai was filled with anger. He wanted to discuss things properly, but Fang Yuan did not. But because of his righteous path status, Xia Fei Kuai could not do anything out of line. Now that he looked at Fang Yuan's smiling face, he really wanted to punch him and beat Fang Yuan up. Don't be anxious, don't be angry. Once you are angry, you will fall into his trap. It seems that this person is an experienced negotiator. He is purposely provoking us and making us expose our flaws. Xia Zhuemo quickly persuaded. Xia Fei Kuai could only huff and puff a few times. Fang Yuan spoke, looking at Xia Fei Kuai with a serious expression. Do I really have a sister? Immortal friend Xia, please tell me. Xia Fei Kuai. He took a few deep breaths, and his Adam's apple bobbed up and down before he said, It was a slip of the tongue, please forgive me. Is that so? Fang Yuan nodded, saying in concern, I see that your mouth is dry and your chest is heaving up and down. It seems to be a sign of internal heat. Please drink some tea, it will help to lower your internal heat. Speaking of which, this Four Seasons tea is really good, please drink some more. Xia Zhuemo, Xia Fei Kuai shouted, What are you drinking? We are talking about proper matters. Fang Yuan had a serious expression. Immortal friend's words are biased. What is proper matters? It concerns the health of the body and mind, isn't it proper matters? The so-called Frosty Peak is just an external object, a resource. Immortal friend, you cannot get angry because of this external object, you will hurt yourself. His earnest and well-intentioned words of consolation were like adding oil to the fire. Xia Fei Kuai fiercely slammed his palm on the table. Uihai! He shouted angrily, don't think that you can bluff your way out of this and keep Frosty Peak in your Wu clan. Fang Yuan's expression changed, he said with sincerity, Immortal friend Xia Fei Kuai, what are you saying? You are really wronging me. The ownership of Frosty Peak, we have to follow the rules. This belongs to Zhang Sanfeng's wandering immortal. If this Zhang Kaizui is his descendant, it naturally has to be returned. I am representing Wu clan this time. I will handle this impartially. I will not be corrupt and break the rules of the righteous path for personal gains. You are an understanding person. Xia Zhuo smiled reluctantly. His words were filled with deep meaning. Xia Fei Kuai frowned. He stopped shouting and said, "That's why. Quickly verify that Zhang Kaizue is Zhang Sanfeng's descendant. He is the real deal." No hurry, no hurry. Fang Yuan smiled as he started to drink his tea. Let me verify it from the clan first. It is not that I do not trust you, but I have a huge responsibility. I do not dare to make a rash decision. Then quickly verify it. Xia Fei Kuai shouted. Brother Wuyong, there is no reply yet. Fang Yuan said with difficulty. Then someone else. Xia Fei Kuai shouted. Fang Yuan slapped his thigh. That's right. But I have just arrived. I am not familiar with the other Gu immortals in the clan. I do not know who to verify it with. Earlier, I asked you to recommend someone, but you refused to do so. I am also in a difficult position. Once he said this, the two Xia clan Gu immortals were dumbfounded. They looked at each other. After all this time and all sorts of excuses, it turned out to be our Xia clan's problem instead. On the other side, the rank 5 Gu master Zhang Kaizhe looked at Fang Yuan with wide-opened eyes. This was the demeanor of a Gu immortal? He was simply shameless to the extreme. Zhang Kaizue had a feeling of amazement. His good impression of Gu immortals was completely shattered. Alright, I can see it now. This person is clearly stalling for time. Xia Zhuo transmitted. Why is he stalling for time? Xia Fei Kuai asked. Evidently, Wu clan is not in the right. They are in a passive situation. Wu Yihai is pestering them endlessly, stalling for time. When Wu clan gets over this crisis and comes to deal with us, we will be in trouble. Let alone anything else. After the phoenixes reproduce, Wu Zhen will have time to come here to negotiate. If he comes, the situation will be different. Xia Zhuo analyzed. You're right. But what should we do? Wu Yihai is clearly stalling for time, but he is speaking in a righteous manner. We cannot find any reason to do so. If he wants to stall for time, he has many reasons. For example, he needs time to verify it, and after that, there is also a process to verify his identity. What happens after he verifies Zhang Kaizue's identity? Would he bring up whether or not he was Zhang Sanfeng's only descendant? Xia Fei quickly realized the severity of the problem. There's really no end to these questions. Xia Fei quickly realized the seriousness of the problem. I have a plan. Xia Zhuo said. What plan? Xia Fei Kuai quickly asked him. Chapter 13:16. Spar? The words sounded grand, but it was just a small disagreement and they would fight. But this fight was different from demonic path battles. Demonic path battles were life and death battles. Righteous path Gu immortals often had huge businesses and clans. Why would they fight to the death for no reason? It was enough to decide who was superior. This was also because Fang Yuan was purposely stalling. He did not want the matter of Frosty Peak to be decided. Thus, Xia clan's two Gu immortals decided to use their fists to resolve the situation. Actually, even on Earth, if negotiations failed, powerful countries would send their armies over. The essence was the same. Xia Fei Kuai's words were quite interesting. He represented Xia clan and made Wu Yihai the glory of Wu clan. He was saying that this spar was not just a fight between the two of them, it was also a fight between Xia clan and Wu clan. One sentence forced Fang Yuan into a dead end. If Fang Yuan avoided the battle, it would damage Wu clan's reputation. In the righteous path, he would be looked down upon. What Xia clan's two Gu immortals did not know was that Fang Yuan was not Wu Yihai. He did not care about Wu clan's reputation. But then again, he was currently acting as Wu Yihai. He wanted to sneak into the Super Gu formation. Fang Yuan could not reject this challenge. He was silent for a while before saying, if it is a spar, with both of you working together against me, I will definitely lose in numbers. Xia Fei Kuai's expression changed. He could not say that. Actually, he was the one who suggested the spar. He was already in a passive position. If he lost this spar, he would be asking to be humiliated. If both Xia Clan Gu immortals fought and won, they would be bullying him with numbers, they would lose face and it would not be good to spread the news. Actually, Xia Fei Kuai had never thought of working together with Xia Zhuamo. He said, I will fight alone, Wu Yihai, you don't have to worry. Fang Yuan's expression was very forced as he said, since your side wants to spar so urgently, it would not be good if I don't agree. But since it is a spar, there has to be a time limit. We can't fight until the end of the day, right? What rules do you have? Xia Fei Kuai asked. Sparring naturally had rules, it was different from a life and death battle. Fang Yuan said, you attack and I defend, as long as you can break my defense within 10 moves I lose. Xia Fei Kuai's eyelids twitched, he said solemnly, okay. Xia Zhuamo frowned, he felt something was amiss. But since Xia Fei Kuai agreed, there was no harm. He had confidence in Xia Zhuanggu. Naturally, the Frosty Peak was not a place for the two sides to fight. It would not be good if it was damaged. Both parties flew out and chose a desolate valley. Fang Yuan and Xia Fei Kuai stood facing each other. Let's begin. Xia Fei Kuai could not wait, he wanted to teach Fang Yuan a lesson. Among the rank 7 Gu immortals of southern border, he was a famous expert. In Wu Clan, Wu Yong was a rank 8 Gu immortal, Wu Clan's strongest rank 7 Gu immortal, Wu Yubo, was only slightly stronger than him. Immortal Yen Huang defeated Wu Yubo, Xia played it beautifully. In a real fight, Immortal Yen Huang was not Wu Yubo's match, but Xia Clan broke Wu Yubo's signature killer move. Wu Yubo was targeted, his immortal killer move was forced back, he suffered a huge backlash, Immortal Yen Huang won. Fang Yuan waved his hand. Xia Fei Kuai was about to attack, but Fang Yuan stopped him. He felt uncomfortable, he shouted, Wu Yihai, what do you want? I almost forgot, since it is a spar, we can't just spar like this, right? Fang Yuan smiled. Xia Fei Kuai thought, how can it be so casual? Teaching you a lesson is the most important part of this battle. He thought but he could not say it out loud. Gu immortals had all sorts of methods to record the current situation. Like earlier, when Immortal Yen Huang challenged Wu Yubo, it was recorded by Xia Clan Xia Qing Tsang, it was widely spread in southern borders Gu immortal world. Xia Fei Kuai controlled his anger, what do you want? It's very simple. If fellow immortal loses, this Frosty Peak will belong to us. If I win by luck, then the matter of Frosty Peak will remain the same. Fang Yuan said. How can that be? Xia Zhuamo, who was watching from afar, was anxious. He finally shouted before Xia Fei Kuai could. This time, Xia Clan was in control of Zhang Sanfeng's bloodline descendants. They had a huge advantage. Wu Clan was in a passive position. If they agreed to this, they would lose their advantage. It was not a wise move. Xia Fei Kuai pouted, thinking, I am not an idiot. At the same time, he rejected, this cannot be done. In that case, forgive me for not fighting. Let's forget about this spar. Fang Yuan waved his hand, turning around to leave. Xia Fei Kuai saw this and almost cursed it out loud. We left the Moon Peak and came here. After a lot of hard work, we carefully selected a valley where we could spar with each other. But with just one sentence from you, we stopped fighting? Are you playing with us? His expression turned dark. Wu Yihai retreated without a fight? Is this the glory and bravery of Wu Clan? Fang Yuan's footsteps stopped. Xia Fei Kuai smiled coldly. Fang Yuan turned around and faced Xia Fei Kuai, but his expression was solemn and serious without any shame. You are wrong. I have never avoided sparring, it is just that you did not agree to my small request. We cannot come to an agreement, but that does not mean I want to avoid sparring. Look, I have already chosen the location for the spar. Oh my, damn it. These words made Xia Zhuamo, who was watching, furious. Xia Fei Kuai stared with furious eyes, his hair was about to stand on end. He stared fixedly at Fang Yuan. How did Wu Clan produce such a shameless person? Didn't Wu Clan's Gu immortals fight each other whenever they had a disagreement? Where is your Wu Clan's bravery? Where is your Wu Clan spirit? Where did it go? But soon, Xia Fei Kuai thought of Fang Yuan's birth. That's right, Wu Yihai was not a true Wu clan Gu immortal, he was a secluded cultivator from Eastern Sea. This damned secluded cultivator. Fang Yuan smiled even more brightly. Since we cannot spar, we can chat and drink some tea. I have to say, your Four Seasons tea is really good. It leaves me with endless aftertastes. What tea? What chat? Xia Fei Kuai suddenly had an intense urge to strangle Fang Yuan to death. The anger in his chest was burning fiercely. Xia Zhuemo looked at Xia Fei Kuai with some resentment, thinking, it is all because Lord gave them a lot of tea when we met. Fang Yuan pondered, how about this, if I win, we will maintain the status quo for 5 years, and you will not harass Frosty Peak anymore, how about that? This. Xia Zhuemo started to ponder. $10,000 Dao marks was 10 times the amplification. 50,000 Dao marks was 50 times the amplification. What did that mean? Ordinary rank 7 Gu immortals only had 10 to 30,000 main path Dao marks. Xia Fei Kuai was a rank 7 expert, he had more than 30,000 light path Dao marks. But how could he compare to Fang Yuan? Thereupon, Xia Fei Kuai and Xia Zhuemo, these 2 Gu immortals, stared dumbfoundedly as a large number of small tortoise shells spread rapidly, soon filling the whole valley and spreading out. The dense black mass resembled a swarm of locusts or ants. Xia Fei Kuai had a grim expression. There were so many of these small turtle shells at once, it was a huge psychological pressure on the bystanders. But Xia Fei Kuai used the environment of the spar ingeniously. According to the rules of the spar, Fang Yuan could only defend, he could not attack. Thus, Fang Yuan could not control the small turtle shells to attack Xia Fei Kuai. Xia Fei Kuai calmed his emotions and activated this immortal killer move. Light Path Immortal Killer Move, Saw Wheel Light. His palms that were raised above his head slashed down. A dazzling wheel of light flew out of Xia Fei Kuai's palms. The wheel of light expanded with the wind, rapidly expanding to the size of a boat. The wheel of light continued to rotate, its edges were covered in sawteeth. Good. Xia Zhuemo saw this and cheered inwardly. Even though the turtle shell is thick, this move can cut through even the thickest turtle shell. However, at the next moment, swoosh swoosh swoosh, countless small turtle shells flew up. Crack 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 crack. Under the suicidal encirclement of countless small turtle shells, the wheel of light only managed to fly for a short distance before it completely shattered. Xia Zhuemo, Xia Fei Kuai, Fang Yuan praised, such a powerful killer move, this move is no small matter, it actually destroyed over 6,000 of my thoughts. These words were like a slap to Xia Zhuemo and Xia Fei Kuai's faces. Xia Fei Kuai needed a lot of time to activate this immortal killer move. Normally speaking, the shorter the activation time, the better, because it was very dangerous and could be easily interrupted. Once interrupted, the activation of the killer move would fail and the Gu immortal would suffer heavy injuries from the backlash. Xia Fei Kuai used the rules of the spar to safely activate this immortal killer move. But, while he was activating it, Fang Yuan was also activating the killer move. Xia Fei Kuai activated a saw wheel light. Fang Yuan could activate 30 to 40,000 small turtle shell thoughts at the same time. Then, the saw wheel light was surrounded by more than 6,000 little tortoiseshell intents and shattered. Even an idiot could calculate this clearly. The method that Xia Fei Kuai had high hopes for actually ended up like this. Chapter 13:18. Damn it! Xia Fei Kuai gritted his teeth. He had spent so much effort to activate the saw light wheel, but now, it seemed like a joke. The small tortoise shell-like thoughts were still growing at this moment. 50,000, 60,000. The numbers kept increasing. Not only did they overflow the valley, they were also expanding outwards. There were countless small tortoise shells, some were floating in the air, some were rotating, and in the middle was the divination tortoise that Fang Yuan had transformed into. Its huge body was like an iron hill. This cannot go on. Xia Fei Kuai's sense of urgency was becoming stronger. The speed of growth is so fast. No wonder Wu Yihai set such a rule. But Lord Xia Fei Kuai has not used his methods yet. The outcome of this battle is not decided yet. Xia Zhuemo thought, looking at Xia Fei Kuai with anticipation. Xia Fei Kuai was already preparing his killer move. Endless auras of goo worms surged out, surging to the extreme. Pride flashed on his face as he looked down at the divination tortoise. No matter how many there are, they are only thoughts, so what? Take this move, 33 heavenly lights. I want to see how many layers of heavenly lights your thoughts can last. Immortal killer move, 33 heavenly lights. One of Xia Fei Kuai's signature methods, famous in southern border. Is it going to appear? Lord Xia Fei Kuai's group attack method. Xia Zhuemo was inwardly excited. This killer move had its own meaning. Once activated, with Xia Fei Kuai as the wick, it would shine with intense light. Under the illumination of the light, anything would suffer light path damage. The intense light flickered 33 times. The range of the light was huge. It was like it was descending from the sky, thus it was called 33 heavenly lights. The first flash did not do much damage to living things. At most, it could only kill some insects. But the second flash increased the damage by a level. It could destroy plants and flowers. The third flash, birds and beasts died under the heavenly light. The fourth flash, the trees disintegrated and the rocks crumbled. The fifth flash, the sixth flash, so on and so forth. The intense light's damage would increase until it could threaten desolate beasts, or even ancient desolate beasts. The small tortoise-shell-like thoughts were tough, but they could not compare to desolate beasts. They would definitely be destroyed by the 33 heavenly lights. This was an undeniable fact. Xia Fei Kuai used this move, but it was also a coincidence. 33 heavenly lights were not very practical, because once it was activated, one had to stop moving. Once one moved, this killer move would stop. Xia Fei Kuai even had to suffer from the backlash. Of course, there were differences. If the killer move was stopped before the 10th flash, Xia Fei Kuai would suffer light injuries. Between the 10th flash and the 23rd flash, his injuries would be moderate, and after the 23rd flash, he would be heavily injured. If the killer move was forced to stop after 30 times, then the backlash would be even stronger, causing Xia Fei Kuai to be on the verge of death. The stronger the immortal killer move, the greater the backlash if the activation failed. Soon, there was an explosion of light. The first time it flashed, Fang Yuan's tortoiseshell thought did not budge. The second time it flashed, the thoughts were still growing, but there was no impression. After the third flash of intense light, their thoughts began to waver. The fourth time, the individual thoughts collapsed on their own. For the fifth time, the hundreds of thoughts dissipated into nothingness. Xia Zhuemo, who was watching from the side, couldn't help but smile when he saw this scene. This was only the fifth time. The entire immortal killer move had a total of 33 consecutive flashes. But Xia Fei Kuai displayed the demeanor of an expert. He traversed the thoughts unhindered. Fang Yuan saw that he was truly enraged and attacked fiercely. He retracted his head, tail, and limbs back into his shell. Xia Fei Kuai was filled with hatred. This Wu Yihai was too wretched. He only left his tortoise shell for him to hit. There was a huge tortoise shell on the ground and countless tiny tortoise shells flying in the sky. Xia Fei Kuai's hatred towards the tortoise shell rose rapidly. After 10 moves, Xia Fei Kuai's efforts were in vain. There were only some light wounds on Fang Yuan's tortoise shell. "You've won this round." Xia Fei Kuai said this, then turned around and left, flying into the clouds. Xia Zhuemo was left groaning. He had to clean up this mess, or at least bring that Zhang clan Gu master away. 5 years. 5 years later, I will disturb your clan again. Xia Zhuemo also left with some unwillingness. Chapter 1319. After a spar, Xia clan's Gu immortals lost and retreated. Fang Yuan stopped his transformation and returned to his human form, returning to Frosty Peak. The mortal goo house on Frosty Peak was also taken away. Only an icy mountain was left, emitting frost energy. Feng Yuan sighed softly. His mental state was like an ancient well without any ripples. These victories were not worth boasting about. The so-called sense of honor had already left him. Speaking of which, this easy victory was also because I had an advantage. Know thyself, know thy enemy, and win 100 battles. The two Xia clan Gu immortals did not know Feng Yuan's strength, they only estimated it. On the contrary, Feng Yuan knew a lot about them. Be it killer moves or personalities, he had a thorough understanding of them with Wu clan's help. This showed how important information was in Gu immortal battles. Actually, in the spar between Feng Yuan and the two Xia clan Gu immortals, it was like Wu Yubo losing to immortal Yan Huang. This was an advantage in terms of information. Wu Yubo was very strong, but his signature killer move was seen through. He lost the entire battle due to a moment of carelessness. Feng Yuan knew more, he advanced step by step, he made many plans and made the Xia clan Gu immortals retreat in the end. Immortal killer move Vajra thought is quite effective. But after using it this time, it will not be easy to have such an effect in the future. The two Xia clan Gu immortals returned in defeat. They would definitely learn from their experience and think of ways to counter or even break the immortal killer move Vajra thought. Breaking it was very difficult, but finding a way to counter it was often easier. Wu Yihai's identity is starting to become famous. Only divination tortoise transformation and immortal killer move Vajra thought can be used. But the more I use it, the more I will be targeted by others or even broken. Actually, reverse flow protection seal is the same. After the Battle of Northern Plains, Celestial Court, the 10 great ancient sects, Longevity Heaven, Old Ancestor Shuehu, and others will analyze it. I need to pay attention to it the next time I use it, especially in front of these people. Feng Yuan became vigilant. Wu Yubo's fate was right in front of them. It was not easy to create an immortal killer move, but a powerful immortal killer move could not remain unchanged for a long time. It needed to advance and improve with time. This way, others could counter or even break your killer move. Only then would you be able to face them effectively. Modifying and upgrading immortal killer moves was naturally a difficult matter. Other than sudden inspiration, the true test was the Gu Immortal's attainment level. And the best place to raise my attainment level in this world is definitely dream realms. Feng Yuan's thoughts involuntarily drifted to that giant dream realm again. It was precisely because of the widespread appearance of dream realms that during the 5 regions chaotic war in Feng Yuan's previous life, all sorts of characters appeared one after another. Together, they formed a magnificent era of war and chaos. It is a pity that I am Wu Yihai now. I have just joined Wu Clan. If I forcefully request to go to the Super Gu formation, it would be very suspicious. Although this matter has come to an end, I don't know when I will be able to regain the giant dream. I should focus on what is in front of me and let nature take its course. Feng Yuan thought of this as he landed on Frosty Peak. He had yet to properly search this mountain peak that was rich in ice path resources. After chasing away Xia Clan's Gu immortals, Feng Yuan had a rare opportunity. He would not let it go. On Frosty Peak, cold air pressed down, snow covered the ground. Chapter 1320. Feng Yuan took a look. There were many Gu materials on the list. Most of them were mortal Gu materials. There were immortal materials, but they were few. Feng Yuan knew that if he handed over the frost jades and jade essences, the rewards would not be this much. Wu Yong and Wu Fa were actually putting on an act. They were not plotting against Feng Yuan, but to give Feng Yuan a way out. Feng Yuan excavated Frosty Peak. Even though it did not cross the bottom line, Wu Clan would rather have the original Frosty Peak. But Feng Yuan did not hand it over. He was silent for a while before saying, I wonder if we can exchange these rewards for a mortal Gu material, dragon scale soil? Wu Yong was slightly stunned. He looked at Wu Fa. The latter thought about it and nodded. After returning to his residence, Feng Yuan continued to cultivate. This time, he obtained a lot of frost jades and jade essences. Fang Yuan could almost create a miniature frosty peak in mini-southern border in the sovereign immortal aperture. But this was not the main point. The main point was the dragon scale soil. This special soil was only an ordinary goo material. It was hard and formed into granules. If a layer of dragon scale soil was on the ground, it would look like layers of dragon scales. Dragon scale soil was the soil of dragon desolate beasts, ancient desolate dragons, and even immemorial desolate dragons. Because it was contaminated with dragon chi, it gradually formed. Fang Yuan had purchased this soil in his early years. The reason was that with this soil, the dragonfish would have more urge to reproduce. Right now, he did not want other rewards, he only wanted this goo material. It was for the same reason. The sovereign immortal aperture's time has slowed down by many times. This has caused the immortal aperture's resource production to decrease by a lot. Right now, I do not have enough immortal essence and immortal yuan stone. As long as I expand the scale of resource production, this pressure can be alleviated. After Fang Yuan's consideration, he set the first resource point to expand as dragonfish. Desolate beast dragonfish and ordinary dragonfish had always been the main transactions in jewel yellow skies. The dragonfish seemed to be a creation of food path. It could replace a portion of many goo worms and feed them. Not every goo immortal had an immortal goo. However, every superpower would purchase a large number of dragonfish from time to time. This was the largest flow of arowana sales in the jewel yellow skies market. In the following period of time, Fang Yuan mainly focused on the construction of the sea. Right now, the sovereign immortal aperture's mini eastern sea was no longer a shallow pool of water. Because Fang Yuan annexed a large number of water path immortal apertures, mini eastern sea was already filled with waves. Even though it was not deep, it looked like an ocean on the surface. There were almost no islands, and the sea itself was no different. Fang Yuan's plan was to build a dragon-scale sea. Man-made seas. This was not Fang Yuan's creation, nor was it his own. In fact, in Eastern Sea's Goo Immortal world, many Goo Immortals had already created artificial sea areas. Right now, on the ranking board of Eastern Sea's Goo Immortal world, many of the famous sea areas were man-made sea areas. They were constructed step by step. Of course, naturally formed sea areas still occupied most of the positions on the ranking board. Man-made sea areas were not easy to construct. Fang Yuan spent a lot of time and effort to lay down the dragon-scale soil. He then set up a mortal goo formation, using the power of the goo formation to isolate the sea area into a special sea area. Next, he lured the original dragonfish group into the sea area. The dragonfish group entered this sea area. They were much more relaxed than before. Their mating behavior also increased by a lot. However, this was not enough. He obtained Vajra Thought Immortal Goo. He needed to solve the problem of feeding it. He could not let this immortal goo starve to death. Fang Yuan did not speak. He sized it up. This stall's divine deer fruits were of good quality. Fang Yuan had already shopped in jewel yellow skies several times. He found that the divine deer fruits here were of top quality. The price was also reasonable. Thus, he had come here several times. Divine deer fruits were not fruits that grew on trees or flowers. They were shaped like a baby's fist. They grew on the antlers of a type of desolate beast, the elk. Fruit-bearing elk. Fang Yuan had already inquired about the name of this desolate beast. Jewel yellow skies also sold them. But even if he bought a batch, how many divine deer fruits could he produce? That was a question worth investigating. The production of any resource had its own method of cultivation. Fang Yuan could produce dragonfish. It was not the result of random experiments. He had the experience of Dongfang tribe. This was the foundation of a super tribe. Thus, Fang Yuan's dragonfish were of good quality. They were produced smoothly, the cost was low, and the profits were high. Now, I need to gather a portion of divine deer fruits for the first feeding of Vajra Thought Immortal Goo. In the future, when I have more funds, I will consider how to raise the fruit-bearing elk, to be self-sufficient and feed Vajra Thought Immortal Goo independently. As for whether I can mass-produce this divine deer fruit and turn it into another source of profit, that will depend on my future fortuitous encounters. Feng Yuan thought as he communicated with the Gu Immortal's will, then I will take a look. But at this time, the Gu Immortal's will in front of Feng Yuan suddenly paused. He changed his words. My main body's consciousness has entered. He said we can discuss the price. You guys can discuss it yourselves. Saying so, the Gu Immortals will retreated. Feng Yuan was overjoyed. He was waiting for this situation. This Gu Immortal who sold the divine deer fruits left the divine deer fruits in jewel yellow skies. He also left a will to look after them. But even though this will could think and communicate, it abided by the Gu Immortal's bottom line. This made Feng Yuan unable to negotiate. Now that the Gu Immortal's will entered, Feng Yuan could communicate with him. There was a high chance of success. There was a lot of content that could be discussed. I need the divine deer fruits to feed the immortal Gu. So, if we can reach a deal, it will not be just this once. How about it? I will pay 1,300 immortal yuan stones. Feng Yuan persuaded. That Gu Immortal hesitated. This is the first time we have met. There is no proof. Should I believe you or not? Forget it. 1,400 immortal yuan stones. We can make a deal. After making 3 such deals, the price will be 1,300 immortal yuan stones. What do you think? Chapter 1322. Southern Border. It was drizzling. The green mountains stretched endlessly. Feng Yuan was dressed in blue clothes. He stood on a rock and looked at this beautiful river and mountains. His gaze finally focused on one of the mountains. This mountain was very special. The surrounding mountains were either tall or short, dangerous or flat. As for this mountain, it was round and had form. This was Mount Snail. Or rather, Mountain Snail. It was an immemorial desolate beast. A giant snail, its shell was as tall as a tower. It spiraled up layer by layer and was covered in green moss. When it was motionless, its soft limbs were all retracted into the shell, as if it was a mountain, standing tall and erect. But now, it had already awakened and was moving slowly. Rumble, rumble, rumble. When it moved, the ground within a radius of 100 miles would tremble slightly. Wherever it went, birds and beasts would scurry away. Feng Yuan stood on another mountain peak, looking at this immemorial desolate beast mountain snail's migration with a calm expression. Its speed was very slow. Although mountain snail was an immemorial desolate beast, it had a gentle nature. It was hard to anger it. It could be said to be harmless. Not only harmless, it was also beneficial. Because mountain snail's body contained rich enslavement path and earth path Dao marks, it formed a special environment around it that nurtured a vast amount of enslavement path and earth path resources. The ownership of mountain snail had always been an unresolved topic. Few Gu Immortals could control mountain snail. Even rank 8 enslavement path Gu Immortals would have difficulty controlling it. Because mountain snail itself had extremely rich enslavement path Dao marks. In Southern Border, there were 7 known mountain snails. Long ago, Southern Border's super forces made an agreement. As long as these mountain snails were not controlled by others, they would be wild mountain snails. Whoever's territory it was in would be the property of that clan. This mountain snail was originally in Wu clan's territory. It naturally belonged to Wu clan. There was no doubt about this. But now, when mountain snail was migrating, it was moving away from Wu clan's territory. Mountain snail's original location was at the border of Wu clan's territory. In fact, this was during Wu Du Xiu's era. Wu clan specially expanded their territory and included mountain snail. Now the mountain snail was migrating, leaving the Wu family's territory, but there were no other righteous super forces in the place it was heading to. This also meant that this mountain snail would become a wild and ownerless object. Wu Yong naturally did not want to see such a situation happen, but he did not have enough manpower, so he could only give this task to his younger brother, Wu Yihai. Is it Wu Yihai? I am Qin Jingsheng. I have the nickname of mountain-moving old monster. A Gu Immortal flew over from another mountain peak. Fang Yuan looked at the newcomer. This old Gu immortal was wearing a green-gray stone armor. His hair was both black and white. It was messy like a pile of straw. The corners of his clothes were also tattered and unkempt. But his rank 7 aura was overflowing. His aura was oppressive, especially his eyes. They flickered with sharp light as he sized up Fang Yuan like a senior looking at a junior. Yes, I am Wu Yihai. Greetings to Senior Mountain-Moving Old Monster. Fang Yuan bowed slightly, showing the demeanor of a righteous path expert. This mountain-moving old monster had the word old in his title. It naturally meant that he was an old veteran, over 2,000 years old. He had lifespan Gu and unique methods to extend his life. His battle strength was also extremely high. He was a famous expert among lone immortals, on the same level as old Treeman Bada and Wu clan's Wu Yubo. A rank 7 Gu immortal like Xia Fei Kuai could not compare to mountain-moving old monster. Chapter 1323. Several days later. Looking at Mount Snail moving away with mountain-moving old monster standing at the peak with the attitude of a master, Fang Yuan retracted his gaze and started to walk back. The matter of Mount Snail came to an end. With Fang Yuan as the representative, Wu Clan reached an agreement with mountain-moving old monster. Mountain-moving old monster obtained most of the profits of Mount Snail, but this immemorial desolate beast still belonged to Wu Clan in name. The mission that Wu Yong gave to Fang Yuan was to protect Mount Snail. Fang Yuan had already protected it, just a portion, but it could be said that he had completed this mission. Mountain-moving old monster agreed to my conditions because I was relying on Wu Clan's power. As for Wu Yong, he is in a terrible situation right now. He is busy dealing with the difficulties of the other super forces. He can only reluctantly approve of my handling of Mount Snail. Wu Clan is currently in a precarious situation. As Wu Yong's brother, I should not loiter outside. I should return as soon as possible. Fang Yuan was quite satisfied with the result of this matter. He had an explanation to the Wu Clan, and most importantly, he had obtained plenty of benefits from this mission. The coiling thread caves had already started construction. Because of this amount of resources, Fang Yuan had the spare energy to build a second large-scale resource cave. According to the previous speed of development, he would need to wait for at least half a year. During this period, he could not allow any accidents to happen. For example, intense battles would consume a lot of red date immortal essence. Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture's time was slowed. The production of red date immortal essence was not as good as before. Fang Yuan had to use immortal yuan stones to convert them into red date immortal essence. Right now, he was no longer green grape immortal essence. 100 immortal yuan stones could be converted into 1 bead of red date immortal essence. To construct the coiling thread caves, I need to set up a Gu formation. I also need the rank 6 immortal material, Softine Silk, and rank 7 immortal material, Hate Water Stone. With this amount of resources, these can be completed. It is only a matter of time. The crucial thing is, when can I return to the dream realm? Wu Yong's attitude is the key. Fang Yuan pondered as he hurried along. On his way back, in Wu Clan's headquarters, 2 Gu immortals were talking about Wu Yihai. One was Wu Clan's rank 8 Gu immortal, First Supreme Elder Wu Yong. The other was Wu Yong's trusted aide, Wu Fei. I didn't expect my younger brother to solve the problem of Mount Snail so quickly this time. Elder Wu Fa, according to the family rules, how should he be rewarded? Wu Yong asked. Wu Fa pondered for a moment. He knew that the meaning behind Wu Yong's question was not just the surface content, but his attitude towards Wu Yihai. This was a test of martial punishment. Because Wu Yihai's identity was special, he and Wu Yong were brothers from the same mother but different fathers. Wu Fa quickly thought and answered, Lord Wu Yihai is ultimately a lone cultivator. Just one sentence. But Wu Yong laughed heartily. Not bad, your evaluation is good. This Wu Yihai is a lone cultivator after all. Even after returning to the clan, he has not changed. He is still trying to make a fortune and is greedy for small gains. Wu Fei, however, said, Frosty Peak and Mount Snail, these two are not small gains. Wu Yong's laughter stopped. A cold light flashed in his eyes as he nodded. It is not good. If everyone is like this, how can Wu clan continue to exist? But his methods are quite appropriate. He did not leave behind any evidence that could be used against him. Saying so, Wu Yong sighed and evaluated. He is quite capable. Fang Yuan was an astute person. How could he not have a way to deal with this? More than 10 days later, in a pavilion on Yuhua Mountain, several Gu immortals sat around a stone table. The moonlight was like water, gently sprinkling down. Verdant green mountains, birds chirped in the night. A light breeze caressed their faces. It was a beautiful sight. Today is my Southern Border's annual moon festival. It is my honor to admire the moon with all of you tonight. It is an elegant occasion. Xiao Si Lu smiled. Her voice was very beautiful, like the babbling of a mountain spring. It gave people a clear and pure feeling. She was even more beautiful. Her dress tonight was as white as snow. Together with her beautiful appearance, she was like a fairy in the mortal world. It is my honor to be invited by Fairy Si Lu to admire the moon together, Luo Muzi. A young-looking Gu immortal spoke first. His smile was overflowing with passion, especially when he looked at Xiao Si Lu. There was a burning passion in his gaze. Xiao Si Lu was publicly recognized as one of the 3 great beauties in Southern Border's Gu immortal world, and even more eye-catching was her clan background. Xiao clan, although it was a vassal of Wu clan, was also a righteous path superforce. There were 6 Gu immortals present, 2 women and 4 men, besides a pair of Dao companions. Luo Muzi and Luan Fei were both pursuers of Xiao Si Lu. Xiao Si Lu had many pursuers, but to be invited by her to admire the moon, these 2 were naturally not ordinary. Luo Muzi and Luan Fei were naturally happy. The moment they received Xiao Si Lu's invitation, they immediately rushed over. But at this time, Xiao Si Lu said to another male Gu immortal, "Yihai, you said you want to integrate into Southern Border faster. Admiring the moon tonight is our Southern Border's custom. Our Southern Border has many mountains and villages, isolated from each other, but the Moon Festival is a common festival. Every year at this time, we usually admire the moon." When she said this, her eyes shone, her voice was soft and her red lips carried a smile. It was extraordinary. Luo Muzi and Luan Fei immediately frowned, staring at Fang Yuan with gazes that seemed to be spewing fire. Xiao Si Lu's different attitude could be sensed by anyone with discerning eyes, and today's seating arrangement had already made Luo Muzi and Luan Fei extremely unhappy. Because Xiao Si Lu was sitting on the main seat, on her right was Fang Yuan, and on her left was her best friend Fairy Tian Lu. As for the other male Gu immortals, they were separated at a distance. Moon Festival? Fang Yuan's expression was indifferent as he sat on the main seat, asking despite knowing the answer, "Interesting, but besides admiring the moon, what else do we do?" "Drink tea, recite poems, and dissect rocks." Xiao Si Lu explained with a smile. "Dissect rocks?" Fang Yuan showed a puzzled expression. Xiao Si Lu did not reply, instead holding a cup of fragrant tea and handing it to Fang Yuan. "Yihai, please have a taste of the tea I personally made." Seeing this, Luo Muzi almost stood up. Luan Fei's eyelids twitched. He wished he could replace Fang Yuan's position. Fang Yuan took a sip and evaluated. "This tea seems pretty good." "Not just pretty, this is Fairy Si Lu's famous willow spiral tea." Luo Muzi almost shouted. "What is so special about this?" Fang Yuan looked at Xiao Si Lu. Xiao Si Lu first glanced at Fang Yuan, then her brows moved and her laughter was filled with a sense of gentleness. Luan Fei's heart beat wildly when he saw the fairy's charming smile. At this moment, Fairy Tian Lu very appropriately interrupted. "For this willow spiral tea, as long as you gently shake it, a willow leaf-like whirlpool will form on the surface of the tea. Drinking it now is truly tasting the tea. The taste will not be ordinary." "Is that so?" Fang Yuan followed the instructions and shook the cup in his hand. Chapter 1324. Qiao Si Lu only made a portion of willow spiral tea and gave it to Fang Yuan. This method immediately changed the meaning of this willow spiral tea. Fang Yuan's expression slightly changed, revealing a flattered and overjoyed expression, but his mind was clear and calm. What a pity! No matter how beautiful you are, without eternal life, you will only be a pile of bones. Beauty is only bones, but people often forget about it. But this fairy Tian Lu is really Qiao Si Lu's best friend. Their cooperation is outstanding. The only tea she made was given to Fang Yuan by Fairy Si Lu in public. Luo Muzi and Lun Fei were still thinking of tasting it, but this was the answer. It was easy to imagine how stiff their expressions were at this moment. Qiao Si Lu smiled lightly. Willow spiral tea is my original creation. It is just a token of my appreciation. This time, I have brought bewitching tea for everyone. Please enjoy. She waved her long sleeves, and 5 cups of tea appeared on the stone table. This tea was different from the willow spiral tea. It was not a cup, but a small porcelain plate. At the center of this plate, there was a fist-sized dewdrop. This dewdrop was clear and smooth like jade. When the night wind blew, the surface trembled slightly, as if it could be broken. Bewitching tea is Qiao clan's famous tea in southern border. To think I could taste it today. Luo Muzi tried to smooth things over, but in fact his gaze was still fixed on the cup of tea in front of Fang Yuan. Lun Fei's hands, which were placed under the stone table, were already clenched into fists. He gritted his teeth and took a sip of the small porcelain plate, immediately drinking the bewitching tea. He opened his mouth, but his expression was still somewhat stiff. In fact, bewitching tea was indeed several grades higher than willow spiral tea. The latter was only created by Qiao Si Lu herself, while the former was Qiao clan's signature tea. The signature tea of a superforce was naturally much better than the original creation of a Gu immortal like Qiao Si Lu. However, in Luo Muzi and Lun Fei's hearts, they would rather give up 100 cups of bewitching tea and drink a mouthful of willow spiral tea. Bewitching tea is still so refreshing, it gives people endless aftertastes. Si Lu, with this tea, how can my flowing color tea be presentable? Fairy Heavenly Dew said with a smile. However, Qiao Si Lu was not polite to her best friend. Then don't take it out. To be honest, I'm tired of drinking your flowing color tea. I'm looking forward to Immortal Sheng Lu's Drunken Flowers. I heard that this tea was created when he fell in love with you at first sight and was inspired to create it. I wonder if we're fated to have a taste today? I'm ashamed. Sheng Lu rubbed his nose and smiled bitterly. My Drunken Flowers is just a small doodle. It's not very elegant. Fairy Tian Lu also covered her mouth and chuckled. Si Lu, you want to embarrass my Lu Lang, that won't do. Only I can drink Drunken Flowers, outsiders can forget about it. As she said this, her brows were filled with pride and charm. The Gu immortal beside her, Sheng Lu, was looking at Fairy Tian Lu with deep emotions. The two were already holding hands under the stone table. Qiao Si Lu sighed faintly. Sigh, I wonder when will I meet someone who can create a unique tea for me? She softly muttered, feeling perplexed and confused. At this moment, the moonlight was like water, shining into the pavilion. The beauty under the moonlight sighed softly. It was truly a pitiful sight. Luo Muzi and Lun Fei immediately felt warmth in their hearts. Luo Muzi immediately stood up. Fairy Si Lu, I have a cup of tea called 9 Recollections Fragrance. It is my original creation. On such a beautiful occasion, I will offer it to you. Lun Fei was not willing to fall behind. He also said, I also have preparations. This is yin yang tea. Yin and yang are clearly separated. Please have a taste, Fairy. These two Gu immortals only offered tea to Qiao Si Lu, just like how Qiao Si Lu offered tea to Fang Yuan earlier. Qiao Si Lu took a sip and smiled. 9 Recollections Fragrance's name is appropriate. When the tea enters the throat, the fragrance lingers on the tongue. Carefully tasting it, there are actually 9 times when the fragrance is concentrated. It is very peculiar. Ha, I don't deserve your praise. Luo Muzi laughed heartily. He swept away his previous dejection and laughed very happily. Xiao Si Lu then said to Luin Fei, Yin Yang Tea, although it is not an original creation, but Si Lu heard that there are 3 levels to this tea. The first layer was a mass of chaos, where yin and yang were mixed up. The second level was the distinction between yin and yang. On the third level, there was yang within yin and yin within yang. Yin and yang circulated. Lun Fei was able to refine this tea to the second layer. It can be seen that there are less than 10 people who can do this in the whole of southern border, worthy of a food path gu immortal. The tea, wine, and delicacies in this world were naturally not ordinary. There were all kinds of strange ways to make tea. Making tea was not as simple and shallow as pouring boiling water into a cup filled with tea leaves. Like the tea that the immortals were talking about, willow spiral tea, bewitching tea, intoxicated flowers, 9 return fragrance, yin yang tea, they could all be seen as incomplete gu recipes. And after this gu recipe is completed, when the gu immortal makes tea, they can refine food path gu worms. Food path was one of the many paths in the present age, but it had never been popular. Although it was very important and needed to be the foundation of prosperity, unfortunately, because of historical reasons, the inheritances left in the world were very few. This Luin Fei is actually a gu immortal who cultivates food path? Fang Yuan sized up Luin Fei with a glance, feeling somewhat surprised. What is this Luin Fei's origin? I have many immortal gu on me. If I can obtain his food path inheritance, it might be of great help to me. Fang Yuan immediately had malicious intentions. The tiger harms the human heart, and the tiger harms the human heart. Fang Yuan was a little moved. His current strength had already reached one of the top below rank 8. After he activated the countercurrent protection seal, although his offensive power was still slightly weaker, he was already able to keep pace with Feng Jiuge. I will first investigate Luin Fei's background and see if I can make a move. If I really make a move, Wu Yihai's identity cannot be implicated. With Wu Yihai's identity, Fang Yuan could not openly kill Luin Fei. Because he was a righteous path gu immortal, he could not do demonic things. The strength of a superpower was much stronger than that of a loose immortal. But these forces usually would not easily offend any gu immortal. Wu clan was the same. A superforce had a lot of assets. If a gu immortal could not be killed and could roam around, destroying the superforce's resources, it would be a huge headache for the superforce. In the matter of Mount Snail, Wu Yong had accepted Fang Yuan's suggestion and made some concessions to mountain-moving old monster. This was also because of this consideration. I should first inquire about the value of Luin Fei's inheritance. If the value is not high, then forget it. If the value is high, I have to be careful and not let his soul self-destruct when I make a move. There was no need to think about immortal gu. It was absolutely impossible to obtain. But Fang Yuan could assassinate Luin Fei and capture his soul, then obtain the food path inheritance through soul-searching methods. Fang Yuan had always been looking forward to the food path inheritance. Unfortunately, he did not have enough fortuitous encounters. There was nothing he could do. Since there was no fortuitous encounter, then he had to do it himself and snatch others' inheritance. Fang Yuan did not feel any guilt. Many gu immortals paid particular attention to not offending others if they did not offend them. Fang Yuan was a human. Even if he did not offend him, he would still want criminals. I have made this cup of tea for 7 days and 7 nights. It is all worth it to be able to obtain fairy's praise. Luin Fei's tone was slightly trembling, his face showing excitement. Next, his gaze drifted towards Fang Yuan and said with a provocative tone, I wonder what Tea Lord Wu Yihai has to show me? He did not know that Fang Yuan was already planning to murder him. Eastern Sea is the richest in the 5 regions. Wu Yihai has lived in Eastern Sea for many years. If you take out 1 or 2 cups of tea, you will definitely surpass others and obtain first place. Luo Muzi sat down again, brimming with enthusiasm. Fang Yuan smiled. These two were Xiao Si Lu's pursuers. After realizing Fang Yuan's strength, they had already tacitly allied to make things difficult for Fang Yuan. Their words of praise were elevating Fang Yuan's status, making it hard for him to deal with them. Xiao Si Lu frowned slightly. Luo Muzi and Lun Fei's intentions were somewhat sinister. If Wu Yihai could not take it out, it would be awkward. If he could, his reputation would not be good. But because this moon appreciation gathering was hosted by Qiao Silu, Qiao clan's bewitching tea was the host. The tea of other Gu immortals was the guest. The guest should not oppress the host. This was the unwritten rule of the moon appreciation gathering. Qiao clan might not care if the guest bullied the host, but Wu Yihai's reputation would be damaged. Those in the righteous path cared about their reputation. Fang Yuan, however, did not hesitate. He took out 5 cups of tea and gestured, "Everyone please drink." Fairy Tianlu's eyes brightened. She was the first to raise her cup. "I am very curious, what is Lord Wu Yihai's tea like?" But the first person to drink the tea was not her, but Lun Fei. He was somewhat eager. This was the best chance to strike down his love rival. As a food path Gu immortal, how could he not make use of this opportunity? But after drinking a mouthful, he immediately frowned and spat it out. Pa, what kind of lousy tea is this? Disgusting, too disgusting." Luo Muzi also drank a mouthful, directly putting down the cup. "This is the most disgusting tea I have ever drunk in my life. It might even be worse than mortal tea." He spoke very impolitely. He could not be polite to a love rival. The two tightly grasped the opportunity to greatly embarrass Fang Yuan. Fairy Tianlu wanted to help, but after drinking it she smiled helplessly at the tea. "This tea is salty, like seawater." Fang Yuan smiled lightly, actually admitting, "This is seawater." Chapter 1326. Good poem, good poem. Fairy Tianlu smiled tenderly, especially the last line, "Under the moonlight flowers dream of a beautiful woman, truly beautiful. I think it must be referring to me, hee." She purposely jested, and the atmosphere in the pavilion suddenly eased up. Lun Fei helplessly smiled bitterly and sat back down. "Everyone, please don't laugh at me, it's just a little clumsy work, it's hard to enter the grand hall." Taoist Lun Fei is too humble. "I also have a poem." Luo Muzi said. "We are all ears." Qiao Silu smiled and looked at Luo Muzi expectantly. Luo Muzi was silent for a moment before he spoke. "A place to ascend the mountain in search of immortality. Every step was dangerous. The floating dust is like a stream of light. Dark goo was hidden in the heart groove. The golden jade was like a dream. 10,000 years of regret and loneliness. 5 regions 9 heavens technique. All in one breath." Once this 5-word poem was spoken, the atmosphere and concept made all of the Gu immortals present slightly moved. He savored it carefully. Ascending the mountain to seek immortals, it referred to Gu immortals' cultivation. Gu immortals cultivated and had to deal with calamities and tribulations. They needed to develop their immortal aperture. It was like climbing a mountain. Every step was filled with difficulties and obstacles. The floating dust was like a stream of light, which meant that the river of time flowed by. He was in the mortal world, and there was floating dust on his body, and his body was like floating dust. Dark goo hides in the heart groove. This was referring to Gu immortals storing immortal goo and mortal goo in their immortal aperture. But the Gu immortals present all had a deep foundation in literature. They could tell that this sentence had a deeper meaning. Dark goo meant darkness, frustration, failure, compromise, disappointment, and all sorts of other emotions. Mortals all say that immortals are good, but they don't know that immortals suffer. Look at the lives of all living things in the world. Who can truly be free and unfettered? When Gu immortals cultivate, they are under huge pressure. It is unavoidable for them to have all sorts of negative emotions. Even immortal venerables and demon venerables are the same. The path of ascending the mountain to seek immortality is fraught with danger. The floating dust is like a stream of light. the dark goo is hidden in the heart groove. These two sentences were simple but had deep meaning. They resonated strongly with the goo immortals. After that, gold and jade are like a dream. 10,000 years of regret and loneliness referred to gold and jade, but they were nothingness. All kinds of wealth were like a dream. After a long time, love and hate had all dissipated. It revealed the transcendent state of mind of a poet who looked indifferently at the wind and clouds, untainted by the mortal world. The last sentence, the 5 regions and 9 heavens technique, all in one breath, was very imposing. It swept away the gloominess of the previous words, and the atmosphere was majestic. There were also a few other layers of meaning. As long as a person lived in this world, they would only have one breath left. Once he breathed his last, he would die. Humans lived to fight for their honor. If a goo immortal's cultivation could compare to heaven and earth, to become an outstanding talent in the 5 regions and 9 heavens, it was all because of their hard work. The whole poem was first restrained and then uplifted. It was a magnificent scene that made one's heart tremble. For a moment, the immortals in the pavilion were silent, silently savoring the poem. Xiao Si Lu thought to herself, "This is strange. Based on my understanding of Luo Muzi, how could he compose such poems with his temperament? Perhaps it was someone else's masterpiece that had been appropriated by him. He didn't say he did it himself." She looked at Luo Muzi. As for Fairy Tian Lu, she is completely on Xiao Si Lu's side. There is nothing to worry about. Feng Yuan's thoughts moved. He laughed inwardly and said, "Then I will play a song. Don't laugh at me. I am all ears to listen to friend's masterpiece. We are all looking forward to it." Luo Muzi and Luan Fei were full of smiles. But at the next moment, the immortals heard Feng Yuan recite, "O great sea, you are full of water. O steed, you have 4 legs. O beauty, you have big eyes and a mouth." The poem ended. The whole place was silent. The other goo immortals' expressions froze. Even Xiao Si Lu and Fairy Tian Lu were no exception. This, what the hell? Is this a poem? This is simply nonsense. Boorish man, this Wu Yihai is a complete boorish man. What is this? Admiring the moon and reciting poems, such an elegant scene, the atmosphere has been completely destroyed. The goo immortals' thoughts seemed to be connected. They were all roaring in their minds. Feng Yuan smiled and looked at Xiao Si Lu. "I wonder if Fairy Xiao is satisfied?" "Satisfied my ass. You still have the nerve to ask such a question? Your skin is really thick." Luo Muzi and Luan Fei roared in their hearts, but due to their demeanor, they did not show it on the surface. The pavilion was still silent. Xiao Si Lu laughed. It sounded very forced. "This poem is really special. To speak the truth, I have never heard such a poem. As expected of Yihai's creation. Now that I think about it carefully, it has a special sense of humor. I can't stop thinking about it." Luo Muzi, Luan Fei. The atmosphere in the pavilion eased up by a lot. Luo Muzi and Luan Fei also let out a sigh of relief. At least they did not have to praise Feng Yuan's lousy poem against their will. The stones Xiao Si Lu prepared were of different sizes. Goo immortals chose them in order and opened them on the spot to see if there were goo worms inside. Mortal goo were very easy to obtain for goo immortals. Thus, the atmosphere was relaxed, unlike goo masters who treated rock openings seriously. Of course, this was only mortal goo. If immortal goo were involved, then rock opening would also attract the attention of goo immortals. Goo immortals had many methods to check if there were mortal goo inside the stones. But in today's round, everyone naturally would not use any methods to cheat. They would only rely on their own insight and luck. As for the stones with immortal goo inside, they could only be found by chance. Goo immortals had very few investigative methods and were helpless. Wanting to open an immortal goo in tonight's rock was a fantasy. It was unrealistic. Nobody had such extravagant hopes. It was really just entertainment. But this entertainment, to Luo Muzi and Luan Fei, had a different meaning than usual. They were secretly competing with Fang Yuan, but the result almost made them vomit blood. Fang Yuan's rock opening result was at the top of the list, maintaining it from the start until the end. Rock opening was a test of a Gu master's insight. Fang Yuan was not lacking in this aspect. He had even opened a rock gambling shop in his previous life. As for luck, could Fang Yuan's luck be bad? Not to mention sharing his luck with other people with strong luck. He even had luck immortal Gu to help him. But although Fang Yuan won, the process was rather thrilling. Although he maintained his advantage, it was not obvious at times. The one who gave him a strong impact was Luo Muzi. This person was not a lone immortal, but came from one of the super forces of southern border, Luo clan. His insight was very sharp and most importantly, his luck was also good. The result was only slightly inferior to Fang Yuan. It seems his luck is really good. Otherwise, he would not know about the 5 words Qiju poem, right? Fang Yuan pondered in his heart. It was not difficult for him to move Luan Fei, but he had some misgivings about Luo Muzi because of Luo clan behind him. Of course, no matter how he killed him, Wu Yihai's identity could not be implicated. By the time the Moon Appreciation Banquet ended, it was already late at night. Everyone said their goodbyes, and the scene was lively and cheerful. "I'll send you off." Xiao Si Lu took the initiative to send Fang Yuan off. Luo Muzi and Luan Fei's eyes turned red. "Let's go." Luo Muzi and Luan Fei were originally competitors and did not like each other, but after this matter, they instead reached a tacit understanding. Chapter 1329. Genius 1 second. Remember if you want to go? TalkNet, providing you with exciting novels to read. Southern Border, Etian Mountain Ruins, inside the Super Gu Formation. Wu and Wu Yao greets Wu Yihai. Inside the Super Gu Formation, Wu clan's Gu immortals Wu Liao and Wu and respectfully greeted Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan nodded. "Sit down, tell me, what is going on?" Elder Wu Bei was actually so heavily injured. Wu Liao and Wu and looked at each other. Wu Liao kept quiet as Wuan, who was good with words, reported, "Lord, it is like this." As it turned out, Ba clan had been itching to make a move against Wu clan. After Wu clan faced many difficulties, Ba clan's Gu immortal leader, Old Treeman Bada, felt that the time was right and attacked Wu clan. Bada had already planned for a long time. It was fine if he did not make a move, but once he made a move, Wu clan was in a passive position. Wu clan naturally could not sit still and wait for death. Wu Bei made a move, but was tricked by Bada and had no choice but to spar with Bada. The result was naturally Ba clan's victory and Wu clan's defeat. But we did not expect Lord Wu Bei's injuries to be so severe. During the spar, the victor was decided. Even though Lord Wu Bei lost, he still had an intimidating demeanor. That's right, even though he lost to Bada, Lord Wu Bei still had a secret discussion with Qiao clan and other clans' Gu immortals. We all thought his injuries were not serious. After Wu and finished, Wu Liao added a few more sentences. Fang Yuan laughed inwardly, but on the surface, he said with concern, "I understand the situation. Since Wu Bei is gone, I will take his place. Everything will be as before. If the enemy does not make a move, I will not make a move." "Yes, Lord." Wu Liao and Wu In immediately responded. They were not surprised by this order. From an outsider's perspective, how could Wu Yihai's battle strength compare to Bada? Even though Wu Yihai had been in the limelight recently, his victory over Xia Fei Kuai was only a spar, and the rules were set by him. Even though he settled the dispute on Mount Snail, he did not use force during the whole process. but negotiated with mountain-moving old monster. Finally, the scandal with Xiao Si Lu was even more lustful. It would not make people respect him. If there's nothing else, you can all leave. I rushed all the way here, so I'm a little tired. Fang Yuan waved his hand. Wu Liao immediately took his leave, but Wu En hesitated and whispered, "Sir, there is something I need to report." "Then tell me." Fang Yuan already knew what Wu En wanted to report. As expected, Wu En's following words were not out of Fang Yuan's expectations. It was about the Wu clan leading the other clans to make use of the Dreamland to do business with the loose immortals. Right now, the situation is very tense, and the other families are also uneasy. Should we temporarily stop this business? Wu En asked worriedly. Fang Yuan pondered for a moment and said, "Don't worry. I've already said that everything will go on as usual. If there's nothing else, you can leave." "Yes, my lord." A look of joy flashed across Wu En's face as he bowed and retreated. As long as this Dreamland business continued, Wu En would be able to profit from it. How could he not be happy? Even if things went bad and the business was exposed by the Ba clan, Wu En's responsibility would still be very small. This was because his immediate superior, Fang Yuan, had once said that the business would go on as usual. Fang Yuan naturally knew Wu En's thoughts like the back of his hand. He sneered in his heart, "This Wu En is short-sighted." It was true that the Wu clan's situation was not very good, but they were still the #1 clan in southern border. Bada was indeed smart. Although he had made a move, he did not make a move on this Dreamland business. At the same time, the formation Heart Goo was directly destroyed, and the other 3 Goo worms were injured to varying degrees. The Water Path and Fire Path Goo worms were on the verge of death, and the Wind Path Goo worm was also heavily injured. "You failed." Tu Shicheng's expression immediately changed, turning frosty. "You disappoint me." Puff! Fang Yuan's vision changed, and he was expelled out of the dream realm. The first exploration was declared a failure. His soul returned to his body, and his body shook slightly, and his healthy face suddenly turned pale. Fang Yuan immediately inspected his injuries, and found that the extent of his soul's injuries was beyond his expectations. But it did not matter. Guts Goo! Fang Yuan took out the Guts Goo and directly crushed it, and the injuries on his soul were greatly alleviated. Fang Yuan took out another one and used it on himself. In an instant his soul's injuries were completely healed. The feeling of dizziness also disappeared without a trace. Because of the Guts Goo, Fang Yuan was not afraid of the soul's injuries from failing to explore the dream realm. Right now, I should be the #1 person in the world in exploring dream realms. Even the remnants of Shadow Sect cannot compare to me. Fang Yuan inwardly estimated. This was all because he had 2 powerful tools in his hands to explore dreams. The first was Guts Goo. It could heal soul injuries. The second was Unravel Dream. Once used, the effect would reach the answer of the riddle. It was unreasonably useful. Guts Goo was produced on Dang Hun Mountain, and Fang Yuan had placed Dang Hun Mountain in Langya Blessed Land. Even the sale of Guts Goo was in cooperation with Langya Sect. The Guts Goo trade was a monopoly, there were no other stores, and the supply had always been insufficient to meet the demand. Recently, Fang Yuan did not use Guts Goo to earn profits, and instead kept the portion of Guts Goo that belonged to him. There was only one goal, to make sufficient preparations for exploring dream realms. Thus, he kept a large number of Guts Goo. His foundation was very deep. Precisely because of this, he was in a tight financial situation and had to expand the production of some resources to improve his finances. It did not matter if he failed the first time. With Guts Goo, Fang Yuan's soul immediately healed, and he could start the second exploration now. But he was not anxious. He activated connecting heaven goo and sent his consciousness into it. He started to gather information. First was that Earth Path mortal goo. Feng Yuan did not recognize it, he needed to understand it. A copy of Encyclopedia of Earth Path Goo Worms. Feng Yuan quickly bought it from an Earth Path Goo immortal. This was an information transaction, one of the transactions in Jewel Yellow Skies. Some were introductions and understandings of goo worms and paths, some were the sale of current political matters, and there were also time path and wisdom path goo immortals deductions of the past, present, and future. Feng Yuan could also do this. With his 500 years of experience, the information he produced would definitely be very attractive. But this information was usually very cheap and could not be sold for long. It would even weaken Feng Yuan's rebirth advantage, so Feng Yuan did not care about it. After buying this Encyclopedia of Earth Path Goo Worms written by a goo immortal, Feng Yuan was not satisfied. He bought some other similar information, and of course, some formation path mortal inheritances. These cost him close to 10 immortal yuan stones. To Feng Yuan, it was like a drizzle. His soul was heavily injured, he was seeing stars. He quickly used Guts Goo, 1, 2, 6 guts in a row before he recovered. The third stage is even more difficult. The environment for setting up the formation has become so harsh. But my formation path attainment level has already risen to Quasi-Master. After comprehending for a while, Feng Yuan slowly opened his eyes, a trace of joy flashing in his eyes. What was attainment level? Attainment level was the Goo Master's unique way of thinking, feelings and experiences, as well as their experiences in raising Goo, using Goo, refining Goo and so on. Summarizing and refining them into the essence, it was the understanding and comprehension of the great Tao of heaven and earth. Cultivation attainment levels were divided into ordinary, master, grandmaster, great grandmaster, and supreme grandmaster. Of course, there were also the minute levels of Quasi-Master, Quasi-Grandmaster, and Quasi-Great Grandmaster. Ordinary attainment level was a level that most Goo Masters could reach in their lifetime. Quasi-Master attainment level was already very rare. Young Goo Masters with outstanding talent or experienced Goo Masters who were old and experienced could often reach this level. Master attainment level was when the use of Goo Worms had reached an artistic level, breaking away from superficial craftsmanship. This was 1 in 10,000. For example, during the Imperial Court contest, there were only 5 enslavement path masters. They were Jiang Baoye, Yang Ping, Ma Zun, Chang Shan Yin, Feng Yuan, and New Air Tuesday. Of course, this was 1 in 10,000 for mortals. For rank 6 Goo immortals, their main cultivation path usually had such attainment level. Quasi-Grandmaster attainment level was usually the elite among rank 6 Goo immortals. Grandmaster attainment level was when one had a deep understanding of a path, they had a solid foundation and could comprehend other paths by analogy. Specifically, by using the Goo Worms of their main path, they could imitate the advantages of other paths. He Fan's true inheritance had an immortal killer move called 100 Years Harmony. It was a classic example. It used time path Goo Worms to achieve the effect of information path. From this, it could be seen that He Fan's time path attainment level was at least at Grandmaster level. Normally speaking, Goo immortals who could reach Grandmaster level were even rarer. They often needed hundreds of years of accumulation and also required the Goo immortal's talent and ability. In Feng Yuan's previous life, he only reached Grandmaster attainment level in Blood Path in 500 years. Those who could reach Grandmaster attainment level were basically rank 7 Goo immortals. Above Grandmaster were Quasi-Great Grandmasters. They were even rarer, they were usually rank 7 experts or rank 8s. As for Great Grandmaster attainment level, most rank 8 Goo immortals could only reach this level for their entire lives. Chapter 1335. Genius 1 second. Remember if you want to go? Speak, Net, providing you with exciting novels to read. Qi Shang felt that he was humiliated. Yes, humiliated. Who in Southern Borders Gu Immortal World did not know of Wu Yihai's identity? Everyone knew that he cultivated transformation path. But now, Fang Yuan did not use his specialty to make things difficult for Qi Shang. Instead, he chose Qi Shang's specialty. This was like saying, I am not using transformation path to make things difficult for you because you cannot compare to me. The disdain was clear in his words. He could not take it anymore. He could not take it anymore. Qi Shang stared with wide-opened eyes. He held Fang Yuan's information path Gu worm in his hand as he gritted his teeth. I want to see what problem you came up with. He has some skill. It didn't take long for Qi Shang to reveal a wisp of a solemn expression. Fang Yuan's problem was a challenge to him. But soon, Qi Shang felt relieved. No wonder Wu Yihai is confident in making things difficult for me in formation path. This problem is a bit difficult. Did he come up with this problem? That should not be possible. He cultivates transformation path. It should be Wu clan's formation path Gu immortals behind him, right? Humph. With his identity as Wu Yang's brother, how could Wu clan's Gu immortals not help him? Even though Wu clan was not skilled in formation path, as long as it was a super clan, they would be involved in formation path. Because super forces guarded their resources, they needed Gu formations on a large scale. However, even if your Wu clan's Gu immortals help, so what? In terms of overall strength, my Qi clan is slightly inferior. But in terms of formation path attainment, my Qi clan is the #1 clan in Southern Border. Qi Shang felt an intense sense of pride in his clan. He gathered his concentration and dove into Fang Yuan's problem without hesitation. The more he thought, the more he forgot about himself. All of the problems were gradually broken down into dozens of difficulties in his analysis. To solve the problem of water and fire being incompatible, ordinary methods cannot be used. The Gu formations requirement is a round formation. I have to give up the square formations things. How do I solve this problem? Hiss. This is a bit difficult. But this is not a problem for me. Qi Shang's fighting spirit soared as if he had been injected with chicken blood. He told himself that he must teach Fang Yuan a harsh lesson. I must let him know that I, Qi Shang, cannot be humiliated. Lord, Luo clan's Gu immortals are inviting you to a banquet. It is about to begin. Love Go, Smaltz say, Netko at this time, a rank 6 Gu immortal from Qi clan, Qi Lu, reminded Qi Shang from outside the door. I'm not going. Qi Shang didn't even raise his head as he continued to deduce in his mind. But we've already agreed. Qi Lu hesitated. I said I won't go, so I won't go. Go away, Qi Shang replied impatiently. Qi Lu had no choice but to leave. Qi Shang took a deep breath. Faced with Fang Yuan's question, his eyes lit up as he mumbled to himself, what's so good about the banquet? The most important thing now was to defeat him. He had to solve this problem as soon as possible. How dare you humiliate me? Just like that, the night passed by. Qi Shang did not sleep. His eyes were bloodshot and his hair was messy. He was very tired. With a Gu immortal's physique, staying up late was not a problem. But Qi Shang had expended a lot of energy. He did not rest at all during the night. He had been deducing and designing. He was working hard. This problem is quite difficult indeed. I have already solved it. You dare to make things difficult for me. I will let you have a good taste of my power. Even though he was very tired, Qi Shang was very excited. He laughed loudly. I have spent enough time. I need to use this time to solve this problem and teach Wu Yihai a lesson. Qi Shang was filled with excitement and motivation, activating the wisdom sweat formation again. Another 2 days passed, the Gu formation was broken, but Qi Shang walked out angrily. So this Gu formation problem is unsolvable. Wu Yihai, you tricked me like this. Too sinister, too crafty. Thankfully, I received First Supreme Elder's advice. I was able to see through this truth. Thinking of this, Qi Shang gritted his teeth. He had suffered a lot these days. He researched without rest. But the result was that this problem was unsolvable. Qi Shang felt that he was fooled by Wu Yihai. He was furious. But soon he smiled. That's right, this problem is unsolvable. As long as I expose this truth, it will be my win. I can even expose it to Fairy Si Lu and let her see the sinister side of this Wu Yihai. Qi Shang immediately sent out 2 information path mortal Gu. Fang Yuan received 2 information path mortal Gu. The first one was from Qiao Si Lu. Qiao Si Lu's information path mortal Gu was not out of Fang Yuan's expectations. He looked at it with his consciousness and was a little puzzled. Next, he thought of something. He put down Si Lu's letter and went to look at Qi Shang's. Fang Yuan realized at once. This Qi Shang improved again. He actually learned to complain first. He told Qiao Si Lu the result of this challenge before sending the letter Gu to me. This is to prevent me from making a counterattack? He really improved a lot. Fang Yuan's smile gradually faded. The third result was out of his expectations. The Gu formation he created was unsolvable. This situation was very common. Before the deduction succeeded, any Gu recipe, killer move, or Gu formation that was created could not be solved. They could not succeed. They were just illusions. There was no possibility of success in reality. Some problems were unsolvable, it was obvious. But some of them were not like this. Especially formation path. Formation path involved too many Gu worms and paths. It was very complex. Some ideas were not deduced to the end. They were unsolvable problems. Tripling the production, this result is too perfect. It is too realistic. Since there is no solution, I can only give up on my original idea and modify it in other ways. But forget it for now. I lost this challenge. I will invite Qi Shang to a banquet. This person is quite interesting. Regarding this banquet, Qi Shang did not even think about it. He agreed. His attitude was completely different from before. Earlier, he felt that Fang Yuan was too arrogant. He did not want to go. But now, he was the victor. In his opinion, this banquet was an apology banquet. He had to show the attitude of a victor, to admire the face of the loser. Thus, when he saw Fang Yuan, his first sentence was, "Wu Yihai, are you convinced?" Fang Yuan rubbed his nose, laughing. I am convinced. You are a genius. How can I not be convinced? Qi Shang was stunned. He did not expect Fang Yuan to have such an attitude. He actually admitted defeat. He was at a loss as to what to do. Because before this, he had thought of many ways to deal with Fang Yuan's shamelessness or sophistry. But now, Fang Yuan directly admitted his defeat, saying he was convinced. In just a few decades, he became a rank 7 Gu immortal. But even after becoming an immortal, he did not break away from his previous habits. He was still immersed in the array Dao and continued to study it. Day and night, he would cultivate in seclusion for years, even decades. The only shocking thing was that he pursued Qiao Si Lu with a firm attitude. When this news got out, Qi clan's jaws dropped. They learned that other than formation path, Qi Shang also liked women. When he obtained Wu clan's information, Fang Yuan felt that Qi Shang was an interesting person. Precisely because of this, Fang Yuan used a special method to deal with Qi Shang. Earlier, he did not meet Qi Shang, it was Fang Yuan's scheme. Purposely challenging Qi Shang with a formation path problem was the next step of Fang Yuan's plan. This banquet was also part of Fang Yuan's plan. Qi Shang's performance was not out of Fang Yuan's expectations. Everything proceeded in an orderly manner. Not long ago, Qiao Silu's letter was also within Fang Yuan's expectations. As one of the people involved, Qiao Silu had to express her attitude. Even though she did not say it, she told Fang Yuan about the first time she met Qi Shang. According to Qiao Silu, back then, she came to Qi clan with Qiao clan's mission. She was received by Qi clan's first supreme elder's son, Gu Immortal Qi Bang. Who knew that Qi Bang's words were frivolous. He purposely used the beautiful scenery to recite poems to tease Qiao Silu. Normally, Qiao Silu would not get angry. But back then, Qiao Silu was Qiao clan's envoy. Qi Bang's actions were disrespectful to Qiao clan. Qiao Silu harbored hatred in her heart. To deal with it, Qiao Silu purposely got close to Qi Shang. Qi Bang was Qi Chuyu's son. He was the next first supreme elder of Qi clan. He was second only to Qi Shang. No one dared to provoke him, except for the formation fanatic Qi Shang. Qi Shang did not know the details. He did not speak to Qiao Silu at first, but Qiao Silu purposely talked about formation path. She told him about some of Qiao clan's formation path records. Qi Shang was attracted. He was very interested. Qiao Silu used Qi Shang to deal with Qi Bang. Qi Bang was helpless. He could only apologize to Qiao Silu secretly. Qiao Silu successfully completed the clan's mission. She returned with great rewards. She also gained her most passionate pursuer, Qi Shang. Qiao Silu's letter gave Fang Yuan important information. He had a clear understanding of Qi clan's internal affairs. Qi clan's first supreme elder has a limited lifespan. He can no longer use lifespan Gu. But his son Qi Bang only became an immortal because of his protection. He is not talented enough. Qi Chuyu was well aware of his son's abilities, but he wanted him to become the future first supreme elder of Qi clan. So after realizing Qi Shang's personality and talent, he poured resources into him and groomed such a formation fanatic. As long as he has the formation fanatic's protection, Qi Bang has a high chance of becoming the next first supreme elder. And because of the formation fanatic's respect and admiration towards Qi Chuyu, he cannot escape from Qi Bang's control. Familial love Qi. Qiao Silu's letter allowed Fang Yuan to see the internal politics of Qi clan. Because of these internal and external reasons, a talent like Qi Shang was created. At the same time, some of Fang Yuan's suspicions towards Qi Shang were resolved. Come, hi, let me toast you. At this time, Qi Shang raised his wine cup towards Fang Yuan, interrupting Fang Yuan's thoughts. Of course, this stupidity had nothing to do with IQ or EQ. There was a clear example of Fang Yuan's experience on Earth. It was Yu Fei. Yu Fei resisted the gold and was about to succeed, but was summoned back by the emperor with 12 golden tokens, and sentenced to death with a false accusation. But was it because of the emperor's stupidity? It was stupidity. But were the emperor and prime minister idiots? Of course not. If Yu Fei succeeded in resisting the gold, Yu clan army's reputation would rise. The emperor's authority was weaker than the commander's authority. It was a huge threat. And most importantly, if Yu Fei succeeded, he would be able to bring back the previous emperor. Then what would the current emperor do? Currently, Qi clan's first supreme elder, Qi Chuyu, purposely nurtured a Gu immortal like Qi Shang. Was it because he was stupid, did not know that Qi Shang, who was focused on formation path, would be powerless in political conflicts, and would be used as a tool? Of course he was not stupid. Because he knew this, he nurtured Qi Shang. Because his son needed to inherit the position of first supreme elder, he needed a tool to assist his son, that was Qi Shang. Many people thought that Qi Shang's arrival was a problem for Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan had never thought so. He felt that this was an opportunity for him. As long as he dealt with this matter, he would be able to resolve the repercussions of this matter, and in the future, he would be able to explore dream realms in peace, secretly raising his foundation. Thus, Fang Yuan had to lose. If he did not lose, how could he create a stronger and more threatening Qi Shang? Without such a human target, how could he attract the attention of others? Qi Shang was easy to scheme against. Through information, Fang Yuan knew that Qi Shang liked to research formation path. He was most skilled at solving problems and designing goo formations that fit the requirements. Fang Yuan used this to challenge him. A research maniac like Qi Shang had his own pride in his field of expertise. He did not care about other aspects, he did not care about his appearance, he did not care about wealth, but in this aspect he had to care. Because this was the meaning of his entire life. Fang Yuan was a transformation path goo immortal. Using this to make things difficult for him was like slapping Qi Shang in the face. How could a person like Qi Shang endure it? Of course he could not. If he could not endure it, he would fall into the trap that Fang Yuan had set up. He would not be able to climb out. Not only could he not climb out, he even toasted Fang Yuan. He felt that Fang Yuan was a sincere person. Even though you are a competitor, but how should I put it? We truly did not get to know each other without fighting. Qi Shang laughed, putting his arm around Fang Yuan's shoulder. Let's not talk anymore, let's drink. Fang Yuan drank another mouthful. Qi Shang stared with wide-opened eyes at Fang Yuan. He gave a thumbs up. Brother, you are so cool. Come, let's drink. Both of them raised their necks and drank. Good wine. Qi Shang sighed. Oh, to speak the truth, this is the first time I have drunk so much. Fang Yuan laughed heartily, but there was still coldness deep in his eyes. The wine of the righteous path was not so easy to drink. The demonic path fought and killed. It was straightforward. If you retreated, I advanced. If you advanced, I retreated. In a banquet of the righteous path, behind a single rumor, there were often plots and schemes, all sorts of devious thoughts. The seemingly calm surface of the water was filled with turbulent undercurrents. They could devour people without spitting out their bones. Fang Yuan lost to Qi Shang. He was very happy he would spread this news. So what if he lost? Sometimes, failure was a method to achieve one's goal. Chapter 1340. A joyous banquet for both the host and the guests was not the end, but only the beginning. Fang Yuan and Qi Shang became good friends. In the following period of time, Fang Yuan frequently invited Qi Shang, while Qi Shang often came to Wu clan's encampment to visit Fang Yuan. To get close to someone and build a good relationship with them, it was both difficult and easy. It was nothing more than condescending and complying with his heart. Fang Yuan was astute and had attitude goo. How could Qi Shang be his match? Qi Shang was known as the formation fanatic. Ordinary goo immortals were not worthy of his attention. But Fang Yuan was already a formation path quasi-grandmaster. He had a lot of resonance with this formation path grandmaster. The two of them conversed on various aspects of the array Dao. Qi Shang was soon amazed by Fang Yuan's formation path attainment. He was puzzled. Because Fang Yuan's main cultivation path was transformation path. Fang Yuan told him, I have always been interested in formation path. When I was a mortal, I researched formation path, and because of some fortuitous encounters, I cultivated formation path. But fate made a fool out of me. I could only become a goo immortal through transformation path. But I am already very lucky. How many lone cultivators can become goo immortals? This helplessness made Qi Shang sigh. He felt a sense of sympathy deep inside. If you change to formation path, I can help you. Qi clan has many formation path immortal goo. I can help you negotiate and complete an immortal goo transaction. Qi Shang suggested. It was not easy for him to suggest this. It was enough to prove the results of Fang Yuan's hard work. It was not impossible to change paths, but the vital goo had to be changed. Fang Yuan was very moved. If I want to change paths in the future, I will definitely seek your help. Qi Shang nodded. When the time comes, you must tell me. He knew that it was not easy for a goo immortal to change paths. It was not something that could be done on a whim. This was a huge matter. It had many implications. It often had a negative impact on the immortal aperture. Fang Yuan had gained a lot from his conversation with Qi Shang. Although it was not an improvement in the realm, it was a great help to expand Fang Yuan's horizons and supplement some of the other foundations of the array Dao. Fang Yuan had a more comprehensive and profound understanding of the Dao of arrays. What was the difference between a gu formation and a killer move? Qi Shang told Fang Yuan, gu formations are a type of killer move. Killer moves used multiple gu worms at the same time. The same was true for gu formations. Gu formations were formation path killer moves. Every different gu formation was a different killer move. Therefore, it could be said that among all the sects, the formation Dao had the most killing moves. Of course, there were slight differences between gu formations and other killer moves. For instance, gu formations could last longer. After the gu formation is set up, the gu master's concentration and energy will be less. What is the essence of array Dao? Fang Yuan asked Qi Shang. Qi Shang shook his head. Although I am an array grandmaster, I am still lacking when it comes to the essence of array Dao. But my clan's Lord Qi Chu, you had once told me that the essence of formation path is to create an environment. When Fang Yuan heard this answer, he immediately had a feeling of enlightenment. The coiling thread cave's gu formation, wasn't it to nurture more regretful spiders, to create an environment for them to live in? It is said that formation path great grandmasters can use the natural Dao marks of heaven and earth and use very few gu worms to create a gu formation. In some places with dense natural Dao marks, they can even use mortal gu to create an immortal gu formation. Is that so? Fang Yuan asked Qi Shang. I have my own plans. When you obtain something, you have to pay a price. When you first inherited the 7 illusions' true inheritance, you should have thought of this day. Zishan Makoto said. But the inheritors before me had never received any orders. The mysterious gu immortal wrapped in rainbow light said in an unwilling tone. Zishan Makoto sighed, looking towards the direction of Celestial Court. Maybe this is your fate. All right, use Qiao Zhikai's method to kill these two. Wu Yuanju and Rong Hao were still dazed, unable to move. Zishan Makoto wanted this mysterious gu immortal to capture these two alive. The mysterious gu immortal did not dare to disobey Zishan Makoto's orders. Profound light burst out and transformed, landing on the 2 Wu clan gu immortals. Their souls dissipated and their bodies turned into wooden statues. Zishan Makoto gave up on controlling them, letting these 2 wooden statues fall into the blood tide. Follow me. Zishan Makoto said plainly. How could the mysterious Gu immortal dare to disobey Zishan Makoto? Even if he was not a rank 8 great expert, just the Information Path Alliance agreement in the True Inheritance was enough to restrict the mysterious Gu immortal. The two left immediately. They retreated without hesitation. Of course, Zishan Makoto would not forget to get rid of their traces. In just a short moment, a gale suddenly swept up high in the sky, and countless clouds were completely blown away, revealing a clear sky for thousands of kilometers. The aura of rank 8 was grand and vast. It enveloped the entire area. Wu Yong had an angry expression. His eyes were slightly red as he descended. Who was it? Who was the one who attacked? Wu Yiran was dead, and now Wu Yuanju and Rong Hao were also dead. With Life Tablet Gu and Soul Lantern Gu, Wu Clan knew of their deaths immediately. Wu Yong was furious. He moved out personally. Wu Clan lost 3 Gu immortals, 1 rank 7 and 2 rank 6. This made Wu Yong's heart ache. He was even more furious. He wanted to see who dared to cross the line and anger Wu Clan. But at the next moment, when he saw Wu Yuanju and Rong Hao's corpses, Wu Yong was stunned. Wooden statue killer? His pupils shrunk to pin size. Xiao Ji Kai? A moment later, Qiao Clan's Gu immortal Qiao Ji Kai rushed to the scene. Blood Tide Pit had been suppressed again. On the ground that was corroded by the blood tide, there were 2 Wu Clan Gu immortal corpses. Qiao Clan's first supreme elder, what do you say? Wu Yong had a plain expression. He spoke calmly. But the calmer he was, the more fearful Qiao Ji Kai was. He was Qiao Clan's first supreme elder, and his signature immortal killer move was Wooden Statue Killer. If ordinary Gu immortals were hit by this move, their souls would dissipate and they would lose their lives. Their bodies would turn into wooden statues, but some vitality would be left. They could be planted into trees. Ignoring the cold sweat on his forehead, Qiao Ji Kai immediately clarified, Lord Wu Yong, please allow me to explain. This was definitely not done by me. Someone deliberately framed me. Qiao Clan and Wu Clan have been allies for a long time. It can be traced back to... Before Qiao Ji Kai could finish speaking, he was interrupted by Wu Yong. His eyes shined with bright light as he stared at Qiao Ji Kai. I am more willing to believe you. Qiao Clan and Wu Clan have been connected through marriage for generations. How can our alliance be destroyed by such a thing? Qiao Ji Kai let out a breath of air. He bowed. Lord Wu Yong is wise. Just as they were about to reach the 3 immortals, at this time, a blood fiend self-detonated. This kind of self-detonation was not thunderous, it was very gentle, it was like soap bubbles popping one by one. Blood fiends self-detonated one after another. They were right in front of the 3 immortals, but they had no power. They could not harm the 3 immortals at all. The roars and attacks earlier were like a joke. Hundreds of rank 6 battle strength and dozens of rank 7 battle strength were destroyed in front of Wu Yong. They were as fragile as toys made of paper. This was the power of a rank 8. What immortal killer move is this? The aura is completely concealed. I cannot sense it at all. Qiao Ji Kai was shocked. Tai Mianshin had a deep gaze as he looked at Wu Yong's back. Wu Yong's expression was grim. His gaze was locked onto the blood tide below. The blood fiends did not form without a price. The blood tide dried up. The overflowing blood tide in the pit had already dried up. Qiao Ji Kai sighed, feeling it was a pity. He sensed that the dense blood path Dao marks had dissipated into nothingness. From now on, the blood tide pit no longer existed, only an ordinary pit was left. Wu Yong did not care about this. In the eyes of ordinary people, the bottomless sinkhole was as clear as day in his eyes. A figure covered in 7-colored profound light appeared in Wu Yong's detection range. So you are the daring one, daring to challenge Wu clan's authority. Wu Yong said plainly, but anyone could hear the anger and killing intent in his tone. The mysterious Gu immortal who was at the bottom of the pit smiled bitterly. Lord Wu Yong, I was forced to do this. Now, sorry for the offense. Wu Yong's expression changed slightly. At the next moment, his surroundings changed. The originally azure sky and mountains had all disappeared. Everywhere, up and down, left and right, had been transformed into a purplish-red color. The three immortals could not tell if they were close or far. Their sense of distance was greatly affected. Swoosh, swoosh, the sound of waves entered their ears. The corpses of the destroyed blood beasts turned into blood water, forming into a river that flowed below the three immortals. Blood-red splashes blossomed on top of the waves. Countless purple thoughts rained down on the three immortals like a storm. Damn it! Those blood beasts were just a prelude and a trap. So insidious! Qiao Zhikai scolded. Tai Mianshan looked around nervously. Is this an immortal battlefield killer move or a super Gu formation? Even with his investigative attainment, he could not see through this environment. Wu Yong had an unhappy expression. He snorted coldly as he waved his sleeves. Boom! A strong wind blew, and a huge tornado enveloped the surrounding 500 meters, including the three immortals, Wu Qiao and Tai Xian. The purple thoughts rained down on the tornado, creating crackling sounds as they landed on the tornado. They could not break the defense of the tornado. This bamboo building only had 2 floors. It was almost entirely made of bamboo. There were green bamboo leaves growing on the bamboos. Drops of dew were stuck to the leaves. It was extremely green. Wu Yong's sleeves fluttered as he flew to the 2nd floor of the bamboo building. He sat by the window and flicked his finger. The bamboo building shook. More than 10 drops of dew fell from the roof. In an instant, these verdant dewdrops fell off from the bamboo house and shot out like lightning. Wherever they went, a cool breeze calmed everything down. Be it the purple thoughts or the blood river, they were all turned into nothingness by the cool breeze. So powerful! Qiao Zhitsai couldn't help but praise. The verdant dew flew over and easily helped him out. Wu clan had 3 immortal Gu houses to begin with. Now they have a 4th. And this immortal Gu house is leaking the aura of 2 rank 8 wind path immortal Gu. Wu Yong really hit it deeply. Tai Mianshan was deeply shaken. The 2 Gu immortals were saved. They flew into the bamboo building and arrived beside Wu Yong. This is the immortal Gu house that my mother created, clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building. Wu Yong was still sitting by the window. He looked at the Gu formation outside as he explained. This is great. With this clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building, we are invincible. It is only a matter of time before we escape. Qiao Zhikai was overjoyed. If Wu Yong used Wu Du Xiu's 2 rank 8 immortal Gu to activate an immortal killer move, Qiao Zhikai would be very worried. Because there was a chance of failure when activating an immortal killer move. The stronger the killer move, the more terrifying the backlash would be if it failed to be activated. And with Wu Du Xiu's death, Wu Yong had not been inheriting the 2 rank 8 immortal Gu for long. Especially when Wu Yong was the first supreme elder of Wu clan, He had a high status. How much time did he have to practice? This was a huge problem. But now, these two rank 8 Windpath Immortal Goo were combined with other goo worms to form an Immortal Goo House. Everyone knew that even though Immortal Goo Houses had fixed methods, they were easy to control and did not have to worry about backlash. Tai Mianshin's emotions were more complex than his, he thought. Wu Clan actually has a 4th Immortal Goo House, and it is a rank 8 Immortal Goo House. It is far stronger than the other 3. Each Immortal Goo House can greatly raise a clan's overall strength. With a rank 8 Immortal Goo House and some Goo Immortals, as long as they have enough Immortal Essence, they can be Wu Clan's 2nd rank 8 Goo Immortal. This Wu Yong has truly concealed himself deeply. He couldn't help but look at Wu Yong in a new light. Wu Clan had not had an easy time recently. They were facing difficulties from all directions. As the only remaining rank 8 Goo Immortal in Wu Clan, Wu Yong had to deal with all sorts of obstacles. He had to mobilize his forces. His situation was quite awkward. But as long as he took out this Immortal Goo House, he would be able to resolve the awkwardness and restore Wu Clan's prestige, allowing Wu Clan to sit firmly on the throne of the number 1 superforce in southern border, suppressing all the other restless thoughts. However, Wu Yong did not do so. He had been using his own strength to deal with Wu Clan's crisis. He hid this Immortal Goo House very deeply. Even Wu Clan's Goo Immortals did not know about it. If he was not trapped in the Purple Blood River Formation, nobody would know that Wu Yong had a 4th Immortal Goo House, and it was a rank 8 Immortal Goo House at that. Just with this, Wu Yong is not inferior to his mother, Wu Du Xiu. Thankfully, my Tai clan is at the northeast of southern border, while Wu Clan is at the southwest. The two are far apart. And my Tai clan did not participate in the previous operation. We did not make things difficult for Wu Clan.